kwenye kona zote za nchi tukufu ya Kenya. Sasa moja kwa moja mtazamaji, tukitoka hapa bungeni tuelekee kwenye kaunti yangu nyumbani kule Nakuru. Ruth Sarmoi, naelezwa kwamba huko ndiko naelezwa kwamba turejee mpeleke kwa Ibrahim Karanja.
Naam, Ibrahim Karanja, kwako sasa. Tueleze ni yepi yanatokea pia bungeni.
Well, it is true that we are at the National Assembly with an entire team here from NTV and the Nation Media Group at large to give you a wall-to-wall coverage of the budget 2023-2024, the very first budget for President William Ruto, a man who came into office with an ambitious promise, ambitious manifesto that he gave to the country, and a manifesto which he will be held to account to starting from this particular budget that will be read later this afternoon by Treasury Cabinet Secretary Professor Julians. So yes, very many sectors that President William Ruto had promised to change while campaigning to be president are the sectors that he has allocated funds in this particular financial year that will be beginning from the 1st of July. And just to mention some of the things that the president has been very passionate about, including housing, is something that is highlighted in this particular budget with 31.32 billion shillings in this particular budget for housing. There is also 47.25 billion shillings for agriculture, and also there is over 380 billion shillings that goes to counties. Remember, we saw that push and pull when the senators were to decide how much money will be allocated to counties in this very first financial year. But aside from the numbers, we will also be seeing the political feel, because remember, in the run-up to this particular budget and also in preparations, like Julians had earlier said, we saw the stiff debate, the stiff conversation about the finance bill of 2023, which sort of lays the foundation of how the government will get money in this particular financial year. And in that, during the implementation of that finance bill, during the discussion of that finance bill that ran into late last evening, in adopting the report from the Finance Committee of the National Assembly, members of Parliament were sharply divided. We saw a statement come from the opposition that says, reject it in toto. And given that this is what the Kenya Kwanza administration will be relying on to make sure that they fund this particular budget and also they implement all their projects, we shall be speaking to members of Parliament to get to hear their position. Of course, we expect lots of opposition from the opposition members of Parliament, and we expect lots of support from the government allied members of Parliament. All in all, it is the very first budget by President William Ruto to be presented today by Treasury Cabinet Secretary Professor Julians, and this lays bare, because remember, each and every time that questions have been asked about this, the performance of this particular government, the excuse or the reason given has been, remember, we are working on a budget passed by the previous government. So from this point, from the 1st of July, the government shall be held to account on their own budget. The allocations will be something that they did, proposals that have come from this particular government, and thus that equally means that the scrutiny is bound to get even stronger when perhaps they will fall short of implementing. But we also have all hopes alive that perhaps with the manifesto that President William Ruto gave to the run-up to the general elections that eventually got him elected, and with this particular budget that he is having almost 3.6 trillion shillings, then he will deliver his mandate as was promised. But Julians, from here at the National Assembly, the moment the members of Parliament get to walk into that particular door going into the chamber, we shall be speaking to them. We may also be lucky to speak to some of the senators. Much as this is not presented to them, well, they will be having 2 or 3 things to say about it, because like I said, they were heavily involved in determining how much money will be taken to counties in the coming financial year, or should I say in the 2023-2024 financial year. So they must be having some thoughts about the budget. But before I go back to Julians Amboko and later we come back to Parliament, let's now cross over to Nakuru County. Like I said, counties have amongst, well, even as we try to get hold of Ruth Sarmoi to tell us the feel of the people of Nakuru, just like we shall be doing in other counties across the country, just to get to know what the people in the 47 counties are saying about the 2023-2024 financial year budget, then we here we'll be speaking to members of Parliament. Like I said, I have not seen any sign of members of Parliament yet. They could be perhaps on where they usually rest, but I have also seen there is a sign, at least, of the National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula, because I've seen a flagged vehicle already parked, and I'm told that he is an early riser, so he is a man already in the office, ready to receive the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury later in the afternoon. But let's head back to Ruth. I don't know if we've gotten hold of Ruth Sarmoi to get to know what the people of Nakuru are saying. But before we go to Nakuru County, we head back to the Nation Center, where Julians Amboko is having an eminent panel to discuss and break down the 2023-2024 budget and just bring you up to speed with what it is that you need to know. Julians.
Well, many thanks, Ibrahim Karanja, there coming to us live from the National Assembly. And we've also had from Fred Muturiri and Brian George. We've also had from Lofty Matambo and Freedom Waka, who will be giving us some updates right from noon as far as the budget is concerned. Ibrahim Karanja has delved deep into the issue of the division of revenue. Remember, there was a protracted debate around the 385.45 billion shillings allocation. That is an upgrade, by the way, from last year, from the current financial year, I should say, which is just about 370 billion shillings. And the county governments have been pushing for higher allocation. The ask was actually for 425 billion shillings. And now let's cross over, talking about matters county, to Nakuru County, where my colleague Ruth Sarmoi is on standby. Ruth, what are the residents of Nakuru County saying about their expectations as far as Kenya Kwanza's maiden budget is concerned?
Understand what are their expectations of the 2023-2024 budget. So we're just going to interact with the students. The budget is expected to be read out by the finance minister. Maybe you can tell us, what are your expectations?
Okay, thank you. I'm Enoch Kipkoech from Rift Valley Institute of Science and Technology, pursuing diploma in computer science. Actually, we as comprehensive students here in Nakuru County, we're expecting that the finance bill or the finance budget reading at 3 p.m. today will favor students. We are hoping that the finance budget reading today, that it will, as you are promised by Our Excellency, the President William Ruto, that it will create job opportunities for our fellow Kenyans, for our fellow youths. It will create internship opportunities and attachments. But now we have some challenges, that we have many students who are already in the market, they are already in the field, they want to pursue, they are waiting for the jobs, and here we are still pursuing our courses. How are we going to expect that it will going to create jobs for all of us? The housing levy, which as we promised, that it will build 50,000 housing. We don't know now how employment will it create to our youth in Kenya. But we are expecting that it will create jobs. We are expecting that it will reduce the cost of living in our nation, Kenya. In our current nation now, the cost of living is very high, but we are hoping and we are very optimistic that the budget reading today will favor us. It will reduce maybe some may have fluctuation on the non-basic needs, but we are expecting that it will reduce, it will favor us, and things will be good. But now we have a challenge, that the finance reading, we are hoping that the President fulfill your promises. You promised that it will favor us, it will develop our nations, the current economy, which is very high, that maybe things will be good, and we are hoping for the best.
Thank you. Let me speak to another student. Please introduce yourself and tell us, what are your expectations as a student?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Ezekiel. Okay, thank you very much. I'm Ezekiel Parit from Rift Valley Institute of Science and Technology. About the reading of the finance bill, the budget, we are expecting a positive outcome because of the current situation of the economy, which is too high for the students here in Harvest.
When you say the economy is too high, what exactly do you mean? As a student, how does that economy affect you?
The living standard, maybe about the rents which are hiking, maybe about the electricity which is also hiking, and the food stuff which are also hiking. So we are expecting them to lower a bit for the favor of our living. And also as a nation, we are expecting more creation of job or more employment creation for the youths. For we are graduating and we are somehow lacking jobs. Many are out there with the papers and we are not having jobs. So for our government, let us see on that. Let us work out on that. And after all, we will be in a better place. We will be in a good Kenya, a good economic country, and we will enjoy. Thank you very much.
So in terms of HELB loans, what are your expectations on matters education? Do you expect the budget to touch on that? Please come here as you respond to that.
Okay, we are as students here, as comrades, we are studying. We expect that the HELB loan as promised that by the government that like it promised like recently they did some changes in the COOPS capitation. We are expecting that the loans will be increased for TVET institutions. Like now we have been receiving 40,000 at 5,000, 30,000 Kenya shillings for loans, but we are now expecting from the finance budget reading of today at 3 p.m. that it will increase the loans to the students from 40,000 to maybe 60,000, so that it will help us to sustain other issues like we have been issues with, like for the rent payment and on the fees and exam payment.
Thank you very much. Julians, just from a lady's perspective, what are your expectations? Briefly, anza kwa majina.
Okay, I'm Lucy Kandie from Rift Valley Institute of Science and Technology, and my view is they should consider us as comrades, because when the prices go high, we are not in a position to cater for ourselves here in school, especially now that we don't have jobs, so it will be a little difficult. So I expect them to just consider the prices, let them be reasonable and set some prices that are not. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Julians. There you have it. These are the comrades that I believe they are representing thousands of students across different colleges and universities in Kenya, where, as you have heard, they are expecting the state of living or the economy to be affordable for them. They are also expecting that the government will increase their student capitation so that they can be able to live comfortably in school. And those are the key issues. But you're going to continue interacting with students in different areas across Nakuru County, and we'll keep you posted once anything comes up from this side. Julians.
Many thanks, Ruth Sarmwe, coming to us live from Nakuru County, sampling views from students. And by the way, the education sector is taking up the lion's share of this budget at about 630 billion shillings. The Teachers Service Commission has an allocation which it targets recruitment of 5,000 permanent, the word is permanent, teachers to address a number of the challenges the education sector is facing. We have also had conversation around the transition in light of the junior secondary school. Let's take a quick run through the key numbers defining the budget for the financial year 2023-24, and you can see that right on your screen. We are looking at about 3.68 trillion shillings worth of a spending plan. The question always emerges that what is the actual size of the budget? Is it 3.6? Is it 4.5 trillion shillings? The difference here comes in how you decide to handle the debt redemptions, which in the next financial year will be worth 850 billion shillings. And you can see this figure is a growth from 3.39 trillion shillings. I should clarify, this 3.39 trillion shillings is as of supplementary budget 1 of the financial year 2022-23. Let me remind you that yesterday evening, Budget and Appropriations Chairperson tabled supplementary budget 2. So we wait to see the numbers to know how we will upgrade this number to get the actual growth between the current financial year and FY 2023-24. Let's cross over to the next slide to see something else around the budget. If you look at the executive, we have about 1.51 trillion shillings for recurrent spending. Recurrent spending is used for day-to-day operations, salaries, wages, etc. And development spending is set at 738.89 billion shillings. Again, just to clarify that these figures are based on the report tabled by the Budget and Appropriations Committee following the tabling of the draft estimates, and they had a bit of adjustments there, with the aggregate spending, by the way, bumped up by about 81.7 or rather 80.7 billion shillings. And the total therefore going to the executive is about 2.25 trillion shillings. So crossing over to the next one, let's look. Remember, the government has 3 arms. So we have the executive, the judiciary, and the expenditure. We'll come back to that a bit later. But the consolidated fund services is a very critical component of the country's spending plan. That is where we have very mandatory checkoffs in the spending plan according to the PFM Act. The PFM Act is the Public Finance Management Act governing the country. Public debt is set at 1.63 trillion shillings. We have pension and gratuity at about 189 billion shillings. We have salaries and allowances at about 4.7 billion shillings. And then a miscellaneous budget of about 15.5 million. And guaranteed debt goes to entities such as Kenya Ports Authority, Kenya Airways and the likes. We have about 17.2 billion shillings. The aggregate consolidated fund budget is about 1.84 trillion shillings. The county's equitable share, and this is the issue which Ibrahim Karanja was speaking to earlier on, is at 385.425 billion shillings. Remember, the counties had been asking for 425 billion shillings. They didn't get their end of the bargain, so they had to rest with this as far as the division of revenue is concerned. Now, let's look at the last one. I did mention we have 3 arms of government. So there you have it. The judiciary is taking about 23 billion shillings. Parliament is taking about 41 billion shillings. And that sets the stage for my conversation with my panelists who will help me to unpack issues regarding the budget. But before we do that, let's cross over to the National Treasury, the nerve center of the budget-making process as we speak right now. My colleague Nina Shaban will be joining us shortly, but let's come right now to studio, where I have Robert Wareru, who is joining us, James Mulili as well, and Churchill Ogutu. We have 2 people with an economics background here, myself and Churchill, as well as 2 tax practitioners. Gentlemen, welcome on set.
Thank you. Thank you, Julian.
Let me kick off with Robert. Robert, we have had intense debate around the Finance Bill of 2023. You saw the report which came from the Finance and Planning Committee. What did you make of the report?
Well, thank you very much, Julians. As expected, there was a lot of debate, public debate in terms of the finance bill. And if you look at that report, I think it's a 264-page report. They had about 900 clauses that they were looking at. So clearly, there was a lot of work that went into that by the parliamentary committee. A lot of good proposals that we have seen coming in. Some of the considerations that we'll be speaking to later, including the removal of the requirement to pay a deposit before you appeal. So some good proposals for digital content creators. I think those ones must be very happy. But of course, when you look at that report, there are a bit of inconsistencies, and so the real deal will be the Finance Act, and I see that there'll be a debate.
Yes,
the Finance Act. That will be the real deal, because for digital content creators, there's a question about, is it 3% or is it 5%? So those are some of the clarifications that we expect to see. But very, very good public participation.
Well, let me pivot to James Mulili on that point. And I think just to set the record straight for the digital content creators, whether it is 3% or 5%, withholding tax is an advanced tax. I'd imagine they still have to bump it up to 30 at the end of the financial year. But what really did you make of the report coming from the committee?
Yeah, thank you, Julian. And just to echo what Robert has mentioned, that report is a detailed report. And actually what went into the report were all the submissions that were made to the Finance and Planning Committee by different stakeholders. Now, and you see, I think the bulkiness of that report is because of the raft of changes that were in the finance bill. There's already a visibility to some of the things that we'll be talking about in the course of the day. But maybe just to echo some of the sentiments that have even been made by one of the students, there are things that are resounding, and there are things in that report and in the finance bill, which will eventually trickle to the Finance Act, that Kenyans expect to hear. The cost of basic commodities.
Yes.
What is the impact of these proposals or these changes to the disposable income? Issue of standard of living is coming up. Job opportunities are coming up, and I think one of the concerns that came from the students, where are they going to get the jobs after they're done with their studies? And going by the latest ranking of the universities globally, I think University of Nairobi is among the top 2,000 universities, but as per the latest rankings, the University of Nairobi went down. And one of the key index factors that made University of Nairobi go down was the level of employability of the graduates.
Yeah.
So you can actually see, even from sort of the metrics that are looked at in terms of just ranking the universities, there is a big concern. Where do all the graduates go after they're done with their studies?
Okay.
Yes.
And let's hold you there and cross over now to Churchill Ogutu, who's next to me here. Churchill, the question has been asked that if you read the report which comes from the committee, and I disagree with this view, that the government has made significant concessions as far as the finance bill is concerned, how do we plug the revenue hole which has then been created by the concessions made?
Yeah, so definitely the government found itself in a catch-22 situation, And even as we went into this public participation phase, looking at the numbers in the current financial year, I mean, it was just screaming some concern in terms of how the government is able to collect its tax revenue. So even as the committee or the finance bill is targeting to raise 211 billion, but the increase of the ordinary revenue or the ordinary revenue component of that is around 400 billion.
Yeah.
So there's that portion of finance bill or that portion of the ordinary revenue increase that is now to be actioned by the finance bill. So obviously, as the government has come to some halfway measures with some of the tax proposals that were contained in that finance bill, it now will contend with plugging that deficit one way or another, looking at the current environment, how it is. So, but you could argue that some of the concessions that have been made potentially could have some positive ripple effects to the economy. Things like, say, reduction in the digital monetization, the reduction in the withholding tax from 15% that was proposed to around 5%, potentially could be able to increase some events. Probably, I don't have the numbers, but that being said, there's some gap that has been generated by the concessions from the Finance Committee.
All right. And Robert, speaking about the issue of the tax revenue, FY 2022-23, which is the current financial year, has been a tough one as far as outturn is concerned. And there is the growing concern, but I spoke to the chairman of the Finance and Planning Committee and he told me, look, one of the things we didn't have initially was rendering transfer of businesses vatable. If you bake that in and we have tabled the proposal, that's 100 billion shillings unlocked immediately. Robert.
Yeah, Julians, transfer of businesses are going concern. Essentially, what the law is looking at is saying you've sold an asset, which is this business, and therefore we want 16% VAT. And for me, that really it was a sad one, because if you look at some of the proposals that are being done, and we can actually speak to some of these ones because they're in the public domain, I think there's been a push for a split from between M-Pesa and Safaricom. Now, if you were to transfer that business out of Safaricom into a new entity, the amount of VAT that you're going to collect is significant, and I think that's what the parliamentarians or the executive is looking at, to say, let's collect this. Now, unfortunately, for that kind of a transaction, the person who buys that business will not be able to claim the input VAT.
Yeah.
And so that's when you hear the chairman of the committee talking about, let's reduce our tax expenditure, that's what they're talking about.
Correct.
So, to Chasil's point, there's definitely a gap that's been created, but you can see a very, very concerted effort to try and plug in those holes. Now, if you will allow me, just very quickly, one of the other things that we expect, obviously, is that the Revenue Authority will be very, very aggressive, because, like he says, you've got a revenue that's target that's grown by 371 billion.
Yes.
These measures that were supposed to raise about 211 billion. Now, the difference there, it's going to come from somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah. So we obviously expect that Revenue Authority will be on our cases.
James, speaking about the issue of VAT on transfer of businesses, one of the issues which I struggle with is the principle behind VAT itself. And I'm questioning myself, if I'm transferring a business, what's the value added component of this? Looking at VAT from the philosophy behind it. And this is the same question we've been having around this country regarding matters of excise tax. Did excise tax cease being a sin tax? It is now just being slapped on everything. Don't you see a problem as far as the philosophy behind VAT on transfer of businesses is concerned?
That's correct, Julians. And we are seeing these proposals sort of departing from what the basic concept of VAT is. And like you've mentioned, is on value addition.
Yeah.
Now, whenever you have a discourse on VAT, you are looking at certain supplies, whether it's a supply of goods or services, where value is being added. And consequently, that comes in. So, and just to speak to this issue of transfer of business as a going concern.
Yeah.
Remember, the business will still continue operating as is. The expected VAT from those business activities will continue. It's only that they're being done by a new entity. Yeah. So that's the first thing. So there's actually no value addition, but also just to extrapolate that reasoning on the sort of the disconnect between these proposals and the operation of VAT is, for example, the issue of VAT on insurance claims.
Yeah.
Now, remember, these claims are supposed to basically reinstate the business to its original state, either due to loss or pilferage of certain supplies that it had procured for purposes of being able to sell. And you see, that's the reasoning that goes towards what's really the motivation in some of these proposals, and especially where it sort of contradicts the basic operation of something like VAT.
Yes.
And this is purely being motivated by the fact that there is a deficit. It has to be plugged. In terms of actualization of the numbers as to the concessions and how that will be plugged, we cannot come up with absolute numbers.
Yes.
You can understand why.
Yeah.
But then you see that is the effort. And I would say this is a never-ending process. Even if these proposals come in, it doesn't mean that KRA will sit pretty and just say, it's okay, it looks like everything has been sealed. KRA still has to go out and look for the money. So this is actually a never-ending process. The discussion about plugging this deficit is not only restricted to the proposals that we are discussing or looking at.
Yeah.
There will be a never-ending continuous process through the Revenue Authority to make sure that they mobilize and mop up the revenues. And the whole issue of the compliance levels in Kenya comes up.
Yeah.
How can KRA be able to extend its tentacles to make sure they actually reach each and every person? Because you can actually see the focus around these proposals. It is quite unfair that employed people are really suffering in the process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to be fair to the taxman and the government, if you read the report coming from the Finance and Planning Committee, and I'd like to get Churchill's thoughts here, there was a proposal, look, this requirement to have ETR machines across all businesses, including micro and small, let's spare the micro and small, and the committee said, forget that. We need to get proper visibility of these businesses. I think it's a worthwhile point, but I want to hear what Churchill thinks, because we keep talking about widening the tax base. How do we do that if we don't have visibility?
Yeah, so as I get into that question, probably I can chime in to the other question around the transfer of business, because you're looking at 100 billion per annum per year. So if you work backwards, so that means that this value of the businesses that are being transferred in any given year is around 625 billion. Is there visibility? I just asked somebody within the corporate finance sector what kind of deals normally happen in any given year that could fall within this transfer of business regime, but he didn't have any answer. And there's somebody who is within the domain. So there's not proper visibility. So that now led some credibility deficit from the numbers that you had from the Finance Committee, that they're targeting 100 billion in any given year. But then again, just to more or less put a cap of a core anchor and to our tax experts, because I looked at the tax expenditure report, and obviously you could argue that because of the VAT exemptions on domestic goods, I think it's around 98 billion. So that is where the government is coming from, and the Finance Committee is coming from with this introduction of transfer of business, the VAT. But then again, there's an annex within that 2022 tax expenditure report, which now pinpoints some of those items which are within the mandate of the benchmark system, which basically, as per my interpretation, I'm not a tax expert, basically means that some of these transfer businesses, looking at the jurisdiction outside globally and also regionally, those ones don't necessarily fall under tax as a tax incentive bracket. So I'm wondering what is this that has happened right now, at least to ensure that this transfer of business is now made to what it is as a votable item. Yeah. So going to your question on ETR, so basically the visibility, just tying to what I've just said. So yes, you're trying to target the small and medium-sized businesses, but you really don't know the kind of amounts that you'll be able to get from that particular segment. So probably it could be like a testing of the waters, at least to get some numbers. But I mean, the numbers might not be real, just to give them a pulse of what they're trying to target. So I mean, so it just made sense for them now to drop that particular proposal.
No, actually, they haven't dropped it; they've retained it. So, Robert.
Yes, so and I agree with you. And the question that I guess you had posed was this whole thing of teams.
Yes.
And you can clearly see
teams by the tax invoice management system.
Tax invoice management system. Indeed. Yes. So you can see there's a push by government to try and formalize as many businesses as possible. And the real impact here, if we are to be honest, is that if this provision goes through, it means that as a taxpayer, the only way I will be able to take an expense deduction for purposes of determining my taxable income is if you give me a TIMS invoice.
Correct.
Right? So that means if you're not TIMS registered, I will not want to deal with you because I cannot take that expense as a deduction for purposes of determining my tax liability. And if you look at that report, the committee actually rejected the proposal to delete that provision,
yes, on
the basis that, first of all, there is now eTIMS, which is the electronic TIMS which you can put on your device. And they were saying that it's also free and it's easily accessible, which could all be true. However, at a practical level, there's a big issue in terms of how you interface the eTIMS with your accounting records.
Yes.
For the manual TIMS device, it's clear that it's integrated to your enterprise or to your accounting system. But the eTIMS, which is on my phone, how do I tell whether I'm recording all my transactions? And we are just waiting to see. And one of the things that the committee also said in their report is we will engage the commissioner so that we can see the administrative guidelines that come in there. Don't forget that you've got expenses which don't have TIMS, like salaries, for example, or interest, for that matter. So are we saying that we are going to have a list when we are doing tax computations, we have a long list and they say, okay, these ones are TIMS, these ones are not TIMS, and therefore, let's compute. It's going to be very, very difficult.
James, on the same point.
Now, on the same point, and I think this is where the government misses the point, and it's the issue of the question of visibility. Now, and I will still keep going back to this point. A couple of years back, there was the proposal to approach the issue of widening the tax net, especially for the informal sector, through the single business licenses.
Yes.
And that proposal fizzled out. Now, this is an issue, you see, at the end of the day, in as much as we are critiquing, we're also offering solutions and ideas to government. And this we actually presented to the Finance and Planning Committee. And our question actually to the chairman was, why didn't that materialize? Because if you think about it, and let's be practical, the county governments are the repository to all businesses that are operating in a particular county.
Yes.
Now, so basically the response was, obviously, by integrating a certain percentage of the single business licenses to be the mandate of KRA to collect means that the counties need to open up
yes,
their revenue collections. Now, that seemed to be the challenge. And you see, provided you have systems that are not automated at county level, then there is the whole debate about the allocation to the counties from national government. Back to the question of visibility, lack of visibility as to how much each county actually collects.
Yes.
Now,
yes,
that poses the question. That is actually the issue, because then I'm struggling to see how county governments don't want to collaborate with the national government to make sure that this whole issue of a lot of the population, informal sector, not being within the net, isn't it in the government's interest to make sure that there is collaboration, there are frameworks that can be entered into, there are systems that can be modified to make sure that all this is incorporated. So I think that's really where, the government loses the point. And you see, it's unfortunate. When we talk of compliance levels of around 30%, only registered taxpayers of around 7 million, actively paying taxpayers around 5.5 million, with almost half of that, or more than half of that, being employed persons, there's a problem. There's actually a big problem. And you see, the responsibility to pay taxes is on all Kenyans. It is not only on a particular class. It's not about whether you are wealthy or not. Each and every person, provided you want to enjoy government resources, then you've got to pay your fair share of taxes. But then how does the government make sure that it gets access to these people who are not in the net?
Okay. Churchill, the issue emerged around the deficit. And if you look at the numbers for the next financial year, we're looking at about 720 billion shillings worth of financing, 522 billion of which is being sourced from the domestic market. And the Central Bank of Kenya, well, at least the outgoing governor, has come out saying, look, the domestic market doesn't have the capacity to actually finance this unless we give extremely punitive rates to the government. Yesterday, we saw the results of the infrastructure bond. An infrastructure bond is fetching 15%, edging on 16% in yield. Churchill, are you concerned about the domestic financing?
If you had asked me this question yesterday or the day before yesterday, I would have been concerned. But right now, because we are looking at a situation whereby the current target is around 425 billion on the domestic side to be collected for domestic borrowing targets. So by that time, we are doing 250 billion thereabouts. And what we saw yesterday, 213 billion from one infrastructure bond, and what the net collection of that, because there's a bond that is maturing, a 10-year bond that was issued in 2013, maturing next week, which basically now is offsetted by this 213 billion. So you're getting around 174 billion. So already they have hit the target in one clean swoop. So
in one issuance.
In one issuance, yeah. So the concern is more or less reduced, not removed. But if you get into the next financial year, whereby the target is around 500 billion, so that definitely is where the concern is, because you look at either the government now consenting to a higher rates environment such that they can now be able to absorb these monies from the market, or they just continue with the status quo that was there before yesterday's auction, which now may bring some level of concern. So I don't know whether we can speak to the issue about the auction for yesterday at a certain point or even right now, but just to chime in on that specific issue. So I was even surprised. 7-year bond getting close to 16%,
yes.
And this is tax-free. So what does it mean? If you look at the numbers for interest payments in the next financial year, we're looking at an increase of 100 billion to 775 billion. So if we factor in that probably the government hadn't seen that there'll be this outsized issuance in yesterday's auction, we're looking at an additional 35 billion in interest payments, at least for the next 3 years. So the concern with the infrastructure bond, just to at least bring everyone on the table, it's 7 years, but it amortizes 3 times. So the first amortization event will be after 2 years or 3 years. The other one will be after 3.5 years, and then the final is at the 7th year. But now there's a misnomer with infrastructure bonds. We talk about infrastructure bonds. So what is the rationale of having an infrastructure bond at the final month of the financial year? And obviously, these infrastructure bonds are not funding infrastructure projects, because they should have been more or less spread out within the financial year. So we are looking at this. Obviously, there's this maturing bond that is coming in. So basically, that now negates this whole issue about an infrastructure bond. So that's one. But on the flip side, and this is taking us to the Moody's downgrade. There was that downgrade from B2 to B3, which was around May.
Yes.
And then they also issued something which is called negative, like a review for a further downgrade.
Yes.
But unlike negative outlook, which potentially signals a further downgrade 2 years down the line, a review for downgrade means that there could be a further downgrade in 3 months' time. So, but looking at what we saw yesterday, already the government has been able to meet its domestic borrowing target. We might avoid that further downgrade by Moody's, which could take us to a CCC rating, and that potentially could increase our borrowing rates if we are looking at borrowing from the international market. So that is a bullet that you've dodged.
Okay, we have about a minute to take a break, but let me stay with you on the issue of the infrastructure bond. And one of the things which stood out for me is, if you go to market looking for 60 billion, then you mop up 220 billion. What does that signal?
I think the interest rate risk that is there in the environment, that people want to remain short term. Basically, they want to have exposure to bonds which have a shorter life.
Yeah.
So if you look at these 7 years, but if you amortize it, like 20% of that bond is maturing enough. You get back 20% of investment after 2 years. You get back 30% of investment after 3.5 years. And then you get back the final 50% on year 7. So effectively, weighted average life is around 4 to 5 years.
Yeah.
So that is where the market wants to play in, and it's a tax-free. But that also speaks to the fact that some of these investors, institutional investors, probably were investing within the fixed deposits rather than the government securities exposure. So we have the statistics from the central bank, which is telling us that either time or time deposits is around 1.7 trillion shillings. So that was the money that was just sitting somewhere, and they just were able to get like 200 billion and invest into this particular infrastructure bond.
Right, at that point by Churchill Ogutu takes us to a quick break. We are coming back with our continuing rolling coverage on budget 2023-24. When we come back, we shall start at the National Treasury, where my colleague Nina Shaban is on standby to give us the latest at the NAB Center at this time on the budget making process. Stay tuned.
What made you decide to become a doctor?
It's because my father needed one. And you, what do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be happy like you.
Life insured is love assured.
Going into the Champions League final, there were surely doubts and queries about Manchester City lifting the one trophy it desired and had yet to win. There was no doubt about City's ability, only whether it would finally get the job done. Consider that doubt erased, as Manchester City is now the champion of Europe.
New Sensodyne Repair and Protect with Deep Repair. It's a huge game changer for me. The science is there. It's going to improve the quality of my life in a big way. The new Sensodyne Repair and Protect with Deep Repair.
No bunga pagi pendene lace the mystery. No bunga to browse on flick the mystery. No bunga me gonna next week the mystery.
Only on the trend. 10 p.m. The Trend in association. Techno Come On 20 series.
Alafu utasikia some Kenyans complaining that for the past 10 months they have not seen President Ruto performing. And you also please confirm again, for the sake of depression, 50 by 100 in Kamulu, you have achieved nothing.
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Blueband peanut butter, made with 100% pure peanuts and a good source of omega-6. Grow healthy and happy kids with Blueband peanut butter. Available in 200 grams, 400 grams, and 800 grams. Buy a pack today.
On this episode of Thamani, we feature a medical business, Spectrum Physiotherapy.
We didn't have really that big capital to start the business. We took a small room somewhere in Kitengela. We started operating from there, but now we had challenges because the room was small, so we felt the need to expand.
Eugenia Mokaya tells us why they opted to choose Safaricom Kifaru Fiber for their business.
We usually do marketing, mainly social media marketing, where Safaricom has really played a big role in providing us with internet.
All these and more on Saturday at 5:30 p.m. The Money, showcasing resilience and exploring scalability.
I'm going back to the Dobrovolskis, that's it. I've come here to visit and worn out my welcome.
Have you been crying? I see you've decided to go to a clinic in Israel so no one gets in your way, am I right? You're getting pregnant there, are you? I wonder who the father would be.
That's none of your business.
Actually, it is. Give me that thing! Oh, God! What? How come? How could maternity belt? This is no
What's
maternity
taking you
belt.
guys so long? We're still waiting.
She was wearing this. She said it was a maternity belt. Do you know what this is? Do you realize? Huh? Take it.
Yes, I was pregnant, but I had suffered a miscarriage.
Mother, Valeria, call an ambulance now. Sana, water.
2 out of 3 Kenyan parents felt that they don't spend enough quality time with their kids. You can help change this by giving a generous voice to Storytime. Visit our library of homegrown audio stories at cadbury.africa and make Storytime sweeter.
Right, and welcome back to this continuing coverage of Budget 2023-24. This is your most authoritative, most comprehensive wall-to-wall coverage. We are across all locations from the National Assembly, Treasury, across the counties, in the streets of Nairobi. And at this particular juncture, we are crossing over to Nina Shaban, who is at the National Treasury. Nina Shaban, what's the latest around there?
Well, a very good morning to you, Julians. It is quite a chilly day. It started off as a chilly day, but nevertheless, it is a very important day for Kenyans as we are set to receive the budget speech. Now, my camera colleague and I, that's the center, we have set camp outside the Treasury office. As you can see, preparations are currently still ongoing. Now, it is through this particular gate, I'm sure you can see the gate, it is through this particular gate that the once governor of the central bank, now the cabinet secretary for Treasury, Professor Njuguna Ndung'u, will be walking through with a famous briefcase and head to the National Assembly, where he will read out the 3.6 trillion shilling budget for the 2023-2024 financial year, a product of the budget cycle that started being worked on as early as August last year. Now, as you can see, the preparations up there, there's a lot of mechanism going on. The carpets are still set. The cars, the sweeping and the cars are out here. The cars are set to now take off to Treasury, but that's in a number of hours.
Right, and that's our very own Nina Shaban at the National Treasury bringing us the latest updates. As far as preparations there are concerned, any time in the afternoon we shall have Cabinet Secretary Professor Njuguna Ndung'u scaling down from the 14th floor to bring us the latest, and then he makes his way to the National Assembly, where he'll be received. Typically that happens by the chairman of the National Finance and Planning Committee, as well as the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. They're normally accompanied by the majority leader, in this case Kimani Ichung'wah, who will receive him and then walk him into the chamber, and thereafter he shall begin tabling his budget speech. Meanwhile, let's come back to studio, and we were just talking about the deficit planned financing for the next financial year. But let me come over to Robert here. And Robert, the question is being asked that there has been little discussion in this finance bill around the proposed new tax rates. Of course, the initial one was 35% for 500,000 shillings and above. We've seen changes proposed by the committee, 32.5 for 500K to 800K, and now 35 beyond that. What do you make of this, Robert?
I think, Julians, this is really the committee trying to tell the public that we have heard you, we've listened to you, and therefore we think this is a compromise position. Because really if you think about that new proposal, essentially what government is giving up is 2.5% of 300,000 which is roughly 7,500 shillings in a month. And so that I think really is a message that is being sent out here. However, I think the bigger question we still have to answer is how many people are at that income bracket?
Correct.
And like we've said in the past, the statistics from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics suggest that it's about 50,000 people. Now, is that going to yield significant amounts of revenue? I don't think so, because you simply don't have a sufficient number of people paying an incremental tax. My view is that perhaps we really need to think about expanding that tax base. And this is the problem that Kenyans have been talking about, because the ones who are paying, and remember this is for salaried people, because if you're in business, it's unlikely that they're going to catch up with you. But for salaried people, they're already paying tax on their income. So you are asking them to pay a bit more.
Yeah.
And one of the things that, and I'm sure we'll be discussing it as we go along, one of the big issues is some of the other proposals that have come through, and a good one is NHIF, which nobody is talking about. You know, NHIF at 2.75% is uncapped.
And it's not capped, actually, yes. Correct.
So those are some of the
the housing levy now, it's not capped either way. But before we come to James Mulili, I'm told my colleague Judith Cherono is now ready to give us an update from the streets of Nairobi. Judith, if you can hear me, what sense of pulse are you getting from the Kenyans on the streets?
Hello, Julians, and good morning to you. Yeah, I am at Kenya National Archives, and if you can look behind me, most Kenyans, probably right now it's around 10. People should ideally be in the office, but most of these people are sitting here idle. Not because they do not have anything else to do, but because they are staying here. They have told me that they are jobless, and they are hoping to listen to what the CS will have for them today, because they are mentioning that high cost of living is driving them to just come and sit around this place just to pass time. And so now if I can be allowed to talk to a few of them just to hear what they are saying from the horses of mouths. My brother, unaweza anza kutuambia jina lako kwanza?
Okay, my name is Alan, I'm a psychologist. Okay, and currently, from the nature of the economy,
yes,
the cost of living is a bit higher, so the government should consider on how it should come back to a stable, up to a stable base where every Kenyan can be affordable. Many of the people in Kenya for now are sleeping hungry because they cannot afford the cost of living. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So saizi unafanya nini kwa streets? I thought you're supposed to be somewhere.
Okay, for now I'm heading to work.
You're heading to work.
Yeah.
At least you have something to keep you going.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mama, naomba ukaribie. Utaanza kwa majina, kisha utueleze mbona uko huku na unatarajia kusikiza nini from the CS today when he is reading the budget for the financial year 2023-2024. Tuanze na majina.
Kwa majina naitwa Doris Kinyapita. Chenye mimi naweza ongea, naweza sema tu watushukishie gharama ya maisha iko juu sana. Na tunateseka sana kwa sababu kila kitu ukienda kwa duka mpaka unachanganyikiwa, unashindwa utaanza na gani. Saa hii 1,000 ni kama 100. Unaenda nayo kwa duka, unashindwa utaanza na nini, utanunua nini. So tungeomba sana watushukishie hizi kama unga, hizo vitu kidogo kidogo washukishe, na pia watupee kazi, kwa sababu mtu kama mimi sina kazi, najaribu kuwasoaso huku na huku ndio nipate kitu ya kukula. Saa ingine tulalala mpaka njaa. So tungeomba Bwana Rais atupee kazi ndio tujisaidie sisi. Na wakiwa huko kwa maofisi wasisahau kuna watu wadogo wenye waliwachagua. Tuliwachagua na upendo, na si pia watuchukulia na upendo. Ndio tunateseka sisi.
So kazi ya aina gani kabisa ungependa kupata hasa kama wewe mwenyewe?
Mimi mtu kama mimi sibagui kazi yoyote naweza fanya. Hata nikipata kazi gani naweza fanya, kwa sababu sina yenye niko nayo saa hii yenye naweza tegemea. So kazi yoyote yenye iko tunafanya juu hatubagui kazi. Yeah.
Well, Julians, that is what Kenyans are saying. And maybe if I can be given just one more minute to hear one person saying, Mama, nani yule alikuwa anataka kukuja? Naomba ukuje uongee. Kuje uzungumze. Njoo. Yes, anza kwa majina tafadhali.
Mimi Leila Muhammad Walie.
Yes. Kuna challenges gani ambazo unapitia?
Ile iko biashara iko na shida, na nyumba iko na shida, chakula iko shida, kila kitu iko juu sana. Hata shule iko na shida mingi sana.
Hata shule.
Saizi iko na bata ameongeza.
Okay. So you've been out of work for how long now?
Ya kazi barabara hakuna kazi. Barabara amepeleka nje tena amerudi. Amebatiza mtoto wapi chakula. Kila kitu iko juu sana.
Asante sana. All right, that's it from me, and so maybe I'll just be coming to you during our subsequent bulletins. Back to you, Julians.
And that's our very own Jody Cherono coming to us from the National Archives here in the Nairobi Central Business District. And the sentiment there being that the cost of living, cost of doing business is just too high. Our incomes can barely sustain any further escalation. I wonder what Kenyans will say once the 16% VAT on fuel kicks in because of the ripple effect. We shall be talking about that with my panelists. But before we bring them back on board, Margaret Kimathi is on standby in Nyeri County. Margaret, can you hear us? What are the residents of Nyeri saying as far as their expectations are concerned?
Thanks, Julians. Kenyans are eagerly waiting for presentation of budget 2023-2024, the first ever budget of Kenya Kwanza administration. And of course, yesterday we saw in Parliament 176 MPs voted in support of the budget. And on contrary, we saw 81 MPs oppose the budget. And right about now, I'd like to speak to a business person here in Nyeri County and maybe to tell us how they are going to be affected if the bill passes. Maybe you can tell us your name and also tell us your expectations on the budget.
Thanks a lot. My name is Amboko, and I've been in this electronic manufacturing for the last 20 years. And I'm also in farming, and I'm also in construction. And what I'll tell you is that I've been trying to follow up the proposals from yesterday. And first and foremost, we start with the basic, that is increment in fuel VAT from 8% to 16%. That alone will push the cost of fuel up. And that means each and every product that exists in this world will go up. And it's not going to augur well for business because, you know, transport is the basic thing for business. Don't also forget, when the fuel price goes up, we are still using diesel generators in this country for power. So that means the cost of power will also go up. And when the cost of diesel, when the cost of fuel and the cost of electricity goes up, definitely everything is going to go up. And we are going to push the level of taxation up. I don't know how the government thinks is going to get more money from that, because what we've been seeing for the last 2 years, you know, since 2021, is reduction in business, coupled with the fact that now the dollar is on free fall. Kenya shilling is on free fall against the dollar, against the euro. Now we are talking about dollar, we are heading to 140. Euro now we are heading to 150. Pound we are heading to 180. Some of us who depend on raw materials from outside, it's becoming quite difficult. And if you look now at other costs now, we've been added another 1.5 tax. You know, we've been paying for even NHIF. These things have not been working. Sometimes they're even forced to take care of issues of employees. You're also paying for pay. You know, it's a myriad of things that are happening. And I don't think this was the right time to increase taxes. Because I do believe there were other ways of trying to save so that we can reduce our expenditure. Shooting the current budget from the previous figure to about 4.5. I mean, why don't we go back to zero rating? Why don't we redo the budget afresh instead of doing it and increasing it and all that? Do we really need 4.5 to run this government? Do we have other ways where we can reduce cost? This country is known, and we have known for years, the biggest problem with this country is corruption, graft, and theft of public resources money. Number two, we have too much of a bloated government. And I do feel instead of the current regime trying to raise taxes, we should have tried to work on waste. Waste one. And you've had even their economic advisor talking about waste in government. And also we fight graft, and we fight graft because it is known that most of the projects that run in this country, most of the programs that we run in this country, it is known that more than 30% money goes to individuals' pocket, and we should rethink as a country. These county governments, do we need those so big county governments? Can we reduce them? You know, some of these services, they are replicated. Come to health. You know, it's a devolved function. Agriculture is a devolved function. So should we duplicate those functions? How much money are we giving the Minister of Agriculture vis-a-vis the money we are giving to the county government?
So maybe according to you, the budget is not fair to Kenyans?
It is not logical, not even fair. I don't think it's logical. I think there are better ways of reducing the budget other than increasing the budget. Yeah. You know, I worked with the government for 14 years, and I went through the budgetary process. And in most cases, when these budgets are being done, it's like, dreaming big. I think this is a time that we should not dream big. We should a little bit dream small. Again, and I have a problem. You know, like when you talk about the economy and you talk about the bottom up, really, are we doing the right thing? When we dealt a blow to things like Kazi Mtaani, did we really help the economy, or are we killing the economy? When if we stop the infrastructural projects, are we helping the economy? Are we killing the economy? You know, it's very easy, and I've been calculating it very easily. You know, here, when you were here last time, you found about 58 workers. Now you can see there are about 7. Not that I want to reduce business. It's the way business is. And, you know, I rely on the matatu industry. And the matatu industry, it also relies on the people. They move on a daily basis. So I want to look at one example of where this government has really lost it, what you call the Kazi Mtaani. Because these young people, or those people used to do Kazi Mtaani, every 2 weeks they used to be paid about 5,500. You see here, I'm surrounded by low-income areas, and Nyeri generally is not as high-income area as people think. So when these people get about 5,500 every 2 weeks, what do? They're in Kiawara, they're in Majengo, they're in the villages. What do? They go to the shops, they buy. They go to Shushainas, they go to boutiques. Money from the ground starts coming from the ground. It goes up. People have disposable income. They can move around. When they move around, my matatu people become very busy. They move up and down. When they move up and down, every year they bring me money here. So when there is no money at Mashinani level, definitely the economy is not going to grow. Look at construction sector, and I'll give you an example. This company of Wamayu, it's called what? The construction company, this big one in Nyeri, Robben Abadea. You know, we were seeing on average it employs about 2,000 people in a day for the projects it was doing in Nyeri. And you know, those people, on average, they were being paid about 600. So per day. So one person in a week is paid at times 6, is paid 3,600 times 2,000. You can imagine those kind of millions, because the construction sector was going on, and they get those hands from the rural villages. So you can imagine a place now like Mudinga, maybe there are about 500 young men, because he was constructing that low road. And women, those young men and women, those 500, they are getting an average of 4, including food, is about 4,000 shillings in a week. So if you multiply by the 500, you can see the amount of thousands that were pumped into that shopping center every week. So the economy was to grow. Now these things have been pulled out. So there is no money Mashinani. So what do you want to tax? Who are you going to tax? Where are you going to get this money to get taxed? Lastly, and I think this should be very controversial, what drives a country is the rich. It is the rich that drives a country. I have employed people here because I'm rich. If I was poor, I would not be employing people. I would be an employee. During our last campaigns and even now, we still have this vendetta against the rich, what you people politically you call the dynasties. And I think it's high time the people in leadership now stopped their bravado and sat down with the rich in this country. I'll give you an example. The government tried to raise treasury bills of 20 billion. It could only raise 3.7 billion. Who buys these treasury bills and the bonds? It is the rich. You try syndicated loan from outside. Who advises those outsiders on those syndicated bonds? It is the rich. Now this regime has been fighting the rich from the time they started campaign. Even now they are still fighting the rich. They think by overtaxing the rich you will help the poor. No. You will not, because the rich are the employers. The rich are the drivers of the economy. we look at the construction center, how many of our contractors have not been paid? Most of them are firing people. So I think this government has a lot of wrong priorities when it comes to policies and governance. And I think we can help this country if we rethink our political strategy, we rethink our policies, and we rethink our leadership.
Thank you very much, Julians. That was Amboko, a business person here in Nyeri County, and we'll be closing over to the other side of Nyeri to speak to more residents. Back to you.
Right, Margaret Kimathi coming to us from Nyeri there, and the business person there expressing grave concerns around the state of the operating environment for businesses, indicating that they can barely sustain their wage bill. How will the budget take care of their interests? And he said politicians need to climb down and speak to the rich in this country. Interesting perspective there. We now cross over to Zacchaeus Mwasame to give us the latest from the western belt of this country. Zacchaeus, over to you.
Thank you, Julians. We are in Kakamega here in the heart of Western Kenya. This is indeed an expectant day for Kenyans as they await the reading of this year's budget by the Treasury Cabinet Secretary. But residents here also have the fair share of their sentiments in regard to this matter. And I'll just be joined quickly by some of the... This is Songa Karibu Mama. Tuanza majina yako, useme unafanya kazi gani, na leo ni siku ya kusoma bajeti ya serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ya kwanza. Labda wewe unahisi vipi? Nini unatarajia katika bajeti hiyo?
Kwa majina mimi ni Jeno Msinzi, mkazi hapa Kakamega. Mimi upande wangu bajeti imenifinya kabisa. Sababu mimi ni mwanabiashara mdogo mwenye rais alikuwa na kampeni akituambia sisi wanabiashara wa chini atatuangalia. Mimi nauza njugu hii town. Imagine kwa sasa njugu ni 700 gorogoro. Tulikuwa tunafikiria wanaenda venye ataingia serikali ni mtu mwenye atatupunguzia uchumi, hata njugu tununue 250 tulikuwa tunanunua. Sasa hii maisha imekuwa ngumu, ushuru ndio hiyo ametuwekea, hata kusomesha imekuwa ni shida. Yaani hata nimeshangaa rais wetu, kumbe ilikuwa ni mchezo yenye alikuwa anatuchezea. Mimi nimeumia kabisa, nimeumia.
Labda unahitaji leo bajeti itasoma nini, unatarajia nini kiweza kupunguzwa ndio wewe labda uweze kumudu maisha?
Mimi ningeomba tu venye budget inasomwa leo angepunguza sukari, unga, mchele. Hii mafuta taa hii angepunguza juu kwa vijijini huko kuna wazee bado wanatumia mafuta taa. Imagine kama unaweza pandishia washiere, yani wazee wa Kongo mafuta taa. Hii ametumaliza kweli. Hii miaka 5 yani sijui hata tutakuwa aje. Ni ngumu tu, angependa tupunguzie chakula. Apunguze vitu zenye anajua kweli mwananchi mdogo ule wa chini mwe alikuwa anasema asola anaweza faidika aje. Lakini venye naangalia hii Kenya si ya maasola, ni ya mabwenyenye, alikuwa anatuchezea tu aje.
Asante sana mama, pole kwa hiyo. John, tupate bingwa mwingine. Maybe quickly you'll just say what are your expectations in regards to this year's budget? Like you are in charge of some group of youths. What are your expectations?
Thank you. My name is Owen Msoma. First, I want to appreciate that the budget is being read today. And what I'm expecting is I'm expecting the president or the budget to touch on people's lives. Number one, he should have a good amount of money in health, because that is touching the common mwananchi directly. We're expecting a lot of money towards education, because we've seen even those kids who are on bursaries and other what can I say? They're being sponsored. The money has not been reaching in schools on time. So we expect that education should be touched, and something else is that the counties should be given enough money to run the county affairs. That's what I'm expecting from the budget today, and we hope with the passing of the finance bill yesterday, which common mwananchi like me didn't want, we expect that now that the finance bill has gone through, there will be no excuses as far as the budget is concerned, because the president has been given what he wanted. So we expect a lot in this year's budget, that people's lives should be touched directly.
This region depends extensively on agriculture. What are your feelings in that field, or that perspective?
Yeah, to me, I expect a lot, because like our Mumias sugar here, we are actually our cash crop is sugarcane. So we expect something on Mumias sugar and other sugar industry, other sugar companies. We expect subsidies on agricultural inputs like fertilizers, like jembes and other like tractors, because actually agriculture is the main backbone of this country. So we are expecting a lot from that budget, including irrigation in areas that have no rain. So with that one, if the president or the budget can touch on those three areas, health, education, and agriculture, I'm sure this country will move somewhere.
Thank you. Let me have the last gentleman as we wind up quickly. What are your expectations in today's budget, Freddie?
Actually, what I'm expecting that I want to see what allocation has been given to county government, because when I talk of county government, it is now the government that attaches directly to common mwananchi. So I expect that in today's budget there should be a good allocation on county government. And after the county government has been allocated those amounts, they should be receiving them timely for quick and effectively service delivery to our common mwananchi.
You run a small kinyozi in town here, and as you know, that is the language that you people used to listen to the president when he was campaigning. Yeah. Maybe what specifically do you expect that touches your business for that matter?
Actually, I expect that in today's budget they should lower the tariff on electricity, because when electricity is highly taxed, it means that it affects us directly, because we shall be charging more and making less profit. So I expect in today's budget they should reduce tariffs of on electricity, so that as small business people we should make a good profit out of it, that we can improve on our daily life.
What is the one word that if you met President Ruto today, you'll have for him? One word.
Actually, I will tell him he should lower VAT on basic commodities, because they touch the common man directly or indirectly. Because when he touches VAT, it means the life of the common mwananchi is actually in shit.
Thank you so much. Thank you for talking to us. Those are some of the sentiments, Julians of Kakamega residents. We will have this and more later on as the day goes by. But for now, I have no other extra word to add. Back to you in studio.
Right, many thanks, Margaret Kimathi and Zacchaeus Mwasame, for those links. A lot of concern there coming from the public. I should clarify that the finance bill has not passed. What happened yesterday is that we had the report being passed on the floor of the House. Let's now listen in to Okusa joining us from Kisumu. Okusa.
Well, we are here at Chiga, that is in Muhoroni, where I'm been joined by a couple of sugarcane farmers here just to share their fears or expectations as far as this year's budget is concerned. Let me just bring in this gentleman here. We'll start by introducing yourself, Mark.
My name is Richard Uchingo Gendo. I'm the Secretary General of Kenya Sugarcane Growers Association.
Yes.
We are very apprehensive as sugarcane farmers because of two issues. One, the proposed budget is not addressing productivity at the farm level. Why am I saying this? We fear that the cost of fertilizer is going to go up, the cost of herbicides is going to go up, and it is, of course, a no-brainer that when you increase the cost of fuel, the cost of making your fields also goes up. So that is our general fear, and we feel that the legislators should have done a better job at interrogating it. Yeah, and that's our main feeling as a farming community, that so long as it doesn't address productivity, then our livelihoods and our take-home, because all that is going to be deducted at the end of our production process, our take-home, what we are taking home, which is already too little, is going to be absolutely nothing. We can hardly afford 1 meal a day. So with this kind of budget, I have no idea what they're smoking at Treasury.
All right.
Yes.
Well, let's hear from the lady. Mama, karibia tu hapo kidogo. Sawa.
Kwa jina naitwa Mary Akinyombeng. Jina ndio watu wamejua sana Nyasumbi. Naona kama maisha ni ngumu, nibadilishe maisha kidogo ni kwa mzuri. Sababu maisha yamekuwa ngumu, nusinda watu hata sahihi wetu mtu hawezi weka kwa ugali kwa mesa. Saudi budget iko juu sana. Ile pesa imeingia naingia kidogo, na ile imetoka natoka nyingi sana. Sasa nipungisie maisha kidogo.
So let's hear from this gentleman here, just where you're standing, sir. Your name,
my name is Leonard Olwachajala, a farmer, sugarcane, and also a transporter.
My concern is the cost is already high, and with the increase in petrol, almost products that are supposed to follow up in sugar production will equally follow immediately. And that will affect, because all the costs will have to be passed on down to the grower, and that will now diminish or reduce the cost of living so much such that people may not be able to even survive. And even the close of the factory may soon follow, and that will render several people jobless, and that will now increase more poverty in the region. And we ask our MP and the legislators to do something so that at least this budget is looked at fresh, so that we start from a common view. Thank you.
Finally. Okay. My name is Michael Ngeso. I'm Secretary Togo. At the same time, I'm a farmer. To me, this bill, I don't propose it in the fact that if you check at the way they have increased the rate of fertilizer. So the fertilizer is the input which we use in our farms. So if they increase the rate of fertilizer and the fuel cost, so this one will inflate everything. In fact, even the normal weeding and the normal maintenance and the normal herbicides which we are using in our farms will rise due to being that they are big transport. I may appeal to them that if they can review this bill afresh, and after reviewing the bill afresh, they can take it back and some components of it can be withdrawn. So my message to my Honorable Onyango Koyo is that they are the ones who will go and pass the bill. So my appeal is they don't pass the bill. I don't support it.
All right. Well, those are just some of the cries of sugarcane farmers here in Muhoroni, and of course you've had quite a number of views and issues arising from issues to do with the fertilizer costs and of course general transport, of course petroleum products there. Of course farmers here are very concerned about what will be the outcome of today's budget as when it will finally be read. And of course we'll be here to just monitor whether their expectations or their fears have been addressed by that particular budget at the end of the day. Back to the studio.
Right, many thanks, Okukusa. They are coming to us from Kisumu and expressing concerns from the residents there. And one issue which has stood out across all the live links we have received is the issue of VAT on fuel at 16%. Let me start with you, Robert. 2 days ago, the chairperson of the Finance and Planning Committee, that is Honorable Kimani Kuria, tabled a case why this had to be retained, that we have multiple rates on VAT, and it is creating loopholes for manipulation as far as the input-output VAT is concerned. Did you buy that argument?
Well, it's an expensive argument, Julians, and my personal view is that I think there's a bigger story behind it as to why they want to retain the 16% VAT, not the least of which removing it or retaining it at 8% would have created a 52 billion shilling gap in financing gap. However, I think the bigger issue here is that there are certain conditions from a financing perspective that we as a country need to comply with, and one of those conditions is that you need to review the VAT status on fuel. And so I think that as a country we really didn't have much choice. We needed to increase it to 16%. As to the issue of multiple rates, we've always had multiple rates. If you look at some countries like the UK, for example, they've got 5 or so rates, you know, basic commodities, and you've had people talking about, can you look at the VAT on basic commodities? And because the rationale there is you want to try and cushion a certain section of the population from very, very high or costly products, basic commodities. So there's no problem having multiple rates. And in fact, if you look at our law, I think it's section 5(6) of the VAT Act, it actually does give the CS the power to vary a rate. You know, it could be varied up to 25%, which suggests again that we could have multiple rates. So my view is that we really were in a hard place, but and therefore we needed to put in the 16% VAT on fuel, notwithstanding the massive impact that it's going to have. And let's not lie, it's going to have a massive impact in terms of the cost of doing business, the cost of food, the cost of transport, the cost of everything essentially. So I think really that's the big issue for VAT.
And coming to you, James, in the debate in the floor of the House, one of the issues which a legislator, pro-government, I should say, raised is that let's not even try and complain about VAT on fuel at 16%. We have our peers across the region who are at 18%.
Yeah, I'm not a proponent for such comparisons because if you look at the peers and the economic circumstances they're in are very different from the Kenyan environment. And I'm also not a proponent for very academic, for very academic analysis. And you can see the sentiments that each and every person is giving is a consideration that the government needs to put and factor in. And like Robert has said, the ripple effect of VAT on fuel has an impact on anything up and including whatever they're planning to do with regards to housing, because cost of construction will go up. A majority of these houses will be put up, and fuel will be a major input in the process, the issue of transportation. If I may just digress a bit on the issue of VAT and the impacts it has, I think one of the concerns was the issue of the cost of sugar. Now, there's a proposal to introduce excise duty on sugar at the rate of basically at 5 shillings per kg. Already, sugar on the shelves is going for more than 400 shillings, almost up to 500
for the
shillings
2 kg
for
bag.
2 kg bag.
Yeah.
Now, you can automatically see what that will happen. And you see now, if you link it to the concerns that have been raised by one of the sugarcane farmers, the issue of agricultural inputs, going to fertilizers and basically the agricultural pest control products. The proposal in the finance bill is to exempt this from VAT. We already know what, and we've had a lot of discussions on what exemption means.
Yes,
the cost of that will go up. But then the question I ask, there was a very good discussion on subsidized fertilizer. What happened to it? That's number one. A couple of years back, there was a huge budgetary allocation to the fertilizer manufacturing plant. Now, are we looking at a situation where the government really is all much talk and no action? Are they really interested and invested in spurring the agricultural sector? Kenya is an agricultural economy, and you'll actually notice every time there is a bumper harvest, the Kenyan economy is actually cushioned, and the rate of inflation goes down. So I think there's a problem here. Forget about comparing with other jurisdictions, because that comes up. Another good analysis on the price of petroleum products. You'll always be told that the neighboring countries and even in the developed countries, they're paying more for fuel than we are. But you see, we have to deal with the realities on the ground. And if you relate the escalation in prices because of increase in taxes, primarily VAT and any other indirect taxes like excise duty, it still circles back to the concern that Kenyans are raising. It's okay, increase the taxes, but we don't have the disposable income to actually even spend. Remember, indirect taxes in VAT and excise duty are on consumption. Now, if I don't have the money to spend, how is the government going to realize what they are targeting in terms of these increased taxes? And you see, the reality is this, and I had a very funny and interesting conversation with a friend. So the help who comes to her house to clean and do the laundry has actually opted to give her employer an option. Actually, don't give me the 500 shillings I normally get when I come every week. In return, I want 5 packets of unga. Because you see, with the 500 she gets, if she goes to the shop, it actually she gets, before she could get like the 5 packets, but now she can barely get 2 packets. And you see, that only speaks to one fact. It is okay to increase the consumption taxes, the indirect taxes, VAT, excise duty, etc. But if there is a shortfall in terms of how much people have to spend, then there is an issue. The issue of the 35%, for example, on the high income earners. If you look at the amount of incomes these high income earners earn, you'll find that there are some people, because of that increase, will have less amounts to spend, to the tune of 50,000, 100,000 shillings. Now, it might sound to be how they spend their money to be in a luxurious manner compared to some of the sentiments that we're hearing.
Yeah.
But see, the facts are facts. This person who has that hit of 50,000 or 100,000 shillings, remember this money he spends in an entertainment joint. Now, he's forced to scale down on how much he even spends, in as much as we might argue these are luxurious items.
Yes.
What happens to the employees and to the establishment where they actually go and spend the money if they cannot spend it?
Yeah.
So you can actually see the ripple effect is far much more than what the government is looking at. In terms of coming up with concrete numbers of the impact, it's very difficult, but you see that is the reality. And that is what the government will actually realize with some of these proposals as they proceed.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, and let me bring in Churchill at this point. Look, to be fair to the government, we don't really have rosy options on the table. You are, technically speaking, maxed out on a debt perspective. Global markets are shut. Where do we expect these revenues will come from, Churchill?
Yeah, so the government finds itself in a difficult position, undoubtedly. And obviously within the context of the IMF program, one of the conditions or one of the objectives is now towards fiscal consolidation, but not biased towards reducing spending, but majorly biased towards revenue raising. And now that speaks to all the proposals that we've had. So what we have seen is a reduction or removal of the subsidies, and now the standardization of the VAT to 16%.
Yes.
And I think also this, if I may speak on this particular issue, it speaks on two things. We have the national tax policy that was tabled in Parliament late April, and looking at also the 2022 tax expenditure report, which basically was looking at the foregone revenue in the calendar year 2021. So on the national tax policy, it now brought this issue that there are a number of multiple VAT rates, 8%, 16%, so there'll be one standard VAT rate. But if you look at the tax expenditure report, which looks at the foregone revenue on import VAT on fuel taxes, I think that number in the calendar year 2021 was around 28 billion, which was foregone. So it's like now with the return or putting the VAT on fuel at 16% is a way that the government is trying to at least ensure that it is able to capture that revenue. But as James also alluded earlier on, there's that demand elasticity or inelasticity thereof here. So if you have fuel because of the proposed increase from 8% to 16%, and then you have fuel going up to above 200 shillings, probably the demand for that particular product may come down. And I saw somewhere that the Retail Petroleum Association of Kenya, they were saying that they've actually seen a reduction in consumption, even looking at the removal of the subsidies to some of the products. So that also speaks that yes, the government is trying to raise revenue, but at the same time it's clipping demand on some of the measures that they're trying to do. So bottom line, government is catch-22 situation, is trying to raise revenue, and where we are right now, I think by all signals will miss the tax revenue target by around 100 billion in the current financial year. We are looking at the next financial year, this increase of revenue. So if you remove the 211 billion, which has been proposed from the finance bill, assuming if it sails as it is, and then there's that additional 168 billion, which premises on growth in the economy. But looking at where we are right now, looking at the sentiments from people, consumption might go down, which will have a hit on VAT taxes, excise duty, and even import taxes. Salaries are not going up, wages are not going higher, in as much as the government is trying to bring some new workers on board. I think 5,000 teachers, there's 44,000 community health workers, but their salaries in the public sector, I mean, it's not, may not be that competitive, at least to be able to boost the income tax, particularly the individual tax. So it's a catch-22 situation that the government is finding itself in.
Churchill, in his scenario analysis, says we might miss our tax revenue target by about 100 billion shillings. That's about 3 weeks of tax collection, given the average monthly collections. I keep telling him that a performance rate of anything above 90% is an A in any exam. Come on, we can be a little easy on KRA. Robert, don't you think?
No, I mean, the truth of the matter is that there's a tremendous effort that has been put in by the commissioner and her team. Absolutely. And the problem here, Julians, is that even if you get an A of 99, remember this is money that you're going to spend. So if you don't have it, what are you going to spend? Yeah, it's a fantastic performance, no doubt. But government requires you to get an A plus, you know, 1%, and that really is a challenge.
James, what do you take?
We will see an increase in a lot of KRA audits. Forget about the normal compliance, which will always receive. Taxpayers will always receive a call, and some of the funny calls that have been coming in is because we are nearing the tax filing period.
Yes.
Why is it that last year you paid a bonus and you paid PAYE, so how much bonus are you going to pay? So from a compliance level, there are already those efforts. As and when the tax filing deadlines reach, the KRA officers will actually call and say, when should we expect the payment? So that's more from the normal, ordinary statutory compliance. Yeah. But then I think we will see a lot of increase in a lot of KRA audits and inquiries. These are happening to a large extent. And you see, it's a welcome move that they're proposing to do away with the 20% deposit.
Yes. Because
then you also don't want a situation where there are a lot of frivolous
petitions,
frivolous assessments.
Yeah.
Then there's this deposit that has to be put down. But I think that only speaks to the fact that the emphasis by KRA to make sure that audits are conducted efficiently and net in as much as they can, that will happen. But obviously the bigger picture for the government is how do they get a hold of anyone who is not in the tax system.
James, I noticed that you have categorically stated frivolous assessments, not appeals. Government always argues the converse that, I mean, we have 1.5 trillion shillings locked in these disputes, and the bulk of them are just frivolous petitions.
Very true. And you see, the fact of the matter is this. You find certain assessments, I don't even know how to put it. And it's not that taxpayers don't have the willingness to resolve matters. But you see also the way some of these assessments are presented, the management actually says, let us just fight on everything. but not maybe to put or paint the KRA in a bad light. I can actually say, and Robert can attest, KRA has actually been very accommodative over the last couple of years. The relationships that KRA has built with taxpayers are commendable. The automation of systems has actually gone a long way. I remember back in the day we used to queue at Times Tower to do a simple thing as filing a VAT return or a pay-as-you-earn return, and you have to attach the payment slip from National Bank. So you can actually see strides have been made, and if KRA and the government can leverage on systems, you've actually seen the successful piloting of the excise duty platform for the betting companies. Yes, I just saw the other day almost 84 additional betting companies have been onboarded. Obviously that has an impact.
Yes.
Because then there is realization of the tax that's been collected. So yes, I believe the KRA has systems to be able to mobilize and mop up that audit trail in terms of trends of taxpayers. You can actually notice if there's a player in a particular industry that is showing forth of expected returns, KRA actually reaches out and tries to find out why are you sort of an outlier.
Yes,
if you look at your peers, they're playing at this level, you're at this level. So there are a lot of analytical tools that the KRA can actually use just to understand the general trends. But then I will keep insisting, provided the database of registered taxpayers does not increase, there will always be the shortfall that Churchill is talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Robert, very quickly before we take a break, frivolous assessments, frivolous petitions, or both?
Well, I think it could be both ways, like James says. But the fundamental issue here is how do we unlock these revenues at the fastest rate possible? And that's why ADR, Alternative Dispute Resolution, comes in handy. And for me, this was going to be a big issue because we've seen examples of other countries like Tanzania. I know James said we should not compare, but other countries like Tanzania, the issue, what you would call outsized or outlandish assessments, simply because they know that you're going to pay a portion before you can appeal. So for me, that's a very good one. But like James says, and this is an important point, Julians, KRA is investing in what they're calling the next generation tax revenue administration management system, TRAMS. And the idea here is that they will have such a vast amount of data about you as a taxpayer, Julians, that they will be pre-populating your return for you, and you just say, yes, that is correct. So that's where Revenue Authority is going. So what James is talking about is really something that's live, and very shortly we should be seeing some of these things coming through, which will mean a boost in terms of maximizing the revenue potential that is out there.
Churchill, there's a lot of discussion online about the sentiments which have emerged there around the cost of living, and people are asking, can the economists on set tell us what the outlook is like from an inflation standpoint?
Well, so let me try and unpack that question, because there's the issue about inflation, which is the average price movement in a particular basket, and then there's the cost of living, which now touches on individuals' pockets differently. So obviously right now 8% inflation for the month of May, but if I may take a deep dive of that, remember that sugar went up by 66% on a year-on-year basis.
Yeah.
But if you look at the component of sugar within that CPI basket is 1.4%. So 1.4% on 66%, it gives us 0.7 percentage point. So out of that 8%, 0.7% was on one commodity, which is sugar. The other issue that people spoke about was on electricity tariffs. There are two, the monthly aggregation from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics gives the consumption, I think people under 50 kilowatts per hour, and then people of 100 kilowatts per hour, something like that. But the average of that for the month of May was around 55%. And if you look at the CPI basket, that is around 1.3%. So also, if you look at that 8%, 0.7% contribution from sugar, another 0.7% from electricity. So these two components drove inflation, this 8% marginally, because you're looking at a combined 1.4 percentage point of the 8% from two components. So basically, sugar is still on the rise. Comments that James brought earlier on, that there's a proposed 5% increase on sugar component. We might see sugar prices remain elevated, and it might have a negative impact on inflation, the print. Obviously, for electricity, those frequent reviews by the regulator. Yeah. I think this was the third one. The previous one was 2018 thereabout. So the assessment was that right now, Kenya Power, the revenue is around 131 billion. So there's been proposed with the increase in revenue, they might get 171 billion in the current financial year, another 184 billion in the next financial year. So basically, there's a uptick in revenue to Kenya Power based on the newer electricity tariffs. Yeah. So, and that speaks to the fact that one of the things I saw in my assessment as I was looking at it is that Kenya Power has a staggering 84 billion domestic arrears. Yeah. Okay, people call it pending bills, but ideally the right name is domestic arrears to Ketraco, IPPs, and I think also Kengen. As well. So yes, at least you can understand where EPRA is coming from to ensure that this increase in electricity tariffs to back the revenue potential by Kenya Power, and also it might be able to meet some of offset these pending bills. But definitely these measures by the government is having a ripple effect on cost of living. So now let's forget about the inflation. Now look at the cost of living. If the CPI basket is telling us that for every 100 shillings that you receive in income, just 1.3 shillings you spend on electricity, and you go out there and tell people that this is what you do, obviously people will look at you as a madman, or you just drop down from Mars, because that is not what is on the ground. So you find that the level of expenditure towards food, in as much as the basket is telling us is 33%, for the low income people, we find that that component might be slightly higher, could even be 50%, 60%, depending on the average or the level of income a person is earning. So we find that this cost of living is touching people differently. More so for the low income earners, because they have a high component of the expenditure to food, and because of the fact that some of these food components have been on a rise, and we expect that with the proposed 16% on VAT, which will have a ripple effect on transport, it will have a ripple effect on food prices, so it will impact the person low income at the low income end the hardest. So my outlook on the cost of living is somewhat dull to the low income earners. At least the high income earners, the middle income earners can be able to offset themselves, but still on the high income earners, based on some of the proposed tax measures, looking at the housing levy, proposed NSSF, proposed NHIF, the disposable income even to the high income earners might be lower than before these proposals are put into place.
Okay. And that point by Churchill on inflation and the cost of living takes us to a quick break. I should mention again, when he talks about CPI, that's Consumer Price Index. It's basically what tracks the amount that we are spending as far as the basket of goods which is used to compute the inflation is concerned. Stay tuned. We'll be back with a lot more on this conversation.
What made you decide to become a doctor?
It's because my father needed one. And you, what do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be happy like you.
Life insured is love assured.
Blueband peanut butter, made with 100% pure peanuts and a good source of omega-6. Grow healthy and happy kids with Blueband peanut butter. Available in 200 grams, 400 grams, and 800 grams. Buy a pack today.
Ready to showcase your football talent? The wait is over. Safaricom Chapa Dimba is back. Bigger, bolder, and better. Safaricom is on the hunt for the next big footballing sensation. Register your team. Visit chapadimba.safaricom.co.ke and you too can be the next football star. Cheza kama wewe.
Africa Energy Forum's 25th anniversary is in mainland Africa for the first time. It will be held from 20th to 23rd June in Nairobi with the official endorsement of Honorable Cabinet Secretary Davis Chirchir, Ministry of Energy and Petroleum. Find out more at www.africaenergyforum.com.
For sunrise to sunset guys like Alex, we've got your back with extended banking hours.
Blueband peanut butter, made with 100% pure peanuts and a good source of omega-6. Grow healthy and happy kids with Blueband peanut butter. Available in 200 grams, 400 grams, and 800 grams. Buy a pack today.
I'm going back to the Dobrovolskis, that's it. I've come here to visit and worn out my welcome.
Have you been crying? I see. You've decided to go to a clinic in Israel so no one gets in your way, am I right? You're getting pregnant there, are you? I wonder who the father would be.
That's none of your business.
Actually, it is. Give me that thing! Oh, God! What? How come? How could maternity belt? This is no maternity belt.
So long. We're still waiting.
She was wearing this. She said it was a maternity belt. Do you know what this is? Do you realize? Huh? Take it.
Yes, I was pregnant, but I had suffered a miscarriage.
Mother, Valeria, call an ambulance now. Sana, water.
2 out of 3 Kenyan parents felt that they don't spend enough quality time with their kids. You can help change this by giving a generous voice to Storytime. Visit our library of homegrown audio stories at cadbury.africa and make Storytime sweeter.
Going into the Champions League final, there were surely doubts and queries about Manchester City lifting the one trophy it desired and had yet to win. There was no doubt about City's ability, only whether it would finally get the job done. Consider that doubt erased, as Manchester City is now the champion of Europe.
New Sensodyne Repair and Protect with Deep Repair. It's a huge game changer for me. The science is there. It's going to improve the quality of my life in a big way. The new Sensodyne Repair and Protect with Deep Repair.
Aya, aya, wewe!
His Excellency. Alafu utasikia some Kenyans complaining that for the past 10 months they have not seen President Ruto performing.
And you also please confirm again, for the sake of depression, 50 by 100 in Kamulu, you have achieved nothing.
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Blueband peanut butter, made with 100% pure peanuts and a good source of omega-6. Grow healthy and happy kids with Blueband peanut butter. Available in 200 grams, 400 grams, and 800 grams. Buy a pack today.
Welcome back to this conversation, Unpacking Budget 2023-24. We are giving you the most comprehensive, most authoritative wall-to-wall coverage of this year's budget, which happens to be Kwanza's first budget, 3.6 trillion shillings worth of expenditure. And we are live across all locations, the National Assembly, the National Treasury, across the counties. We are just following on the developments. You can see on your screen there, National Assembly, not much activity as of now, but I can assure you once it hits about 1 p.m., it will be a buzz with activity. Right now, the focus is on the National Treasury, where, of course, we have the Treasury Cabinet Secretary, that is Professor Njuguna Ndung'u, and his colleagues there, including PS Chris Kipto, just doing their final touches before they scale down the 14th floor to come and give their brief and make their way to the National Assembly. On set here, I have my panelists, and we are discussing various issues. Of course, the budget has two sides. There's the revenue mobilization side and the expenditure side. One of the proposals which has come from the Finance and Planning Committee is on the subject of betting. Actually, there are two proposals there. So let's start with one. There was a contentious issue around the proposal on reclassification of what actually constitutes winnings in the betting space. And Robert, when you read the fact that the Finance and Planning Committee has said, fine, we cede ground, we shall not be slapping tax on the entire amount, what do you think about it?
For me, Julians...
or maybe just begin by contextualizing what was proposed in the finance bill, what is now the proposal.
Okay, that's a good point. So let's start with the current position. The current position is that if I am a punter, I place a bet of say 1,000 shillings and I win 200 shillings. I get paid out 1,200. The current position is that what is subject to tax, the winning that is subject to tax is the 200 shillings,
yes.
right? And remember the withholding tax on winnings is 20%. So, 40 shillings. So that's the current position. The proposal was, can we consider the 1,200 to be the winning? So that whatever you bet on, whatever you get paid is what you've won in total, so that we tax you on the 1,200.
What was the rationale there, Robert? Sometimes I struggle with some of these proposals.
Well, I really don't know myself what the rationale was, but clearly it was to expand the revenue take. Now, if you tax 1,200 shillings at 20%, that is 240 shillings. So out of your 1,200 that you'd have been paid, they deduct 240, you get paid 960.
Yes.
So where on earth would I even want to engage in this thing? I put in 1,000 and then I get 960. It doesn't make any commercial sense.
Yeah.
Plus, no other business is taxed on its capital, because that 1,000 shillings is essentially your capital. Yeah? And so that is why the betting sector was arguing that this thing doesn't make sense, because let us look at what exactly a punter is winning. In addition, in 2019, the High Court actually had a chance to consider that issue of what is a winning. Yes. And the High Court said, listen, logically, it is what you get over and above what you had put in the first instance. The 200 shillings in our example. And so the High Court has ruled that 200 shillings is the winning, what you get over and above that. And so for me, the fact that the report says that they have considered on that issue is very good news to that sector, because otherwise you are just looking at the death of that sector from an operational perspective. And one of the good things about this report, the committee was very clear about if we introduce this kind of tax, people are going to bet online, and offshore. What happens when people bet offshore? It just means that KRA or government will lose even the little that it's collecting. So to me, that was a very pragmatic position taken by the committee, and I think it resonates with the national tax policy around reasonableness of tax policy.
All right. Now, some stakeholders in that space have reached out to me and said, look, we find the proposals from the committee being discriminatory. On the one hand, the committee is sitting ground on this issue of real-time collections of withholding and excise tax from 24 hours to a window of 5 days. Why is it that for the betting sector, it is being retained at 24 hours? James?
Yeah, thank you, Julians. And before I answer that question, I think each and every budget cycle, if there is a sector that has bore the brunt, it's been the betting and gaming sector. And I think this is always informed by the tricky balance between what they always refer to be the moral issues associated with betting, and on the other hand, their need to collect a lot of taxes from the sector. Now, what many people might not know is that that sector actually pays a lot of tax.
Yes.
There's a myriad of taxes, even through the BCLB, the Betting Control and Licensing Board. So there are a lot of taxes that the sector pays. Now, to address the issue of the real-time remittance of withholding tax, as well as excise duties, I would say it is not discriminatory to the betting sector, because like I indicated earlier, there was already a system that was successfully piloted for all the betting companies, and all betting companies have been onboarded.
Yes.
And just to build on what Robert has explained as to the mechanism of how the withholding taxes and the excise duty and betting tax is collected, is actually at the point when there is a payout.
Yes.
So at that particular point, and remember, the custodian of the money to pay out is always the betting company.
Yeah.
So they have the advantage of making sure that that money is remitted, because there's already an enabling platform that has successfully been piloted and is working. So I don't see the discrimination, particularly for the betting companies.
Okay.
The issue might be for the other sectors. Now, number one, the Commission actually has powers on this issue of remitting the excise duty within 24 hours to make this applicable to any other sector. And we're looking at everyone, financial institutions, guys dealing with cosmetics, alcoholic beverage, and any other excisable goods and services. So there is that discretion. But then, as the government come up with similar systems, because some of these sectors will be very difficult to do that remittance, because they are dependent on they're dependent on end users actually spending the money for that excise duty to be accounted for in the first place. So there's that real challenge the government will face. Then the issue of the real-time remittance of the taxes, there's a proposal now to stagger it. Obviously setting aside the issue of betting, where they already have a platform and that can happen, basically to move it from 24 hours to 5 days, and basically also aligned to, with the issue of remittance of withholding VAT. Now, if we put that proposal aside and look at the current provisions, now when it comes to VAT, withholding VAT and excise
James,
duty,
let me just hold you there and we listen to the Treasury PS. I understand he's speaking at the Treasury building to give us the latest around the progress towards the budget. Treasury PS, that is Dr. Chris Kiptoo. I made to understand he is addressing members of the Fourth Estate at the National Treasury. Let's just listen in to what is being said there.
What we have been able to do.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. You're also taking over from in a country that is going through a lot of...
Yes, it's tough because it's just like the rest of the world. I don't think there is any country that is insulated from the shocks that we have had. Multiple shocks. For us, external shocks. For instance, we had COVID-19, which came in unexpected but had devastating impact. And our economy, the economic growth, we really went down. And so the following year, 2021, we had a rebound. That's why you see our numbers showing 7.8% of growth, because the base was low. And then, of course, last year, 2022, we've seen a 5% growth. And even now, we're still in that direction. But the truth is, we have had Ukraine-Russia war, which has affected the supply chain of the commodity. Very important.
Right, and that is Treasury PS, Dr. Chris Kiptoo, giving a press statement to our colleagues at the National Treasury, and he is speaking about the context or environment within which the budget for 2023-24 is being tabled, speaking substantively about the issues of global shocks. And we shall be coming back to that conversation with Churchill Oguru. But before we get there, we were finishing a conversation on withholding on betting with James Mulili here. James, you're making a point before I cut you, sorry.
Yeah, sure. So on the issue of the real-time remittance of withholding taxes, so current provisions require that by the 20th of the subsequent month, you make sure you do whatever the remittance of what you've deducted in withholding tax and withholding VAT. Now, that doesn't mean that the payment is due on the 20th. You have to make it by that day. So there is that leeway. I don't know if to say Kenyans are last-minute people. It always happens that it's towards the end of that deadline is when all the payments made to be made. But I wouldn't really say that Kenyans are last minute. It's all about cash flow.
Okay.
Because businesses have to plan within certain cash flow parameters to know when they have the cash available to actually do the remittance. So what we are basically seeing, it will be a push by basically all taxpayers who have a withholding tax, withholding VAT obligation to make sure that they do the remittance within 5 days. Remember, some of these remittances will always happen before businesses even receive the payments from customers. So it's more of a tricky bit for businesses to make sure that they have the cash flow to make sure that the remittance happens within the 5 days, assuming this sails through.
All right, and let me just mention to our viewers that we are continuously monitoring the National Treasury to see if we can cross there live and pick Dr. Chris Kiptoo if he'll still be making his remark. Before I come to Churchill, let me cross over to Robert. Some have argued that in this requirement of remittance of tax collected within 24 hours, government is only thinking about its cash flow management. What about businesses? How are we expected to manage that?
Yeah, and I think that's a genuine concern, Julians, because you see, the presumption is that when I'm paying you for your services and I withhold, let's say I'm paying you 100,000 and I'm required to withhold 5% tax. The presumption is that when I gave you the 100,000, I also had the 5,000 shillings, which is not necessarily the case. Remember, they are also in business. you don't necessarily pay for everything at the same time.
Sorry, Robert. I'm told we have PS Dr. Chris Kipto back. Let's listen into what he is saying.
April, owing to climate change, we had high precipitation in this region and a lot of water came, our lakes rose. Then what happened? We had devastating impacts on the people. Housing, around Naivasha, if you went there, there's a village there. Even in Nakuru, Lake Baringo was, the many schools were actually covered by floods. And all these impacts. So, and then our animals have died, our wildlife have gone. Then food is becoming is scarce because of the fact that climate change is a reality. In other words, there is scarcity. So what has compounded is we have this high inflation, the cost of living has gone. And many Kenyans are feeling it. Prices of commodities have gone up. So,
and on that note, one of yours, I'm so sorry for cutting you short. I'd like to first, okay, I'd like to know, you just mentioned the cost of living. So, where do you stand with the fact that we're a few minutes or a few hours away from a 3.6 trillion shillings budget statement being read? But at the same time, Kenyans are suffering a high cost of living, and about 60% of the revenue collection goes to settling of debt. So what are your sentiments?
It is, if you look at the theme of this budget, and the minister will be reading, we are talking about bottom-up economic transformation, looking at the theme or the focus of this government, but within the context of the fact that we are facing climate change. And so the budget has been prepared taking into account the current realities, taking into account the priorities of this government, one of them being cost of living, because it is one thing that this government also promised. So we have to do a lot of balancing act, because one thing is, if you look at our expenditure, for every 10 shillings that we collect, 6 shillings goes to pay debt. The next is salaries. The next we have counties that we must pay, which is automatic. And that is why when you add up, the resources we generate are not enough to meet our expenditure needs, which is why we have to run a budget deficit, because we still have to address the cost of living and other priorities that we want. But we have said, even though we have to run a budget deficit, we have to be clear with the fact that it is not sustainable for us to continue running our budgets using large deficits. That is why we have something called fiscal consolidation, where this government has said, going forward, our appetite for debt has to grow down, has to slow down. In other words, let's look for other ways to grow our economy, to finance our needs, but without taking more debt. Because, you know, debt is not just about the current generation. It's about the future generation. And we must be fair to the future generation by not taking too much debt now, and then they struggle in the future. Like I think we are now struggling because of course, the past actions where we have had to take debt. So we have to balance. We are not going to stay without debt, but we are saying we want to move from high fiscal deficit to low fiscal deficit. So in the fiscal framework, which is out in the public, we have come from 8.3% of GDP about 2 years ago, fiscal deficit. When this fiscal year that was passed by Parliament in June last year, the budget deficit was 6.2% of GDP. When this government came in through supplementary, we reduced the deficit from 6.2% of GDP to 5.7% of GDP. We required to borrow only 850 billion instead of the highly high amount. In this budget, which the minister is going to read now, we are going to be settling on 4.4% of GDP. So the amount we have to borrow is 720 billion, coming from 850 to 720. But even as we talk of 720, the law that exists now on debt ceiling says only 10 trillion. And we have taken up to almost 9.5. So we don't even have enough to take up what is in the budget unless Parliament will adjust the law to allow for a higher flexibility. So I just wanted you to understand why there is this conversation now around looking at taxes. Because we have to look at revenue. We can't borrow, but we have to look at expenditure. Is there room for us to spend in a qualitative way so that we don't grow the expenditures? So we're talking about non-priority expenditures, and the minister will be saying the things that we are going to be doing to address expenditure, to make sure that the expenditure is of quality, and that we do away with non-priority expenditures and all that, while at the same time talking about revenues, increasing revenues. And increasing revenues means we have to look at review income tax and value-added tax, excise tax, and even levies and miscellaneous, what we call levies and miscellaneous fees that we must look at and review and see what we need to do. It's a balancing act. The point is, taxation ought to be equitable. Everybody has a role to contribute in taxation. It has to be equitable. Whether you earn little or more, it must be equitable. I hope you understand. If you earn less, you pay less. If you earn more, you pay more. So this is the debate that I think sometimes me as a technocrat, I see a lot of discussions. Sometimes I feel we miss the point because there's too much misinformation and people don't understand. I think it helps a lot when we understand what we are talking about, so that when we debate, we're talking about facts. So maybe you can ask me more questions.
Yes, but appears you actually touched on a number of issues that I wanted to pick your brain on. Number one is the budget is coming at a time when we expect a global recession. We expect the global economy to grow by about 3%. Have you factored that in? Number two, you talked about fiscal consolidation. So have the previous administrations. And one thing, this has continuously become an issue that we talk about during budget, but when it comes to implementation, nothing happens. Maybe just if you could take us through some of those measures that you have put in place or that you have advised the executive to put in place to ensure that fiscal consolidation actually works. And the last question is on the issue of our debt ceiling. Like you rightfully say, 9.6 trillion. The headroom is about 400 billion thereabout. How hard or how difficult did that make it for you while preparing this budget?
The PFM Act, the Public Financial Management Act, I think Section 36, clearly sets the budget calendar, what we need to do to come up with a budget. So first, before you prepare a budget, you must do your plans. We have Vision 2030, and then we have medium-term plans. Ministries have to have their strategies. But more importantly, we at the National Treasury have to look at the economic outlook. We do projections, and then come up with what we call medium-term expenditure framework. Now, to come up with that, we have to look at domestic economy. We look at international economy. And we see how the economy is performing. My colleague PS is there. Karibu sana PS. So when we are setting up this budget, we have already taken into account the projections. How is the world economy doing? Advanced economies, even within Africa, because we have to see even where we trade, where we have the most impact, and factor in all this in the numbers that we come up with. So if the minister is going to be presenting a budget that has already looked at economic realities, and we have a good team of technocrats here who do a good job in terms of projections. Of course, the issue of implementation has to be a judgment of how we perform. At least us here in the National Treasury, the team that is here, we are saying we will do our best to ensure that we implement. But this is not just about us. It's all of us who have a responsibility.
Yes, there is a question of the limit in terms of the headroom, because again, the argument has been if we move we move away from the nominal figures, the GDP anchor. Treasury has the tools to sort of manipulate those figures and make sure, let's say, the economy grew by X%, that's why our debt is at Y, at Y. So maybe just help us.
You see, the reality is that as we grow, because population of Kenya is increasing, we are not like we were. We were talking of 40 million a decade ago. Now it's 50 million. In another 10 years, it's going to be 60 million. So even the economy is growing. When it grows, it means we can also talk about a GDP, I mean a debt ceiling that becomes, it helps to discipline. Yes, we can say you cannot borrow, so you operate within. But can you see how if we were to operate this budget now on a balanced basis, you can see we raise enough to pay debt, to pay salaries. It means we can't do anything else. So that is why we have some flexibility to take, in a disciplined way, additional debt. Just like every country, by the way, there is no country that doesn't take debt. Very few countries have budget surplus, including even a country like US. The big debate is about debt. So taking debt is not bad. It is a quality of that debt. So my point is, the law that is in place now is limiting us to do any more. That's why we have come up with a new proposal to Parliament to change the law from a nominal ceiling to what we call a debt anchor. Now, debt anchor helps us because it tells us the current capacity of the economy. Instead of just a ceiling where you just keep adjusting 10, 11 trillion, 12 trillion, but it doesn't really have much meaning. When you have, we call it net present value of debt as percent of GDP, it means you forecast in the future and see the capacity of the economy to take debt. It's a bit technical, but it is what we have what we call best practice for every country. We work with the World Bank, IMF, and other bodies that help us to come up with what is technically feasible for us to carry. So what we have proposed to Parliament is 55% of GDP on present value terms, plus or minus 5%. And this we expect Parliament to debate. If it does not agree with that, perhaps Parliament can decide to increase the ceiling. Or if it doesn't, then what happens? We will have to leave with the room that we have, because we can't break the law.
Perhaps how does the National Treasury try to use digital economy to raise revenue to finance this market?
I'm reluctant to answer your question because my minister will say in the speech. It will be useless for me to say it, and then the speech, the minister. No, I think yes, it's an opportunity for us to raise money through digital platforms, but the details will be provided by the minister.
P.S. last question for me is on the issue of a predictable tax policy for the country. Is this going to come out during the budget or?
Which one?
Predictability.
And my colleagues Nina Shaban and Fred Mwitiriri are still camping at the National Treasury with the PS and CS, and there we've had Dr. Chris Kipto speaking to issues largely around the debt position and the proposal in the finance bill, which has been scarcely talked about, the debt anchor at 55% of GDP. Currently we are at 10 trillion, and as the PS was indicating there, we have barely any headroom left because we are at about 9.4 trillion shillings. Let's now cross over to Lofty and Frida. Can you hear us? What's happening where you are?
Bila shaka tunakupata vyema kabisa Amboko, ukiwa studioni na mwenzangu Frida Mwaka hapa, lakini hatuko peke yetu. Tutakuwa tunaingia mida ya saa 6 moja kwa moja katika lugha ya Kiswahili, lakini kwa sasa tunakupa kiduchu tu ya kinachoendelea katika majengo ya bunge. Tayari wabunge wameanza kumiminika na kutiririka mdogo mdogo ili kujiandaa mida ya saa 8. Kumbuka leo kikao ni kimoja peke yake na swala ni moja, hoja ni moja, kuijadili bajeti ya trilioni 3.6 itakaposomwa na Waziri Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u je, itakuwa inaakisi masuala yapi? Tathmini yake itakuwa namna gani? Na wanaojiunga nasi kwa sasa ni mbunge Daktari James Nyikal ambaye ni mbunge wa Seme, ni wa chama cha ODM. Lakini vile vile pia tuko na Duncan Madhenge ambaye ni mbunge wa wapi?
Mbunge Nyeri mjini.
Nyeri mjini. Karibuni sana jameni.
Asante sana.
Chama ni cha?
Chama ni cha UDA. Na tayari hapa kuna wimbo ulikuwa ushaanza kutoka mtazamaji. Labda mbunge wetu atuambie jana mlimbo mbo upi?
Wimbo gani huyu? Si unajua wimbo imetokea lakini sijui gani.
Nyimbo
ni nyingi.
Nyimbo ni nyingi.
Ulisema wajumbe?
Wajumbe msilale bado mapambano.
Hii ni baada ya wajumbe 176 kusema ndio kwa mswada wa fedha.
Lakini hiyo jana tulikuwa na stage ya pili ya second reading. Tulikuwa bado tunajadiliana kulingana na hii bill ya finance bill. Na jana ilipita ingawa sisi tulikataa na wale walikubali walikuwa wengi ikapita. Lakini bado tunaenda
kwa kusoma kwa tatu.
Committee of the whole house alafu third reading. Na hapo bado tutajadiliana, tutapinga vile ilivyokuwa. Kwa hiyo hatuwezi kulala.
Na mapambano bado.
Mapambano bado yaendelea.
Mheshimiwa, ukisema kwamba kuna kusoma kwa tatu, kuna kamati ya nyumba nzima, najua kuna vile vipengee ambavyo vitakuwa mnavijadili na kupiga kura kipengee baada ya kipengee. Mtatumia nguvu gani ambazo haziko kwenye idadi ya wabunge waliokuwa bungeni jana kuangusha huu mswada?
Unajua lengo la kujadiliana kwa bunge hasa wakati huu ambapo nyinyi watu wa media mko kwa bunge, si pia ni kupitisha na pia ni kuonyesha wananchi kwa nini wewe unakataa au kwa nini wewe unakubali. Kwa hivyo hata tukifika wakati huo tutakuwa tunaendelea kutoka kipenge kwa kipengee na tutajadilia hii, hatuoni hii ndio sababu. Unajua jana tulikuwa tunajadiliana kwa bili yenyewe. Tukifika
kwa
vipengee sasa ndio tutakuwa tunaingia kwa hiyo report. Report ilikuwa inatuambia hapa ilikuwa namna hii na sisi sasa tunabadilisha iwe hivi. Kwa sababu vile tulikataa jana, kwa hakika tulikataa bill vile ilivyo
yote.
Sasa. Na uzuri tumeona hiyo report na hata wanajaribu kutengeneza lakini inaonekana
wanabambanya.
Inaonekana haijafika. Haijafika pale tutakuwa.
Mwenyewe yuko hapa.
Ukweli wa mambo kwanza.
Ambacho kilikufanya ukasema ndio.
Jana.
Jambo la kwanza ni kwamba katika desturi ya bunge kama mswada ukiletwa katika bunge na mswada uanguke, itakuchukua muda ya miezi 6 ndio uweze kulegesha mswada ule ama ukiwa na marekebisho katika bunge. Na kwa hivyo ile mswada ya finance bill ni ya muhimu sana kwa nchi yoyote, nchi ya Kenya na nchi zozote katika dunia mzima. Na kwa hivyo wakati wa kupitisha huo mswada katika second reading, serikali dunia mzima ni lazima watumie binu zao na ujaja wao wa kupitisha ule mswada. Kwa sababu ujaja ni ya kwanza. Ukiangalia katika namba za wabunge, upande wa serikali ulihimiza wabunge wao wote waje na wawe katika bunge siku ya jana. Upande wa upinzani ukiangalia viti kwa upande wa upinzani karibu nusu hawakuwa.
Kwa hivyo wajilaumu wenyewe.
Ni ujasiri wa serikali na kuhakikisha ya kwamba wabunge waliochaguliwa upande wa serikali bila kujali msimamo wao, hata yule mwenye alisema mimi ninakataa bado alihimizwa na serikali awe katika bunge na kutoa maoni yake.
Mheshimiwa, umetaja vizuri kwamba kuna baadhi ya wabunge ambao walipiga ndivyo sivyo. Kwa mfano Mheshimiwa Gathoni wa Mshomba wa Githunguri, yeye alisema la na ni wa chama cha UDA serikalini. Nyie kama wana Kenya Kwanza mlimchukuliaje Mheshimiwa Gathoni?
Ni haki yake katika bunge. Mimi huja kwanza kuongozwa na dhamira zangu na fikira zangu na msimamo wangu kwa kila swala. Na kwa hivyo katika bunge ni lazima Mheshimiwa Gathoni wa Mshomba siye mbunge wa kwanza katika historia ya bunge wetu kukosa kufuata msimamo wa serikali ama msimamo wa upinzani.
Kwa nakubaliana na ile swala.
Pia kunao walikuwa wanatarajiwa kupiga la na walipiga ndio. Kwa hivyo hilo si jambo geni katika bunge hili la Kenya, hili bunge la 13 wala katika mabunge yoyote mengine duniani.
Naam. Jana ilijitokeza kwamba wabunge wengi ambao wanaegemea mrengo wa UDA mmekuja pale ili kumridhisha Rais William Ruto, na hiyo leo pia dileta kuleta
kuna mbunge mmoja alitamka hilo wakati wa kutoa wasilisho lake.
Na huo ndio uhuru wa bunge, ya kwamba mimi nazungumza fikira zangu na msimamo wangu.
Je, mlikuwa mnamridhisha rais?
Mimi wakati mimi nilikuwa naomba watu eneo la bunge la Nyeri mjini nafasi ya kuja kuwatumikia katika bunge, kuna ahadi nilitoa. Mimi msimamo wangu ulikuwa kwa kuzingatia uwezo wangu wa kutimiza zile ahadi. Mimi binafsi kama mbunge wa Nyeri mjini nilitoa kwa wale walinichagua. Lakini pia niliomba kura nikiwa upande wa chama cha UDA. Katika chama cha UDA tulitembea katika nchi nzima. Tukiwa na vikao tulikuwa tunaita County Economic Forums. Katika hizo vikao kila county tulitoa maoni ya yale mambo tungependa serikali yetu tukishinda itutimizie. Kwa hivyo tuna msimamo. Wananchi walitupa ushindi kwa sababu hiyo agenda yao yenye sisi tulitengeneza baada ya kuwasikiza na ile ahadi tulitoa. Sasa ni wakati wa kutimiza.
Shikilia hapo. Daktari, labda kabla uchachawize, kuna ripoti ambayo ilitolewa jana na mashirika sio kiserikali yalijitokeza kwamba kati ya miswada ama mapendekezo kwa maana memoranda 180 karibia 130 walikuwa wameukataa huu mswada moja kwa moja. Je, unaona kwamba mwananchi alishughulikiwa katika kura zilizopigwa jana ama
nasema jana tuseme kama mimi hata mrengo wetu tulikuwa tunaangalia sana maslahi ya wananchi. Maslahi ya wananchi, na ndivyo tulikataa hii bill. Kwa sababu tukiangalia hii bill hatuoni kama inalingana na mahitaji ya wananchi. Kwa sababu kitu muhimu sana tujue kwa wakati huu tuko na shida sana kwa nchi. Bei ya chakula ni juu. Wananchi hawawezi kupata chakula, wananchi hawawezi hata kupeleka watoto shule, hata pesa hizi za shule hazijafika. Watu wakienda hospitali hawapati madawa. Kwa hivyo watu wako na shida, chakula bei ni juu, bei ya mafuta ni juu. Na sasa tukiona hii bill ya finance inaongeza, kwa sababu ikiongeza bei ya mafuta kila kitu itaenda juu. Hata mara ya kwanza tunaona kwa hii bill wale wanawake wanafanya mechama merry go round sasa watatoshwa usuru kwa ile wanafanya kidogo. Hata vijana wale wanatumia simu na kuchekesha wanapata kitu kidogo.
Kwa hivyo wanasema vichekesho vinalipishwa.
Ingawa watu kwanza wanasema ni watu wa hasla. Bili yenyewe si bili ya hawa.
Nafahamishwa na mwelekezi.
Wakati tumekuwa tukifurahia mama Kayai na Othoro Ng'ombe katika vitimbi, je, tulikuwa tunatarajia?
Mheshimiwa, naambiwa tutarudi kwenu baadaye. Naomba turegeshe studioni Frida ili Julians Amboko amalize na wageni, lakini hawa tuko nao kuanzia saa 6 hadi saa 8. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji usiondoke. Kwa sasa turegeshe wapi?
Tunarudi studioni kwa mwenzetu Julians Amboko. Usukani ni wako.
Naam.
Asante sana, Frida and Lofty. That was quite an illuminating session from the legislators there and debating what turned out on the floor of the House yesterday as far as the second reading of the finance bill is concerned. And let's close up here before we hand it over to them to continue with the conversation. So, gentlemen, one of the legislators has raised a very important point, that why the Azimio faction deems this as almost a do-or-die situation is because if you read the PFM Act, within 6 months after a legislation has taken effect, like the Finance Act 2023, you will have a 6 months window within which you cannot reintroduce any of these elements after it has taken effect. So how do you assess this environment, this scenario, considering the proposals and the contention, something like the housing levy, for instance? Robert.
Yeah, you're very right. In addition to the Public Finance Management Act, the House's own standing orders do not permit the introduction of an issue for debate until at least 6 months have gone by. And this is part of the issues that we have with bills which have got errors on the face of it. So it's very critical, and I agree with your sentiment that it's a do or die scenario for the opposition. And I think therefore it's important that as many of them as possible participate in the debate, especially when it goes to the committee of the whole house, because that's where you now have horse trading. We've seen in the past where the session chair invites people to cross over aisles and go and debate and have consultations and come to some sort of compromise. Yeah. So I think that's what we really expect to see when this matter is debated on Tuesday next week. That's 20th of June. Now, in terms of once it's passed, that's a done deal. And this is the reason why you asked a question about the National Housing Development Fund levy. Now, if you'll just permit me, there's been a lot of debate about this issue around, is it a tax, is it not a tax, and that kind of a thing. Now, when you refer to it as a levy, because the report has referred to it as a levy, yes. Some of the things that come out, and you alluded to one of them. One, there is no cap on that amount at 1.5%. It's a good thing that it's come down to 1.5%. There's no cap like previously before. But the question that we're asking is, generally speaking, if you think about a levy, you pay a levy for use of services or using certain facilities. And we can talk about many levies: rural electrification levy, petroleum, road maintenance, water resources management authority levy, and so on and so forth. So you pay because you're using. So if you're talking about rural electrification levy, if I'm using solar, I don't need to pay that levy. Yeah. So the question now here becomes, if I'm not using this housing, where do I need to pay it?
And that is why they came out and said it is now a tax. Churchill, what's your take on this issue of the housing levy? Tax, for that matter.
It's interesting, but I think that the whole architecture around it needs to be something waterproof, in the sense, just to build up on what Robert has started. So we had a situation whereby we had the Petroleum Development Levy Fund. So the levy that we paid for petroleum, for consumption for fuel, went to this fund. But you saw what happened with it. Instead of the architecture of Petroleum Development Levy Fund was towards at least development of issues within the energy sector, but we saw that it was used for subsidizing fuel. Yes, yes. We also saw that SGR, because of the underperformance in revenue, it also subsidized that one. So there is also the element of a lack of visibility as to how these funds will be utilized. So that's one thing that potentially we should see it progressively being brought to the fore. So 1.5% uncapped, that will be a big hit, because previously, or what was proposed was at least a cap of 2,500 shillings. But if you're looking at 1.5% on your income, that will be a significant hit on people's pocket that I'm sure will be debatable by MPs during the subsequent stages of this finance bill.
And that's why I disagree with Robert when he said that it's a good thing it has come down to 1.5%. Of course, it's come down to 1.5%, but look at the fact of the capping. And James, please come in here. They're really getting more than they bargained for.
That's actually true, Julians. They would rather have left it at 3%
and capped
it. Because you also have an opportunity to get a refund. Now they've done away with the capping. And I want everyone who's listening to go back and just compute 1.5% of their gross. That one automatically will go. Then also add 2.75% of NHIF.
Yes.
And
on your gross again.
On your gross, and see how much you...
And there's no cap.
And there's no cap.
Yeah.
And you see how much you'll take away.
You've forgotten the bump up on SSF, although it's already in effect.
That one is already in effect, yeah. So that already came in. So, and that's what I'm saying. The employed person is really suffering and will suffer. Which to some extent is unfair, because I think pay-as-you-earn has been a consistent tax revenue for the government. So there needs to be some considerations here and there. And you see the concerns that Churchill has raised. I think it's only last week anyone who tried to use the NHIF card, it was rejected. Yeah. Now, and see the accountability issue comes in. If the small contributions for NHIF we give are already being pilfered. Let me call it what it is. What about when they have a very huge contribution? What will happen? And is that what really Kenyans want? And you see, if you sit down and do the math, depending on how much you earn, for those guys who earn a good salary, whatever you'll be contributing as 2.75%, you can actually comfortably pay an international medical cover that will give you assurance that you'll get the medical services you deserve. Now, is the government ready, or is NHIF ready to upscale its service delivery if that indeed is what they require each and every Kenyan who's employed to pay as NHIF contributions?
James, on that point, I like the way you have staggered those points. So we have NHIF coming in at 2.75%. We have the housing levy. And some of us, Robert, shouldn't we just agree that let's put the tax rate on income tax at 40% and close this chapter?
Well, Julians, you could say that 40%, but government will still come back to you at the end of the day. You can see they're already trying to do it with incremental amounts of PAYE. But James's point is very, very important. And the fact of the matter is, can you get services that are commensurate to your contribution? If you look at a country like France, by the way, France, beyond a certain level of income, you pay 75% tax on your income. However, you don't pay education, you don't pay for hospitals, you don't pay for security, you don't pay for garbage, the roads are made, and so on and so forth. So there's a huge value proposition, and that's the reason why some of those countries, the people don't have a problem paying taxes. But the challenge we're having here is that you make these payments. Are you sure you're going to get commensurate services for it? Because even in town here, if you look at you pay for your rates. How often does the county government repair the street lights in your, if you're lucky to have street lights? And so that is a big issue. But also on James's point on pilferage, a lot of people, if you look at the legal notice number 238 of 2018 on the housing fund management, paragraph 24 of that legal notice says that the penalty for misappropriation of funds is 10,000 shillings. Now you're going to be collecting 90-something billion in a year, and the penalty is 10,000. It doesn't make sense, and those are the concerns that Kenyans are saying, no,
it's
guys.
a worthwhile trade-off. Gentlemen, we need to hand over to our Kiswahili team, but let me get your closing thoughts. Not really closing, because we'll be back in the afternoon as we get to the budget itself. But Churchill, speak to the macro environment within which this budget is being tabled. For a long time, the Kenya Kwanza government has been saying, you can't blame us, we're working on the budget for the Jubilee administration. But now today, that discussion ends. But still the economic realities prevail.
Yeah, so I think the budget as it is has not factored in fully the current macroeconomic environment. Yes, I think the GDP growth estimate is around 5%, 5.5% based on the numbers you've had from Treasury in the next financial year. But that one will be hinging on a number of issues. One of them is now inflation, because if you talk about GDP, we have what we call the nominal GDP. So case in point, you go to the supermarket, you buy sugar. So assuming that that is now the final added price for sugar at 440 shillings thereabout. So you can now, analogy, you can now say that that is the nominal GDP. But now you need to go back and look at that price of sugar at 2016 prices. So you have to deflate it and get the real GDP number. So in an environment whereby inflation is quite high, you could see that even the real GDP growth estimates might even be lower than even what is being reported. So it might have a negative impact even on some of the numbers we are looking at, more so on the revenue side. Sure, you can get some of the consumption taxes, because 16% VAT on sugar, which is at 440 shillings, definitely will give you a higher tax revenue on a comparison basis, but if you consider that not many people will be able to afford sugar at 440 shillings as it is right now, probably the tax revenue component will also come down. So that now is just on a micro level, but you can now be able to extrapolate it into the macro level. The other issue also is on the external factors. Even the PS has alluded to it. Issues to do with what happened in Ukraine and Russia war. And it had a negative impact on fuel. We've seen that the global oil prices has been quite elevated since last year. Definitely some new actors have come in place recently. The OPEC Plus deal sometime early last week or the other week, which potentially could see oil prices going higher. But that also has some spillover effect even into the macros, be it on probably spending towards cushioning the most vulnerable people, or even on revenues side, Ian.
Okay. James and Robert, as I come to you on your capping off remarks, let me start with James. We have had this discussion before. Considering what we're seeing in the Finance Bill 2023, is it time we overhaul the Income Tax Act?
Yes, I think it is time. We're looking at an Income Tax Act of 1974 that has over the years been patched up through the Finance Acts, various Finance Acts. A discussion on the government's intention to venture into the digital space is primarily because the current provisions of the Income Tax Act have not factored these technologies with time. So an exercise like what happened with the VAT Act in 2013, I think it's a high time it happens. If you look at some of the way and the wordings in the Income Tax Act, they are quite ancient. For example, if you're given the Income Tax Act, and you're told, go and look for the corporate income tax rate of 30%. Trust me, you'll not find it. So I think there needs to be an overhaul of that act to sort of do away or phase out certain very old provisions, sort of align it to also what is administratively provided for under the Tax Procedures Act, and to also make sure that it factors a lot of developments that have happened in terms of business as well as technology. So I think it is high time.
Robert?
No, I absolutely agree with that sentiment by James, in the sense that we had actually started this process in 2018, if you remember. The then leader of majority in Parliament, Honorable Duale, had actually tabled the Income Tax Bill of 2018. And you know that if you look at that particular bill of 2018, it had 67 sections. Our current act has got about 133 sections and about 14 schedules. It's quite voluminous. And again, if you look at what's happening regionally, Uganda has got a very recent Income Tax Act, so does Tanzania. The other day, Rwanda put in a new Income Tax Act. And so it's just good practice to develop these things. And also, now that we've got the draft, the national tax policy that has been tabled before Parliament, it's about time now we start implementing some of these things so that we can clearly overhaul our laws and we can have something that is easy to implement, something that is easy to comply with, because at the end of the day what we're trying to do is drive as much tax revenues as possible. So I agree with that sentiment.
But Robert, when you talk about the national tax policy and when it's time we began incorporating some of these things, let's be fair to the government. If you read Finance Bill 2023, something like VAT refunds and the 6 months provision, it's actually from the national tax policy.
No, absolutely. And by the way, nobody is saying that government has not tried. They have done a fantastic job in terms of implementing some of the provisions. Because if you look at even, let's say, like the country-by-country reporting, it's clearly there. However, there's still a bit of inconsistency. If you look at the national tax policy, it talks about complying with the destination principle for VAT on exported services. However, it's still VAT exempt today in our bill.
No, but if you look at the proposal from the Finance and Planning Committee, they actually want them zero rated. The question, of course, is about the backlog of refunds that will... So we emerge from there.
So we wait for the Finance Act.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning to our morning coverage of the build-up to the budget FY 2023-24. We take a quick break here, but when we come back, we shall hand you over to Lofty Matambo and Freedom Waka, who will now be carrying you until 2 p.m. And thereafter, we shall be back here again now for the final stages before we cross over live to Bunge to hear the speech itself. Stay tuned.
On this episode of Thamani, we feature a medical business, Spectrum Physiotherapy.
We didn't have really that big capital to start the business. We took a small room somewhere in Kitengela. We started operating from there, but now we had challenges because the room was small, so we felt the need to expand.
Eugenia Mokaya tells us why they opted to choose Safaricom Kifaru Fiber for their business.
We usually do marketing, mainly social media marketing, where Safaricom has really played a big role in providing us with internet.
All these and more on Saturday at 5:30 p.m. Thamani, showcasing resilience and exploring scalability.
Hallelujah! The Lord is worthy of all praise.
God rewards faithfulness. And he's saying to Abraham, you have been faithful. You have walked the journey, you've stayed the course, and I will show myself faithful on your behalf. When we pray, we say, God, we are trusting you for breakthrough. We are waiting on you for breakthrough. But do you know what? Sometimes it is God who is waiting on you.
Pata taarifa teke na e-paper. Stay in the know on the go. Getting the full story bilangori. To sign up, choose your preferred subscription. Use the promo code SUBZ22 to get 20% off and pay. Get your favorite newspaper and enjoy the truth anywhere, anytime. For inquiries, email epaper@ke.nationmedia.com or call 0790 111 111. Subscribe today and get your taarifa teke.
For sunrise to sunset guys like Alex, we've got your back with extended banking hours.
Let's get straight to it. Ready for whatever. We gon' ride. Line them up. Let's go toe to toe. Tell them pick a side. Put in work. We don't play no games. Watch it run in high. Savage mode. We gon' keep it G. Yeah, you know the vibe. When it's meal time, who gon' tell my dogs we can't eat? Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm a threat.
Get the Ballin' Twister box for only $7.50. NBA, KFC, balling all day.
Ready to showcase your football talent? The wait is over. Safaricom Chapa Dimba is back. Bigger, bolder, and better. Safaricom is on the hunt for the next big footballing sensation. Register your team. Visit chapadimba.safaricom.co.ke and you too can be the next football star. Cheza kama wewe.
Blueband peanut butter, made with 100% pure peanuts and a good source of omega-6. Grow healthy and happy kids with Blueband peanut butter. Available in 200 grams, 400 grams, and 800 grams. Buy a pack today.
Oh, Lofty. Oh, okay.
Bam bam, jamani, umetimu wakati wa kutimu na ndo sasa ambapo sauti ya Mkenya inakwenda kusikika kuhusiana na mgao, akisi na tathmini ya bajeti ya mwaka 2023-24, bajeti ya trilioni 3.6, juu zaidi kuliko mwaka jana na shilingi bilioni 251. Kunani? Wanasema mipango sio matumizi, lakini ukitumia lazima uwe uko nacho. Je, serikali itatoa wapi fedha hizi za kuweza kutumiwa kwa kipindi cha mwaka mmoja ujao, haswa kutoka tarehe 1 Julai? Mbashara kutoka majengo ya bunge niko mimi Lofty Matambo na mwenzangu Frida Mwaka.
Na bila shaka mtazamaji, ni siku ambayo tutakuwa tunaungana na wanahabari wetu ambao wamekita kambi katika maeneo tofauti. Vile vile tu tukisikia sauti za wananchi wanasemaje, kwani kufikia hapo jana mwenzangu pacha wangu wananchi bado walikuwa wanalia. Wanasema jamani, wabunge wamepitisha mswada wa mwaka 2023, mswada ambao machoni mwa wengi unaonekana kwamba ni mswada tata. Mtazamaji, tutakuwa naye Gabriel Kudaka kutoka kule Eldoret.
Na pia tutakuwa na Kevin Mtai kutoka kaunti ya Mombasa akitoa maoni na kuyapeperusha ya kaunti 6 za ukanda wa Pwani.
Vile vile tuko naye mwenzetu Frederick Mwitiriri akiwa katika Wizara ya Fedha akidukua tu kuangazia ni mambo gani ambayo yatatokea kule, kwani hii leo mtazamaji wetu macho yote yanaelekezwa kwa Waziri wa Fedha, huyu ni Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u.
Na vile vile katika majengo ya bunge upande wa pili tutakuwa na Ibrahim Karanja pamoja na barubaru Shabab Brian George Otieno kuchukua maoni ya wabunge moja kwa moja. Lakini pia hapa katika studio yetu ndogo ya majengo ya bunge tuko na waheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa Marwa Kitayama ni mbunge wa Kuria Mashariki. Huyu ni wa chama cha UDA ndani ya Kenya Kwanza.
Na mtazamaji, pia tumefika hadi Pwani tukamleta papa hapa. Huyu ni Mheshimiwa Ken Chonga kutoka kule Kilifi Kusini, akiwa ni mheshimiwa wa mrengo wa ODM.
Karibuni sana jameni.
Shukran.
Mnajihisi vipi kwamba leo ndo siku ya siku baada ya jana kujaribu kuangusha Mheshimiwa Ken Chonga, mswada huu ukapitishwa katika awamu ya kusoma kwa mara ya pili? Hisia zako nzipi na matarajio yako siku ya leo katika kusoma kwa bajeti?
Upande wangu sina chochote cha kufurahikia. Sina chochote cha kufurahikia kwa sababu mbali na kwamba kuna mengi ambayo kwamba bajeti ile imeangazia katika kuangalia maslahi ya mwananchi wa Kenya. Kile cha kuhuzunisha ni kwamba karibu kila hitaji la yule mtu ambaye ni mtu wa chini imewekwa kodi. Hakuna popote ambapo mtu wa chini amekadiriwa. Na ni jambo la kuhuzunisha. Tukifikiria kwanza tukianza kufikiria ule wakati wa kampeni Kenya Kwanza, yale walikuwa wanazungumza, mama mboga, mambo yatakuwa sawa, maisha yatakuwa sawa, vitu vitakuwa chini, kila kitu kitakuwa sawa, Wachina tapanda juu. Leo Wachina anadidimizwa.
Na
wajuu aliye juu unajua yuko juu, anaweza akajipanga huko juu. Lakini aliye chini hata ufanye nini bila kumpatia uwezo wa kupanda juu, ushamgindimiza.
Naam, pengine tupate kauli funguzi pia hapa.
Kwa sababu uliposema wajuu anafanya nini, nilimuona mheshimiwa akicheka, labda yeye ni wajuu. Mheshimiwa, inakuaje?
Unafurahi labda wabunge wa Kenya Kwanza kwa yanayoendelea?
Kwa masuala ya kodi hamna kufurahi. Hapajawahi kuwepo duniani wakati wowote ule, wakati ambapo mwananchi wa kawaida au yeyote yule ambaye anahitajika kulipa kodi ameweza kufurahia mambo ya kodi. Kodi sio jambo la kufurahisha watu. Wala sio jambo la kupapasa watu ili waweze kucheka. Kodi ni msimamo wa kifedha ambao ni lazima uwepo ili nchi iweze kuendelea. Kwa hivyo mimi sina jibu la kusema tumefurahi kama Kenya Kwanza. Kitu tumefanya ni kwamba Mungu ametusaidia kwamba yale mapendekezo ambaye tulikuwa tumependekeza na tukayaweka wazi katika public participation, wananchi wameyashiriki, wamezungumza na wameshiriki kabla ya hakuna wakati mwingine kwa historia ya Kenya ambapo mwananchi amezungumza, akatoa maoni na akahusiana na mapendekezo kama wakati huu. Na mimi namshukuru Mungu kwamba imewezekana kwamba wananchi wamepata nafasi wamezungumza, viongozi wamepata nafasi wamezungumza, lakini kimekuepo kile ambacho Mswahili anasema ikibidi imebidi.
Kwa hivyo inamaanisha kwamba wewe katika haya mapendekezo ya mswada wa mwaka 2023 hauna imani nao?
Sina nini?
Hauna imani nayo.
Kwa nini nisiwe na imani nayo? Mimi nimesema kawaida ya kodi. Kodi sio ya kufurahisha mtu.
Kazi ya kodi ni nini?
Kazi ya kodi ni kwamba ikaweze kuyatekeleza yale ambayo yako katika mpango wa manifesto.
Na basi siwekwe kodi ya kadri kama wanavyosema wa Kenya, maana hao ndio
imefanywa kwa sababu wa Kenya si wameshiriki kodi na ndio mjadala huu. Ndivyo
Lofty, naomba kidogo nichangie hapo. Ndugu yangu huyu nina imani ako na TV na si moja ndani ya nyumba yake. Jana usiku kulikuwa na mjadala haswa kwa wale watu ambao walipeleka mapendekezo yao kuhusiana na mswada huu ambao kwamba tulikuwa tunajadili jana. Kati ya mapendekezo 138 hakuna hata moja liloshikiliwa. Kwa hivyo tusiseme kwamba ni lazima tuvumilie. Kitu ambacho mimi ningetaka kusema ni hivi. Hakuna nchi yoyote ulimwengu huu ambayo kwamba itaweza kujiendeleza katika mipangilio ya maendeleo kupitia kodi ya juu kwa wananchi wake. Ukilipisha kodi ya juu kwa wananchi wako, unawagandamiza zaidi. Hawana uwezo wa kutoa, hawana uwezo mambo yanataka production. Ikizidi
kuzalisha.
Ikizidi, nchi ya Kenya ni nchi ambayo kwamba ndio bado iko changa kimaendeleo. Hata ingaje tulipata uhuru pamoja na nchi kama Singapore, lakini kwa upande wa maendeleo bado tuko nyuma sana. Na hivyo basi tunahitaji ya kuhakikisha kwamba tunachukua tahadhari zote zile ambazo zinawezekana ili mwananchi aweze kuishi bila kusikia kwamba ako na uzito. Sahihi Lofty, rafiki yangu hapa anajua vizuri. By the way, Marwa is one of my closest friend. Huyu jamaa ni rafiki yangu kama ndugu yangu. Mpaka kwao nyumbani mimi nishaenda.
Lakini
na siongei, tukiongea na yeye hatuna vita. Lakini ukweli wa mambo ni lazima aelewe kodi hii ambayo imewekwa tayari makampuni, wawekezaji wengi wameanza kufunga virago. Wengine wanaenda Tanzania, wengine wanaenda Uganda. Maanake wakiangalia zile zimewekwa, zile kodi ambazo zimewekwa, hawataweza kupata faida katika uwekezaji ambao.
Shikilia hapo mheshimiwa, naambiwa kwamba kwa sababu umetaja wananchi, tusikize kauli za wananchi. Na moja kwa moja tunaanza wapi? Gabriel Kudaka yuko wapi?
Yuko Eldoret.
Kudaka, wananchi wanasemaje kule kuhusiana na tunayojadili hapa bungeni?
Nyumbani kwa rais.
Lile ndo bunge lenyewe la wananchi.
Tuko katika gala la nafaka la LCPB mjini Eldoret. Na kaunti hii ni mojawapo ya kaunti ambazo hutegemea kilimo kama kitega uchumi, na hivi majuzi wabunge walipendekeza nyongeza ya mgao wa mbolea ya ruzuku kwa shilingi bilioni 4, na hivyo basi kuongeza bajeti hiyo hadi shilingi bilioni 8.5 ili waweze kuimarisha shughuli ya kilimo katika eneo hili. Na pia hapo awali pia kulikuwa na mbolea ya ruzuku ambayo ilitolewa kwa kaunti 12 ambazo huzalisha katika nchi hii. Na kwa sasa naongea na baadhi ya wakulima ili tupate hisia zao kuhusu matarajio yao katika bajeti hii ya leo. Je, ndugu unaitwaje na una matarajio gani?
Asante sana. Kwa majina mimi ni Mr. Menjo kutoka kaunti ya Uasin Gishu, ni director wa Kenya Farmers Association. Ile pesa ambaye ile mkao imewekwa sahihi, hiyo imeongezwa na kwa 4.5 million. Hiyo inasaidia sana kwa mambo ya pembejeo ipatikane kwa wingi, lakini kitu ningeomba tena wale ile kamati ambayo inahusika na mambo ya kilimo waongeze AFC inahitaji kupeana loan kawaida kwa wakulima kwa riba ya 10%, waongezea hao kwa sababu hawana pesa ambayo walipewa wakulima mwaka huu ya kutosha, waongezea at least wawe na 15 billion. Hiyo itasaidia. Pia hapa tukiwa hapa cereals, hii cereals board wanakuwa na drying facilities, ile vitu ya kukausha mahindi na storage, inahitaji refurbishment, zimezeeka na inahitajika itengenezwe hivi vizuri ndio ihifadhi mahindi kwa njia ambayo inaofaa, kwa sababu saa hii tunatarajia mahindi iwe mingi ambayo itafunwa, na ikiwa mingi inahitaji storage ambayo inafaa. Na pia iko challenge nyingine ambayo mimi ningeomba waangalie kwa mambo ya marketing ya cereals. Tukisema tutumie mambo ya supply and demand, mara mingi unajua inafunwa sabra moja na wengi wa wakulima ni wadogo, na hawezi sema tuweke kwa warehouse receipting ikae kwa muda, kwa sababu hao wengi wao ni wale wakulima wadogo wanataka kuuza na kufanya shughuli zao. So ningeomba tuimize njia mwafaka ambaye itasaidia kuharakisha wauza haraka na wapate pesa zao waende kuendelea na mambo yao kilimo na vitu vingine ambao inafaa. So hiyo ni mambo ya muhimu ambayo ningeomba waangalie na waongeze pesa kuimarisha hiyo sehemu, na itasaidia kwa hiyo mambo ya kilimo.
Bwana Menjo, kulikuwa na mapendekezo kwamba 10% ya bajeti ya kitaifa ielekezwe upande wa kilimo, ile Maputo protocol. Je, unahisi labda iliafikiwa kwa njia yoyote?
Hawajafikia, lakini ningeomba wasingatie hiyo mapatano bila walikubaliana, kwa sababu nakumbuka walipokutana 2014 in Melapo Equatorial Guinea, walihimiza bado 10% ya budget inatakiwa iende kwa kilimo, na mpaka wakati huu ile kiwango walikuwa wamefikisha ni around 3%. So mimi naona hiyo wachikaze na itasaidia kuimarisha kilimo kwa ile njia zote ambayo inatakiwa, na itasaidia kwa kusalishaji chakula.
Asante Bwana Menjo. Ndugu je, unaitwaje na wewe unaonaje matarajio yako ni yapi ya bajeti hii ya mwaka huu?
Okay, kwa majina kwanza naitwa Duncan Sanchez. Okay, ningependa kwanza kushukuru wabunge kwa hiyo proposal ya kusema wametuongezea pesa kama wakulima. At least kutakuwa na hiyo subsidy hivi vizuri. So jambo ambalo lingine ningesema, na nishukuru tena, tumepatanga hata sasa hivi vile tuko cereal support tunachukua top dressing, na juzi tulichukua fertilizer, of which tofauti ya hizo miaka zingine leo kila mtu anachukua. So jambo lingine ni kuwa kweli kuna hizo pesa zimetengwa, wamepropose waweke hivyo, na tungeomba kabisa serikali hiyo maneno ya kusema unajua vitu zingine zinatengwa lakini kufika hapa ifanyike. So tungeomba tu serikali itusaidie, hiyo pesa ikifika ifike kwa mkulima. Jambo lingine tena, unajua kitu inakuanga kama kuna hiyo maneno za kujenga manyumba. Unajenga nyumba kweli, lakini hiyo nyumba utakuwa na hata na kuishi vile unaweza ishi hiyo nyumba na uko na njaa. So nataka the government wafanye kabisa vile wanasisitiza hii maneno ya kujenga manyumba. Mimi nataka hiyo maneno ya kujengwa kwa nyumba irudi iwekuje kwa ukulima. Waseme wakulima kabisa tufanye namna gani hii maneno ya ukulima. So mtu akiwa ameshiba huyo mtu mwenye ameshiba anaweza fanya kazi zingine. Kwa sababu mnaweza kuona hata mtoto mdogo, unaweza pata mtoto analia lakini kumbe ni njaa. Mtoto akishapata chakula ana relax, anacheka, anafanya chochote. So tunaomba the government kabisa ifuatilie kuacha hiyo, hata wangewachilia hata hiyo maneno ya manyumba kwanza, na wakuje hii maneno ya ukulima, wasaidie mkulima, kwa sababu hiyo yote bottom up ni hiyo maneno ya kusaidia mkulima wa chini. Alafu hiyo ndio nation ikiwa iko haina njaa, hiyo maneno zingine zote inafanyika.
Ndipo sasa kilimo labda kiweze kuwa na faida kwa mkulima. Nini kipewe kipaumbele?
Okay. Kwanza ni vile tumesaidiwa kama wamesubsidize maneno ya mbolea. Ya pili, farm machinery. Maneno ya kama mafuta, hizo vitu zote kuna mara nyingi kuna vitu zingine wana importingi, wanataka na hizo vitu waweke tax free, ndio at least kama ni hivi maneno ya matrakta nini, ndio watu waende kulima. Hii Kenya hakuna njaa hii Kenya. Hii Kenya tu ni hiyo mkulima tu abustiwe. Hizi mashamba bado ni mikubwa sana. Ni ile tu wasaidiwe. Alafu jambo lingine ni maneno ya AFC. Nikimalizia maneno kuna ya AFC. AFC wapewe loan, alafu mkulima akuja achukue maneno yake huko, akuja achukue vitu zake huko, alafu akuje kulima. So asante sana.
Asante pia wewe. Basi ni hayo tu kutoka kwa wakulima kutoka kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Wengi wanasema kilimo kipewe kipaumbele katika bajeti ya mwaka huu ili waweze kukabiliana na tatizo la ukosefu wa chakula cha kutosha nchini. Kwako mwenzangu Kevin.
Naam, shukran mtazamaji kutoka kule Uasin Gishu hadi hapa Mombasa. Kwa hakika wa Kenya bado wanaendelea kufanya mtagusano na makadirio ya bajeti ya serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ya shilingi trilioni 3.6 mtazamaji. Ukanda huu wa pwani ukionekana kuwa na baadhi ya sekta ambazo pia serikali hii inapania kuboresha ili kuweza kufufua uchumi wa ukanda huu. Kuna sekta ambazo ni muhimu hasa kwa wakazi. Kuna sekta ya uchumi wa bahari, vile sekta ya uvuvi na hata utalii ambazo zimekuwa nguzo kuu zaidi kwa uchumi na hata kwa maisha ya wakazi hapa. Lakini kwa hakika mtaa hapa ni Shanzu, tuzame kuongea na wakazi tukupata kauli yao kuhusu yale ambayo yanaendelea. Kwanza kabisa ukianza kwa majina, umesoma bajeti na ni kipi ambacho wafahamu?
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Peter Karanja, mkazi wa Shanzu, nafanya katika idara ya tuktuk hapa Shanzu Ward.
Na kusema la kweli bajeti nikisema nimeisoma ni kidogo, lakini mara nyingi sisi tunaangaziwa na wanasiasa, wanapenda kutuangazia kile wanachoona wao hawakipendi na wengine wanakipenda. Katika mtizamo wangu katika bajeti nikifuata wanasiasa wanavyotuangazia, kuna mengi wametusahau sisi wa chini. Kwa mfano, hakuna mwanasiasa amejaribu kuzungumzia kuhusu vyama vitaenda kulipishwa ushuru, vyama vidogo vyetu vya merry-go-round. Hakuna mwanasiasa anayezungumzia hiyo. Na sisi hapa chini tunachanga pesa ndogo ndogo tuhakikishe tumejimarisha. Hilo la kulipa ushuru katika vyama vidogo za merry-go-round haijaangaziwa. Imesema italipa ushuru but haijakuwa categorized ni chama kiasi gani, kiwango kipi watalipa. So hapo tunahofia sisi ambao jikusanya na pesa zetu za chochole tutaenda kuumia. Cha pili, mimi kuna mali pia napinga mambo ya taxation yao wenye makampuni, wenye mashule iko juu. Kwa sababu mwenye shule anapotaksiwa ni kumaanisha NSSF pia ameongezewa. Tusisahau NHIF ende analipia mwajiriwa wake. Hapa anapokuwa na gari inaenda kulipa ada. Pia hilo mimi naomba Mheshimiwa Rais na wabunge waende kukaa chini, waende kulizungumzia. This a sign kuwa investors we run away from this country. Na yule ambaye anafungua shule pia atashindwa na ajira itashuka chini, tutapata kuwa na matatizo.
Kulikuwa na hisia tofauti hasa kuhusu ule kodi, ile utata ambao uliotokea kutokana kwa mapendekezo ambayo serikali iliweza kuleta kuhusu hasa ile wengi wanafahamu kama housing levy. Wewe kama mkazi wachukulia vipi swala hilo?
Hili la housing levy acha nizungumzie kwa ule uwepesi nilioelewa. Ni kwamba aliyeajiriwa ataenda kukatwa pesa ya kusimamia nyumba zijengwa na serikali ambaye mwananchi wa chini atafaidi. Mimi kwa hilo ningesema naomba tena ili niombe katika wabunge wote. Hakuna mbunge ambaye ameenda bunge hana nyumba. Hilo tusidanganyane. Hakuna MCA ambaye sasa yuko sitting MCA hana nyumba. Hilo tusidanganyane. It is early time MPs na hao ambako katika mamlaka they think about the poor. We've been talking about the rich ever. Sioni makosa wewe unalipwa 500 utoe 2500 kusimamia ambaye hana. Kwa nini leo hii janga likipatikana, kwa mfano kutokemeke mtetemeko wa ardhi Nairobi, nyumba zitakazoanguka, mimi nilio chini ambaye leo anasema hawezi katwa mimi nipate nyumba, nitatoa pesa ndogo ya kumchangia yeye ya kumpa pole. Mimi naomba tukae chini, tusiwe na ubabari tu. Tukae tuongeeni. House levy to me is very much okay. The only thing naomba Mheshimiwa Rais na wabunge wakae chini, waione vile itatekelezwa kwa njia ambayo itakuwa nadhifu, njia ambayo wataelewana. Lakini house levy I'm for it.
Asante. Kaka ukianza kwa majina tupe hisia yako kuhusu bajeti ya serikali hii ya Kenya Kwanza.
Mimi kwa majina naitwa David Kasinga ama Maji Moto kwa jina.
Tazama kamera tafadhali.
Kwa majina naitwa David Kasinga, kwa jina la kasi kama kitengo ambacho ninachofanya mimi ni bodaboda. Kwanza nashukuru sana kwa rais wa Kenya jinsi alivyotuahidi. Alisema ya kwamba yeye atasimamia mabodaboda na mabodaboda tukamuunga mkono na tukamkambeinia kwa sababu tulijua ya kwamba ndio kiongozi wa kwanza ambaye anajali watu wa chini. Na mimi nashangaa kuanzia hapo nilipoona ambao anapanga ule waziri anapanga mawaziri wake, nilishangaa ya kwamba hakuna mtu yeyote wa sekta.
Kwa hivyo unaona utafaidika vipi na hii bajeti?
Hii bajeti mimi nikijaribu kuangalia naona hakuna vile nitapofaidika. Naona kwamba mambo yote inazidi kuwa magumu, manake mafuta inazidi kupanda, na mafuta ikipanda wakati ambapo tunapoongea na makasoma wetu ili tuwapandishie bei, wanasema kwamba kule wanakatwa ushuru zaidi, mshahara wao hujaongezeka. Kwa hivyo naona inazidi kuwa shida juu ya shida.
Sawa, asante. Na muona mama amefika hapa. Mama ukianza kwa majina, naona uko kwenye biashara yako. Kenya nzima saizi linazamia swala la bajeti. Wewe kama mfanyabiashara waona vipi, ni kipi ambacho cha kupendeza pale ndani?
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Veronica Kidome. Kwa kutokana na bajeti ya jana iliposomwa, bado mimi sijaona kama mtu wa chini na mwanabiashara kama nasaidika. Manake maisha imezidi kuwa juu. Unakuta kwamba kama mtu mwenye ako na watoto kama 4, unakuta unga ya kilo 2 inapika mara 2 na unga iko juu, kila kitu kiko juu, maisha imezidi kupanda. Unakuta hata mwananchi wa chini kujimudu kimaisha ni ngumu. Unakuta hata mara nyingine tunakula mara moja kwa siku, unakuta 1 meal ndio inaliwa kwa nyumba. Sasa sisi kama wanabiashara tunazidi kuzoroteka na maisha inazidi kuwa ngumu zaidi.
Iwapo kama Rais William Ruto anakusikiza, ujumbe wako kwake unaweza kuwa ni gani?
Mimi ningeomba, ombi langu ningekuwa ya kwamba azidi kutubadilishia maisha, yani maisha yetu izidi kuwa ya kawaida, yani tuzidi kuwa na maisha ya kawaida, yani arudishe vitu chini na bei ya vitu irudi chini.
Asante kabisa. Mwisho kabisa ukianza kwa majina, hiyo jana tuliweza kushuhudia baadhi ya wabunge waliounga mkono wakiwa na hoja zao, wale waliopinga kupita kwa mswada huu pia wakakuwa na hoja tofauti ama hoja kinzana. Je, pengine tueleze kama wewe mkazi hapa, mtazamo wako ni upi?
Kwa majina naitwa Joshua.
Unahisi pengine kama viongozi hao waliweza kuwakilisha ama kuwasilisha wewe kama mkazi vizuri?
Kwa majina naitwa Joshua Ngala, mimi mkaji wa Shanzu, mimi nafanya kazi ya tuktuk. Katika bajeti ambayo niliziona kwangu mimi watafaidika na wale watu wa juu, lakini sisi hakuna chochombo tutafaidika, tunateseka, njaa iko kibao, watapandisha mabei za manyumba, sasa tufaidiki. Rais William Ruto shukisha unga chini. Sijakula toka asubuhi mpaka saa hii. Unga uko gali mbaya sana 240. Shukisha unga na mafuta ushukishe pamoja. Kwa hivyo tunakuomba wakazi wa Shanzu, tunateseka sana. Bajeti zenu mmepanga huko hatufaidishi. Nimeangalia kwa taarifa habari jana, sio faida yoyote. Shukisha unga mheshimiwa. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Kwa hakika mtazamaji, hisia ni mseto na bado wakazi hapa wako na mengi tu ambayo wangependa kusema, lakini kwa sasa Lofty tutarudi tena baadaye kupata sauti ya wakazi hapa Shanzu, maeneo ya Mombasa, na kwa hakika pia tutawapa nafasi pia kuweza kuelezea na kupata mtazamo wao kuhusu bajeti ama makadirio ya bajeti ya kifedha mwaka 2023 na 2024. Lofty.
Naam, asante sana Kevin Mtai. Jamani, maoni mseto, maoni mahulute kutoka kwa wananchi wa kaunti ya Mombasa. 001 kwake Abdulswamad Sharif Nasir, na wengi waliozungumza wametoa kilio kile kile, maana wameangalia mgao unakwenda wapi ukapelekwa wapi, na wengi wamelalamikia nyumba. Lakini ukiangalia katika mtaa wa Buxton pale kuna nyumba swafi sana ambazo zinaendelea kujengwa, hazijagawanywa, lakini wengi wanasema hawajui zitawafikia namna gani, na wengi ndio wametoa kauli zao kwamba hata kama mswada ule ulipunguza ile matozo ya nyumba kutoka 3% hadi 1.5, ni ushuru kwa sasa.
Ni ushuru kwa sasa.
Kwa hivyo sijui kama pengine tupate maoni ya mbunge mmoja kutoka Pwani, Bwana Kenchonga. Umesikia Wakenya wakisema mengi kule Pwani, unasimama na wao ama unaambiwa tulize boli, serikali ndio inaanza kazi, wenyewe wanasema kina Marwa?
Si watu wa Pwani peke yake, Wakenya kwa ujumla wametoa hisia tofauti tofauti kulingana na mswada huu. Huu mswada haswa kwanza kuangalia tu kisheria, hakuna structures zozote ambazo zimewekezwa. Haieleweki kama ni mtu kutoa hiari ama ni kodi. Lakini vile ambavyo kwamba imeletwa sasa ni kama hiyo ni kodi. Lakini sheria imewekwa wapi? Pili, hawajakuja na mpangilio wa ni nani atakayepata, ni nani hatapata. Kwa mfano leo Lofty Matambo, huo utaretire baada ya miaka 5. Na unaambiwa kwamba ni lazima
unanistaafisha mapema.
Nimesema kwa mfano.
Kwa mfano.
Unaambiwa baada ya miaka 5 wewe unastaafu. Alafu leo unaambiwa wewe utakatwa pesa za kuwekeza nyumba. Haki kabisa, ukiwa miaka kama 50 wewe utakuwa hujajipanga makazi yako. Hii pesa
tayari nimejipanga.
Utakubaliana kweli hii pesa inaenda kukusaidia, ama hii ni pesa ambayo inaenda kupelekwa kwa mpangilio ambao uelewi,
ama kusaidia serikali,
ama kusaidia serikali,
ambao si vibaya mheshimiwa?
Si vibaya, tujasema ni vibaya. Kuna yule ambaye kwamba ana uwezo, si vibaya kwake. Je, yule ambaye analala njaa, yule ambaye ni mgonjwa, ugonjwa ambao kwamba ni terminal, mtu yuko na cancer, hata hiyo insurance yake haiwezi kumtosheleza, watu wanamchangia, unaenda kumbagiza hapa.
Kwa hivyo mheshimiwa Kenchonga, ingekuwa labda wewe ndio unatoa lile pendekezo la nyumba, ungelitoa vipi?
Mimi huu mpangilio huu ningeuleta kwa wananchi. Na nikawaambia kwamba ni mwenye hiari yake, mwenye uwezo wake, atakaye.
Lakini mheshimiwa, wananchi walipatiwa muda wa majuma mawili, wiki mbili, maoni yao yakachukuliwa. Swali ni walisemaje? Walichosema kilizingatiwa ama namna gani?
Na nimekwambia hii ndio tabia ya serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Hawa wakishapanga tunataka hivi, hawataki kujua chochote kuhusu maslahi ya mwananchi.
Lakini mheshimiwa, ulijuaje tabia yao na hata hawajamaliza mwaka wa Kenya Kwanza?
Mimi ni kiongozi. Niko na ndugu yangu tuko hapa kwa hili bunge hili. Sio yale ambayo yanakuja ndani, miswada ambayo inaingia ndani ya bunge hili. Mara nyingi huwa tayari kule juu washapanga, wameshazungumza tunataka hivi.
Washapangwa na wamepangwa.
Na jamaa ni waoga. Wako sawa wakiingia kwa hii nyumba, lakini nje ni waoga. Wakishaambiwa kwamba tunataka huu ni mpangilio wa serikali, hawawezi wakakiuka, hawawezi wakapinga. wataenda vile vile
Mheshimiwa Maro uko hapa. Awali tulikuwa na waheshimiwa wengine wakatujuza kwamba hawafanyi lolote ili kumridhisha Rais William Ruto. Lakini Mheshimiwa Kenchonga amesema nyinyi ni waoga. Ni ukweli ama ni uongo?
Mimi siwezi kuzungumzia ya wale wengine jinsi wanavyohisi wao. Ken hapa anasema kwamba sisi ni waoga, wabunge wa Kenya Kwanza. Lofty, umewahi kuona watu waoga kama wabunge wa Azimio?
Kwa misingi gani?
Umewahi kuona kichapo wanachokipata, hata wakidhaniwa tu kwamba wanafikiria kwamba wanaweza kuenda kinyume na mawazo ya baba? Hawa yani wanaanza kuzungumzishwa na constituency wao kutoka nyumbani. Kwa hivyo kwa masuala ya uoga watakuwa wao ndio waoga zaidi
kuliko nyinyi.
Kwa mbali sana.
Lakini anavyozungumza mheshimiwa,
na ukitaka kujua ukweli mahali ulipo, wewe waangalie mtazamo wao katika kila jambo.
Naam.
Hivi sasa tunavyozungumza hawana mpango mbadala, wanangoja waambiwe mpango mbadala kama utakuwepo.
Mpango wao wanasema kwamba Jumanne wataanza kujitayarisha kupinga wakati mswada utasoma kwa mara ya 3.
Ndio hiyo ninasema wanasubiria kutoka juu.
Naam.
Hawana mpango hawa. Huyu Ken hana mpango huyu.
Naam.
Anamsubiria yule baba aseme. Na atakachokisema hicho ndio atakachokuja kutuambia.
Je, unaona atakachosema baba ni cha mwananchi wa kawaida ama ni
sijui
chao?
Tunamsubiria aseme. Kwa sababu gani? Mtu aliyepewa mamlaka ya kuongoza nchi kwa wakati huu ni Mheshimiwa Ruto. Sasa atakachokisema baba atakuwa anakisema kama mpango wake mbadala ambao atawasukumia hawa kwa chini.
Kabla hatujarudi katika mgao wa bajeti
dakika moja nataka nitoe mfano fulani hapa. Mimi sitaki kukiuka chenye anazungumza. Lakini nataka nimuelezee ya kwamba hata jana tulikuweko na viongozi wa bunge wa ODM wenye wali vote yes pale ndani. Ulimwona Pasaris,
na ni kweli. Hata leo tumekuwa na wengine na hawasalimiani sasa.
Yes, ni mbunge wenu.
Sasa wako wa ODM. Kwa hivyo mimi
kumaanisha hampangwi.
Hatupangwi.
Wanapangwa.
Kwa Kenya Kwanza mbunge mmoja peke yake ndiye amekuwa kama kila TV kisimama Rigiji akizungumza ni yeye gavana wa mwisho peke yake. Yeye ndiye alisema napinga na hakuna mbunge mwingine wa Kenya Kwanza ambaye anapinga. Jamaa wamewekwa hali ya kwamba hawana uwezo wa kutumia akili zao, hawana uwezo wa kutumia midomo yao, hawana uwezo wa kutafakari chochote. Ni wafuate vile.
Kwa hivyo mheshimiwa, unasema ule mswada jana ulipitishiwa nani?
Ulipitishiwa Kenya Kwanza.
Si mwananchi?
Si mwa Kenya, hapana.
Sasa wewe ulikuwa wapi? Si mungeupinga.
Tuliupinga.
Kazi yako bungeni ni kuhakikisha kwamba mswada unaopenda wewe ukapita.
Haya, sikizeni jamani waheshimiwa, hapa nivute nikuvute, lakini pia mwananchi kuna jambo fulani ambalo alikuwa amegusia pacha wangu. Hili swala la nyumba, nataka mheshimiwa Maro, kwa sababu Kenchonga amesema hapo hakuna mpangilio kabisa. Unamjibu vipi kuhusiana na hilo swala la nyumba kabla hatujaingia katika mgao?
Asante. Mpango mzima wa nyumba sio nyumba tu, ni mpango wa sekta ya uchumi kwa ujumla. Pale katika uzalishaji amesema kwamba wawekezaji wanahama. Lofty, wakati wa kuachika sababu itatumika yoyote ile. Kama kuna mwekezaji yoyote ambaye amefikia wakati wa kutaka kutoka katika nchi ama kwa biashara fulani, atatafuta kijisababu cha kuondoka. Kwa hivyo mimi siamini kwamba kuna mwekezaji yoyote
kule kwako Kuria wanaondoka wakiingia
wakienda wapi. Hatuna viwanda, hatuna wawekezaji. Sasa ni nani amehama?
Anakwepa swali aliloulizwa na
sasa mimi najenga hoja.
Hilo swali vile ambavyo
anasema anajenga hoja.
Mimi najenga hoja. Mimi sina tabia ya kuzungumza tu butu. Mimi sizungumzi tu fwa. Najenga hoja. Ni kwamba swala la affordable housing. Sio swala tu ya kwamba kuna nyumba ama sina sijui ni mchakato mzima wa uchumi kwa ujumla, sekta ya
basi mbona mtumie nyumba?
Sasa
mbona mtumie nyumba? Msitafute.
Unataka tutumie nini? Mishale?
Kama angalia,
unatafuta namna ya kufanya chumi yote ikaweze kutembea. Chumi upande wa manufacturing, ndugu yangu, hakuna sekta ambayo ina spur manufacturing zaidi kuliko housing,
real estate.
Yes, hiyo hapo ndio kila kitu kipo.
Hapo ndio mmelenga.
Hapo ndio kila kitu kipo.
Pale
utapata kazi, pale utapata katika mambo yote yanayohusiana hata na mambo ya health, mambo kila kitu kiko katika mjengo.
Haya.
Na inaanza wakati mtoto anazaliwa mpaka anapokufa, kuna mjengo pale.
Yes. Hapo unajenga hoja.
Nafahamishwa kwamba nataka kujenga hoja yangu.
Jenga ya kwako.
Waswahili wanasema ana maji yake mamba, ana nchi yake simba. Sisi Simba nchi yetu ni hapa bungeni, lakini kuna maji kule katika Wizara ya Fedha ambako Frederick Mwitiriri yupo. Anasemaje Frederick?
Tujuze Frederick, kwako kunasemaje jamani? Hatutaandika kwa mate, we know now.
Shukran sana Lofty Matamba, mkiwa na Frida Mwaka, mkiwa kwenye studio zetu zile za bunge. Shukran sana. Mie na washukuru kutoka makao makuu ambayo ndio ya waziri. Nikueleze tu hapa ni mlango wake waziri wa fedha Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u, imeandikwa kwenye mlango wake hii leo. Ana kibarua kikubwa sana. Yeye ndiye atakuwa akitazamiwa na Wakenya kutoka pembe zote za humu nchini, ambapo atakuwa akipeana bajeti yake ya kwanza chini ya Wizara ya Fedha na chini ya Kenya Kwanza. Serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Hii leo masuala ni mengi ambayo napitia tu afisi hizi zote. Mara ya mwisho tulikutana kwenye bunge la kitaifa. Hii leo ukiangalia hapa juu nilikuwa kwa ofisi zake. Awali hapo nina shaba na kazungumza na yule katibu katika wizara hii ya fedha. Pia nitakuwa ni hapa ana kibarua cha bajeti ambayo hii leo ikitazamiwa na ikiangaliwa na Wakenya wengi wanahisi kwamba itawafinyilia, sijui Wakenya wanasema nini kule nyumbani, lakini waziri anasema kwa njia nyingine yoyote ambayo wataweza kupata fedha zile ambazo ni za kukidhi mahitaji ya Wakenya na vile vile kukidhi mahitaji ya serikali. Nikueleze hii anasema kwamba kibarua chake kigumu zaidi waziri ambaye nitakuwa nikizungumza naye baadaye ni kwamba atakuwa akitafuta tunasema kwa kimombo deficit shilingi bilioni 700, lakini ukumbuke tunaita ceiling ambayo bunge
na mwanahabari wetu Frederick Mwitiriri akija moja kwa moja kutoka Wizara ya Fedha, na bila shaka mtazamaji tutakuwa tunarudi kwake atujuze mengi zaidi, lakini kabla hatujaenda kwa Fred Mwitiriri tulikuwa bado na mheshimiwa Marwa. Marwa amesema kwamba kimekuramba leo.
Hapa mimi nadhani kwamba kuna mashambulizi yamepangwa hapa. Upande huu wote. Pande zote mbili. Lakini kwa swala lako.
Ujieleze mheshimiwa.
Kwa swala lako. Mambo ya affordable housing ni sekta nzima, sio mambo ya kuangalia mtazama mdogo. Pale patakuwa na watu wanaofanya manufacturing na ni kwa wingi sana. Vitu ambavyo vinaenda katika ujenzi wa nyumba ni vitu vingi sana, zaidi ya 20. Mlango mwenyewe tu, mlango tu
wa chuma ule,
mlango hata ukiwa ni wa mbao, una hinges, una screw, una lock, uko na sijui ile inaitwa nani ile closer, uko na rangi, uko na nini, uko na mbao yenyewe, uko na zile zinaitwa, yani vitu ambavyo vinaingia katika mlango tu ni zaidi ya vitu 20 tofauti. Na kwa namna hiyo ukipiga ile compounded sasa, useme kuna madirisha pale, useme kuna sakafu, kuna ceiling, kuna nini, hayo yote ni mambo ambayo yanahusiana na watu tofauti, sekta tofauti kuweza kuchangia ili kitu kile kikaweze kuwa. Kwa hivyo ukitarget affordable housing yenyewe ina uwezo wa kuinua uchumi wa nchi kwa kiwango kikubwa sana, na kupeana nafasi za kazi katika sekta nyingi, na vile vile pia kupeana nafasi ya masomo, kwa sababu wale ambao wanasoma na wao wanasoma kwa ajili ya taaluma mbalimbali. Kwa hivyo sio kitu cha kuangalia tu kwa ile prism ndogo ile. Now amesema Ken hapa kwamba yeye ana nyumba, kama angekuwa yeye angesema watu wafanye hivyo kwa hiari. Lofty, tukipata uhuru mwaka 1963.
Naam.
Nchi nyingi zimepata uhuru sawia na sisi wakati huo. Naam. Waliochukua nafasi ya kukimbia na swala hili la nyumba wamepiga hatua ya mbele sana. Na hao walifanya kazi, ile kauli ya kusema ni utaifa. wakachukulia hilo kwamba ni lazima kitu kifanyike. Ni lazima tu ifanyike. Waliozingatia lazima wameenda mbele. Wale ambao wanasema ni hiari wako bado Kenya hapa. Tuko katika hii hali ya Kenya ya hiari hii. Na tukiendelea na hiari katika taifa hili, mambo mengi hayawezekani. Nikupe mfano Lofty, naomba uniruhusu. Fuel levy fund ilipokuja, Wakenya walipiga kelele sawa hii na hii tu. Lakini angalia, barabara zetu zimeweza kutengenezwa na kuboreshwa kwa sababu ya fuel levy fund. Tuko na fund ambaye kila mtu anachangia, kila mwananchi anachangia. Na hatimaye tunaweza kupata barabara nzuri hizi, zimekuwekwa kilomita hata zimekuwa nyingi zaidi. Kwa hivyo kitu chochote ambacho kitakuwa ni cha kusaidia kwa ujumla, kawaida kitapingwa. Kwa sababu hakuna mtu anayetaka mimi nitoe wewe upate. Kila mtu anataka atoe apate yeye.
Mheshimiwa, umetaja swala zuri sana la mafuta, ile hazina ya makato ya mafuta, lakini kuna kiazi moto hapa, na ni kupandishwa kwa ushuru wa mafuta ambayo kila Mkenya anatumia kutoka 8% hadi 16%. Ukienda kule Kuria Mashariki, hupati maswali kama haya kutoka kwa wananchi kwamba wataendesha vipi bodaboda? Maana tumewasikia wakizungumza kule Eldoret, Mombasa, watafanya vipi kazi zao za mashambani kulima, ni haya mafuta ambayo yamepandishwa.
Alafu labda kuongezea hilo pia vile ni swala ambalo wabunge hapo awali mlikuwa mmetetea wananchi, lakini kwa sasa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, kwa nini bebe huu msalaba?
Kwa sababu lazima mtu abebe msalaba.
Ulikuwepo awali.
Wacha niwaambie hivi. Sababu ambazo hatukuambiwa, ambazo zilipelekea handshake mwaka 2018.
Naam. Mwezi Machi tarehe 9.
Mojawapo ni hii 16% VAT ya fuel levy. Hauambiwi hayo. 2019 mchakato huu ukaja kwa sababu ulikuwa umekuja moja kwa moja. Mara ya kwanza ulipokuwa proposed na World Bank ulikuwa ni 16%. Ulipoletwa bungeni hapa, mimi nikiwemo, tulipinga sana mswada huo wa 16%. Lakini ukateremshwa ukaja 8%. 8% hiyo ilikuwa ni discussion iliyofanywa, mchakato uliofanywa na mahandshake wale mandugu wale, wakakubaliana, wakawipu watu, tukasema okay, sasa badala ya 16 wacha tuiweke nusu.
Kwa hivyo mheshimiwa, unakubali kwamba huwa mna
yes, tunakuwa whipped. Kweli, ndio maana kuna mtu anakula mshahara wa mwananchi hapa anaitwa whip.
Yes. Kiranja.
Wapo na wapo na anakuwa yeye na naibu wake, na ni pande zote mbili.
Labda kwa Kenchonga tu kidogo katika hilo
tujaenda kwa Kenya nimalizie. 16% VAT levy kwa mafuta. Discussion iliyofanywa ikateremshwa kuja 8.
Naam.
Kuna subsidy inafanyika pale. Kuna watu fulani wanakula hiyo 8% hiyo. Ndio maana Mheshimiwa Ruto yeye ameamua kwamba afadhali bite your bullet. Yeye abebe huo mzigo anavyosema Lofty. Airudi pale kwa 16% ili wale mabwenyenye wanaokula 8 wenyewe wale. Basi watakuwa wameondolewa.
Tumpatie Mheshimiwa dakika moja, naambiwa kuna wanabodaboda wanataka kumjibu, lakini tukupe dakika moja kwanza.
Namsikitikia ndugu yangu Marwa. Wacha nimuelezee hivi. Kwanza, kabla sijaingia kwa mswada wa mafuta, wewe umeeleza yale yote mazuri. Yule mama mboga, yule mtu hasla mlemtumia, akampatia kura, atakuwa na uwezo wa kununua hizi nyumba zenu kama kula kwake tayari ni shida. Hilo utanijibu baadaye, sio hapa.
Turudi kwa mafuta.
Turudi kwa mafuta. Leo hii watu wengi sana wameweza kushindwa na kutumia magari zao kwa sababu ya bei ya mafuta iko juu. Serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ilituahidi wakishingia bei ya mafuta itaenda chini. Bei ya gas tuliambiwa itaenda hata 300. Tayari tukizungumza leo mwaka lita ya mafuta ni shilingi 180.
Hapo jana mheshimiwa walipunguza senti kidogo.
Walipunguza senti 60.
Wanajaribu kutuchezea nini kama unaandaliwa kabla hujaliwa.
Na 6. Ile kukufunga macho usikie mafuta yameenda chini. Lakini kusema ukweli hakuna chochote kilipunguzwa. Leo hii ni 182. Waliongeza 8%. Hiyo itakuja zaidi ya 200 na Hakuna sekta yoyote ya uchumi ambayo inajiweza kujiendeleza bila kutumia
Mheshimiwa,
mafuta.
pengine dawa iko kwenye bajeti ya leo. Dawa iko kwenye
watu
labda.
wangu kidogo tu, watu wangu wa bodaboda jamani, wanasema pia sisi hapo kwa mafuta tunataka kuzungumza na mwanahabari wetu Judy Cherono, anazunguka hapa mjini. Judy, wanasemaje?
Unajua nini? Hakuna mwanahabari sasa ambaye tuko naye ambaye anaelewa mambo ya bei za mafuta kuliko Judy. Waache tumsikize kama yuko na watu wanaoelewa kama yeye ama namna gani. Judy, kwako.
Mchokozi.
Kabisa, niko njia ya barabara ya Moi Avenue na niko hapa na watu wa bodaboda. Leo ikiwa siku muhimu ya kusoma bajeti ya mwaka 2023 na watu wa bodaboda wako hapa wanataka kutuambia jinsi wanavyohisi kuhusu leo. So naomba Lofty, samahani Lofty. It is Lofty.
Na mwanahabari wetu Judy Cherono. Mtazamaji, tulikujuza kwamba hii leo tunapiga darubini kila mahali na hivi sasa mwanahabari wetu
mulika hapa pale
ukanitonyesha jicho. Tunaenda kwa Brian George
Oteno. Shababu yuko upande wa pili kule bungeni. Sema na wabunge Brian.
All right, thank you, Lofty. We are right here at the National Assembly where we are still awaiting that pronouncement by the CS for Treasury, Professor Njuguna Ndung'u, on the national budget. Of course, very interesting sentiments we are expecting there. But keen to note, my colleague Karanja, is that a third of this budget, of the 3.68 trillion budget, is going to go into debt servicing. We're going to talk about that shortly, what this parliament wants to do with regard to debt to GDP ratios, and then the situation of the country in terms of domestic debt and external debt, and then now we'll wrap it up there. But you have some interesting developments that are coming up ahead of the end of the financial year. Parliament has something new coming up.
Yes, exactly 2 weeks, should I say 14 or less days to the end of the financial year 2022-2023. Already there is a supplementary budget that brought to Parliament last evening for regularization, and this, you may wonder, I mean 14 days to the end of the financial year, we are having a supplementary budget that was brought to Parliament last evening, and the details so far, because it is a 580, one document is 588 pages, the other is 700 pages plus, that we shall be breaking down for our viewers. But what we know so far is that the government in the supplementary budget wants Parliament to regularize the use through Article 223 of the Constitution, the use of, on development, we are talking about 367 billion shillings that should be used under or through Article 223, and that should be regularized in 14 days. Like I said, that is information, documents that we just got hold of, and this is what was tabled or was brought to Parliament late last evening. That is something to ponder about. But Brian, you were talking about the debt that this particular budget 2023-2024 is expected to service. Is that about a third? Is it 2/3? A third of this particular budget is supposed to service debts, and this takes us back to the intentions by the government. You remember early in the year, I think around March this year, we saw the principal secretary for the for Treasury, that is Chris Kipto, appearing before the Public Debt Committee here in the at the National Assembly, and stating that there was need to adjust the debt ceiling. Remember, we are currently at 10 trillion, and they want now to anchor it based on making a percentage of the GDP. I don't know your understanding of what this particular budget, and also basing it on the sentiments that have come from the PS also earlier today during that interview with Nina Shaban. Where do you think this government then will head in terms of getting these monies? Because the ceiling has not yet been amended, yet we are having the PS saying we fall short of what we are able to borrow.
You're very spot on particularly the debt ceiling. 10 trillion currently. Our debt is a little over 9 trillion Kenyan shillings. What is maturing this year, external debt particularly, is around 850 billion Kenya shillings. That is in Eurobond alone, which now inflates the current budget from 3.68 trillion to 4.45 trillion. So key things to look at. Number one is that our debt to GDP ratio currently is at 60%. 33.2 of that is local debt or domestic debt. Interestingly enough, 28.6 of this 26.8, I beg your pardon, is at external debt. So with those issues in place currently, we are faced with a situation whereby now we have to look at a way of revising that either to now use a ratio of the GDP. So countries that have that currently are the likes of Japan, who have really exceeded their debt to GDP ratio to about 227% of their GDP to debt to GDP ratio. And why do you think they borrow that much? Is because they have a welfare program that they need to be having for their aging generation. So that and then a lot of investment that is also going into social amenities and such like things. So quite frankly, is that our fiscal consolidation and the fiscal framework currently we can't raise our budget fully off of tax revenue. So we'll have to borrow again. That is why I think this government is trying to look at those flexibilities in the public finance management, so that they are able to borrow against the GDP of the country. So using a ratio of that debt to GDP to be able now to get that done. So it will be very interesting to see that piece of legislation coming up soon. And Lofty, we will be keeping an eye on that.
Shukran sana Ibrahim Karanja wakiwa kwenye bunge la kitaifa wakizungumza na wale ambao ni wakilishi wa Wakenya wa bunge kwenye bunge hilo. Nami Frederick Mitiriri nimesimama kidete hapa ndani ya ofisi za Wizara ya Fedha hapa ndani, niposa hapa ndipo waziri wa fedha atakuwa akiondoka, tutakuwa tumemsimamisha hapa tuzungumze naye atueleze ni kipi ambacho Wakenya watakuwa kitarajia. Tumekuwa tukimsubiria kutoka asubuhi, tumekita kambi hapa hapo awali tukazungumza naye katibu katika wizara Kipto, na akatueleza kwamba yale masuala ambayo kina Ibrahim Karanja wanazungumzia pale bungeni, hilo ndilo jambo ambalo linawasumbua sana, kule ambako watatoa zaidi kopa ni trilioni 10, sasa tumekopa trilioni 9.6. Sasa wanauliza tutatoa wapi fedha zaidi za kuweza kukidhi mahitaji ya Wakenya. Ni swala ambalo tunasubiria kumuuliza tukiwa hapa ndani. Awali katibu akatueleza kwamba kibarua hicho ni kigumu sana, labda bunge ibadilishe sheria zake wakaweza kupeleka ile tunaita kwa kimombo ceiling, wakaipeleka juu. Nikueleze tu matumizi ya serikali kule ambako itakuwa ikienda. Waziri anatueleza kwamba afisi ya rais itakuwa ikipewa shilingi bilioni 11. Afisi ya naibu wa rais itakuwa ikipewa bilioni 3.7. Afisi ile ya Musalia Mudavadi Prime CS atakuwa ikipewa zaidi ya shilingi milioni 648. Usalama wa ndani ile ya waziri Kindiki Kithure itakuwa na bilioni 26. Ya ulinzi bilioni 143 za Kenya atakuwa akipewa waziri ambaye anasimamia masuala Aden Duale ambaye anasimamia masuala ya ulinzi. Elimu ya juu bilioni 117. Hizi pesa ambazo zinastahili kwenda kwa wale watu ambao wanasoma kwenye TVET, wale wanasoma kwenye vyuo vikuu, hizi pesa ni zao. Elimu ya msingi bilioni 135, pesa taslimu ambazo watakuwa kipokea au makadirio ya bajeti yake Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u ambayo kitakuwa kisoma hii leo. Wizara ya Fedha itakuwa ikipewa bilioni 130, vile vile ya afya itakuwa ikipewa bilioni 116, ya barabara bilioni 245. Mtazamaji, sio hizo tu, ile ya uchukuzi, sababu kuna zile tunaita kwa kimombo departments, zile mbili, idara mbili, moja ya barabara, ile ya uchukuzi bilioni 60, zote zikiwa ni bilioni 305. Kwa hivyo sisi hapa tumekita kambi. Mtazamaji, tutakuwa tunamsubiria waziri wa fedha Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u atueleze kwa kina, halafu kutoka hapa atakuwa akielekea kwenye bunge. Tutamsubiria tumuuliza yale maswali ambayo mtazamaji unauliza, kisha atakuwa akielekea bungeni ambako kina Frida Mwaka na Lofty Matambo niwarushie nyinyi.
Naam, asante sana mwenzangu Frederick Mwitiriri kule akimeng'enya na kuweza kuzingamua zile hesabu, lakini tunaendelea hapa na Mheshimiwa Marwa Kitayama, mbunge wa Kuria Mashariki, pamoja na mbunge Ken Chonga wa Kilifi Kusini, na tulikuwa tunauliza maswali hawa kuhusiana hizi fedha, manake nikiangalia Frida, trilioni 2.16 serikali kuu, hiyo ni 60% ya bajeti yote. Bilioni 385 ndo zinakwenda kwa kaunti. Wabunge wamepata 12% ambao ni bilioni 40.
Hatujui kama zimewatosha. Shikilia hapo jamani.
Naam, tukirudi mtatuambia kama zimewatosha ama mwataka zaidi.
Lakini kwa sasa mtazamaji, tunachukua mapumziko mafupi, tunarudi na mengi ikiwemo taarifa zetu za NTV Amboko.
Aha, naambiwa jamani, pacha wangu utatengenezewa microphone, lakini tutachukua pumziko fupi kidogo, usiondoke. Tukirudi tunaangalia nani kapata nini wapi na kwa nini. Usiende bali.
Lifestyle Heights, the premier real estate development. We are thrilled to invite you to our open day on June 16th, 17th and 18th. Don't miss this chance to secure your piece of the paradise. Lifestyle Heights, a new way of living.
Daring Abroad makes me dare. It's the only show of its kind in the world. And now, it's bigger.
And even more entertaining and informative than before.
Hapa kunaitwa Kakoe na inatubaba sana.
From London to Jersey Island.
Goma in the Democratic Republic of Congo to the scenic features of Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
And many more places abroad and at home.
I watch Daring Abroad. I like the stories which people bring.
Daring Abroad every Saturday at 7:30 p.m. with repeats every Sunday at 1:30 p.m. on NTV.
Should pets be allowed to come to school?
If pets are allowed to school, they will know new skills.
This treasure lets you wish for whatever you want here in Slumberland.
I could see my dad again. Ice cream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream.
Ice cream, we scream, we all scream for ice cream.
Today, I'm going to show you how to make a dustpan using a 5-liter jerry can.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's go.
Blueband peanut butter, made with 100% pure peanuts and a good source of omega-6. Grow healthy and happy kids with Blueband peanut butter. Available in 200 grams, 400 grams, and 800 grams. Buy a pack today.
Going into the Champions League final, there were surely doubts and queries about Manchester City lifting the one trophy it desired and had yet to win. There was no doubt about City's ability, only whether it would finally get the job done. Consider that doubt erased as Manchester City is now the champion of Europe.
New Sensodyne Repair and Protect with Deep Repair. It's a huge game changer for me. The science is there. It's going to improve the quality of my life in a big way. The new Sensodyne Repair and Protect with Deep Repair.
I'm going back to the Dobrovolskis, that's it. I've come here to visit and worn out my welcome.
Have you been crying? I see you've decided to go to a clinic in Israel so no one gets in your way, am I right? You're getting pregnant there, are you? I wonder who the father would be.
That's none of your business.
Actually, it is. Give me that thing! Oh, God! What? How come? How could maternity belt? This is no
What's
maternity
taking you
belt.
guys so long? We're still waiting.
She was wearing this. She said it was a maternity belt. Do you know what this is? Do you realize? Huh? Take it.
Yes, I was pregnant, but I had suffered a miscarriage.
Mother, Valeria, call an ambulance now. Sana, water.
2 out of 3 Kenyan parents felt that they don't spend enough quality time with their kids. You can help change this by giving a generous voice to Storytime. Visit our library of homegrown audio stories at cadbury.africa and make Storytime sweeter.
New Sensodyne Repair and Protect with Deep Repair. It's a huge game changer for me. The science is pretty amazing because it really goes deep inside the tooth and repairs tooth sensitivity. I am a happy patient. I will be able to go back to the things that I enjoy eating the most. The science is there. It's going to improve the quality of my life in a big way. The new Sensodyne Repair and Protect with Deep Repair.
I'm going back to the Dobrovolskis, that's it. I've come here to visit and warn out my welcome.
Have you been crying? I see. You've decided to go to a clinic in Israel so no one gets in your way, am I right? You're getting pregnant there, are you? I wonder who the father would be.
That's none of your business.
Actually, it is. Give me that thing! Oh, God! What? How come? How could maternity belt? This is no
What's
maternity
taking you
belt.
guys so long? We're still waiting.
She was wearing this. She said it was a maternity belt. Do you know what this is? Do you realize? Huh? Take it.
Yes, I was pregnant, but I had suffered a miscarriage.
Mother, Valeria, call an ambulance now. Sana, water.
2 out of 3 Kenyan parents felt that they don't spend enough quality time with their kids. You can help change this by giving a generous voice to Storytime. Visit our library of homegrown audio stories at cadbury.africa and make Storytime sweeter.
Hallelujah! The Lord is worthy of all praise.
God rewards faithfulness. And he's saying to Abraham, you have been faithful. You have walked the journey, you've stayed the course. And I will show myself faithful on your behalf. When we pray, we say, God, we are trusting you for breakthrough. We are waiting on you for breakthrough. But do you know what? Sometimes it is God who is waiting on you.
This is NTV.
Naam, ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaba mpenzi mtazamaji, shukran sana kwa kuendelea kutazama runinga NTV. Mtazamaji, tumekuwa tukiangazia masuala ya bajeti. Kumbuka kwamba ni siku muhimu sana, ikiwa ni tarehe 15, siku ambapo tunasubiri tu kusomwa kwa makadirio ya bajeti mwaka 2023 mwaka 2024. Awali wenzangu Frida Mwaka na Lofty Matambo wako katika maeneo ya bunge kule, ambapo wamekuwa wakizungumzia tu masuala mengi, na wanahabari pia tuna wanahabari katika maeneo tofauti humu nchini, ili kuweza kuelewa zaidi ya haswa ni Mkenya anatarajia nini katika bajeti ya mwaka wa 2023 mwaka 2024. Na naitwa Nur Abdulaziz, na kukaribisha sana katika NTV adhuhuri. Tukianza moja kwa moja, naelezwa mwenzangu Steven Keter kule Eldoret atakuwa anazungumza tu na Wakenya ili kujua maoni yao haswa kuhusiana na bajeti hii ni yapi. Na Steven Keter, kazi kwako.
Asante sana mwenzangu Nur ukiwa pale studioni, na niko katika uwanja wa Kipchoge Keino mjini Eldoret, na utakubaliana nami kwamba iwapo kuna vitu viwili ambavyo vinaweza kuendesha uchumi wa eneo hili la kaskazini mwa bonde la Ufa, ni kilimo na pia spoti haswa riadha. Na hapa ninao washikadau haswa katika sekta hii ya riadha, wanariadha ambao walikuwa wakifanya mazoezi katika uwanja huu, ili tuweze kusikia tu matarajio yao katika makadirio haya ya bajeti ambayo yataenda kusomwa siku ya leo naye waziri wa fedha Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u. Hebu tueleze jina lako na utuambie ni lipi ambalo unatarajia wewe kama mwanariadha. Songa mbele kidogo.
Kwa majina ninaitwa Elvis Kibruto. Niko kiwanja ya Kipchoge Stadium. Sasa mimi ni mmoja ya wakimbiaji wenye wana train kwa hii kiwanja ya Kipchoge Stadium. Kwa hiyo budget yenye tunatarajia mambo mazuri. Tulisikia juzi President akiongelea hii kiwanja ya Kipchoge na Kamarin. Sasa tunatarajia President watukamilishe hii kiwanja kwa njia mzuri, atufanyie mambo mazuri kwa hii kiwanja ili tuweze kufanya mazoezi yetu vizuri. Na kwa hiyo budget tunatarajia mambo mazuri.
Asante. Ninaye mwingine hapa aweze kusongea mbele kidogo. Tuliona juzi rais alipokutana naye bingwa ama mshindi Faith Kipyegon aliyevunja rekodi ya dunia mara 2. Aliweza kutoa matamshi kadhaa akisema kuwa yeyote atakayevunja rekodi ataweza kupewa milioni 5. Je, nyinyi kama wanariadha mnachukuliaje jambo hili?
Tunaona ni mzuri. Tunashukuru President kwa sababu hiyo maoni yenye alisema juzi. Sasa kwa hii budget tunatarajia leo, tunatarajia mambo mazuri. Tunaomba President atuwekee chini gharama ya maisha kama chakula. Tunaona chakula ni expensive. Tunaona hata kusafiri ni expensive. Tunaomba tu President atuwekee chini gharama ya maisha.
Asante. Hawa ni baadhi ya wanariadha ambao wanaweza kufanya mazoezi katika eneo hili, na siku za hivi majuzi ikiwemo alipokutana na Faith Kipyegon, rais mwenyewe aliweza kutoa ahadi kadhaa kwa wanaspoti aswa wanariadha na pia katika michezo zingine kama volleyball na pia soka, ya kuwa yeyote atakayeweza kuvunja rekodi ya dunia anapata shilingi milioni 5. Na pia akasema serikali itakuwa inaangalia jinsi ya kuweza kuwazawadi wale ambao wataweza kuishindia Kenya medali ya gold katika mashindano ya kimataifa. Ikumbuka awali ilikuwa ni yule ambaye anaweza kushinda medali ya dhahabu anaweza kupewa shilingi milioni 1, anayepata fedha anapewa shilingi 750,000, na yule ambaye anamaliza katika nafasi ya 5 akishinda shaba anapewa shilingi 500,000. Lakini alisema hii itaweza kubatilishwa na pia wataweza kuangalia ni vipi ambao wataweza kuwazawadi wanariadha wanaoletea nchi hii sifa. Na jambo lingine ambao wanariadha hawa wameweza kuzia ni kuangalia sehemu za kufanyia mazoezi na viwanja vya michezo humu nchini. Ukiangalia katika uwanja huu wa Kipchoge Keino, uwanja huu umekuwa ukifanyiwa marekebisho kwa zaidi ya miaka 6 sasa. Iliweza kufungwa mwaka 2016 na hadi sasa haijaweza kukamilika. Ile ambao wanariadha watakuwa wanaangalia ni je, katika bajeti hii serikali itaweza kutenga fedha haswa itakayotosha kuweza kukamilisha eneo za kufanyia mazoezi katika ukanda huu na pia kote nchini, kwa sababu viwanja vingi vimeweza tu kujengwa katika hali ya polepole na imeweza kuwafanya wengi kuteseka sana wanapotafuta sehemu za kufanyia mazoezi. Haya tu ni mambo ambayo wanariadha na wanaspoti kwa jumla watakuwa wakifuatilia zaidi, ikizingatiwa kwa rais aliweza kuwaomba, aliweza kutoa ahadi kwa zile fedha ambazo ziko katika mfuko wa sports fund hazitaweza kupelekwa kufanya kazi zingine, bali itakuwa ni kazi ya kuwafanyia wanaspoti shughuli zao, ikiwemo kwa zawadi wanaposhinda na pia kumaliza sehemu za kufanyia mazoezi. Ni hayo tu ambayo wanariadha na wanaspoti wengine wataweza kuwa makini kuweza kuangalia, je, makadirio haya ya bajeti yataweza kutekeleza yale ambayo rais amekuwa akiwaahidi hadi kufikia sasa. Kwa sasa anarudisha kwako Nuru ukiwa studioni.
Na shukran sana Steve akiwa kule Eldoret. Naona kwamba amezamia sana swala la wanariadha na haswa kwa wanaspoti kwa jumla kuhusiana na swala hili zima la makadirio ya bajeti mwaka 2023 mwaka 2024. Tukirejea hapa jijini Nairobi, mtazamaji, nielekezwa kwa mwenzangu Judith Terono ambapo anazungumza na wakazi. Judith, labda tueleze wakazi wa Nairobi wanataka nini au matarajio yao ni yapi katika bajeti hii?
Asante sana Nuru. Niko kwenye barabara ya Moi Avenue. Nimejiunga na wanabodaboda. Tunapenda tu kusikiza maoni yao ya bajeti itakayosomwa leo. Tusikize ni maoni yao gani. Labda tu kwa ufupi unaweza tuelezea jina lako?
Kwa majina naitwa Anton. Watu wananijua Tony B. Yes.
Matarajio yako ni yapi leo katika bajeti ambayo inasomwa this afternoon?
Okay, kulingana na vile maisha iko saa hii, tunatarajia ya kwamba rais ataangalia especially sisi watu wa bodaboda, sababu mafuta imepanda. So tunashangaa kama tutapandisha na fare ya ama atuambie vile tutafanya. Na kwa sababu bado tunatarajia unga ishuke kidogo kwa sababu hatuko mahali pazuri kusema ukweli. Yes.
So maoni yako ni yapi kabisa ukingoja bajeti isomwe leo? Ni gani ile kazi ambayo umeweka mstari wa mbele ambao unataka kusikiza kutoka kwa Bwana Wasiri?
Pia mimi niko nafanya content kwa YouTube, so tarajia mambo mingi haswa kuhusu hiyo mambo ya kukata watu ambao wanafanya contact. Bado hiyo nataka angalia sana kwa sababu singetaka niende pale nianze pia wakati nimeanza kupata mapato kuwe yote inaenda na sipati kitu ambayo naweza nufaika nayo. Yes.
Asante sana. So tunaweza sikiza pia maoni ya mmoja hapa. Apart from kufanya bodaboda anasema na kuanga pia anatoa ile watu wanaita digital content. Na so tusikize maoni ya mmoja wao pia mwenye bodaboda.
Kwa majina naitwa Lusa Nicholas na mimi ni mwendeshaji bodaboda hapa CBD, lakini kila ambacho ningependa kuona ni kana kwamba matarajio yangu kama mwananchi, kusema kweli hali haiko vizuri sana. Manake wananchi walipochagua serikali, kuna wenye walichagua na kuna wenye hawakuichagua. So lazima tu watu wote wakaweze kufeel ule umuhimu wa hii serikali. Lakini kulingana na bajeti yetu na vile vitu zinaendelea, sioni kana kwamba tutawezesha kwa sababu hali imekuwa mbaya sana. Manake hapo nyuma ungekuwa ukitengeneza hata shilingi 1500 kwa siku ungeenda na kitu kwa nyumba. Lakini saa hizi ukitengeneza 1500 shillings unapata kwa siku peke yake. Ukitengeneza 1500 unatumia mafuta ya shilingi 800. Ukibakisha 700 ungeenda shilingi 230. So ile pesa ambayo imebakia hata sukari peke yake na kila kitu, hakuna kitu unabaki nayo kwa nyumba. Inabidi ukirudi kwa nyumba unarudi kwa madeni. So na hatujafika ile kiwango ambayo nimeona jana wakipitisha ile mswada wa mswada tata ambaye ilikuwa inapitishwa jana. So baada ya kupitishwa saa hizi nataka niamini ya kwamba mambo itazidi kuwa ngumu sana. So Wakenya wenzangu, kile kitu ambacho mimi naona tu ni kwamba tumebakisha tu Mungu atusaidie kwa sababu mahali tumefikia hakuna chochote tutawezeshwa. Hali itakuzidi kuwa ngumu sana na viongozi ambao wako pale juu hawatujali sisi kama wananchi. So it's all about us wananchi, tukuje pamoja, tufikire nini tutafanya kwa sababu ya uchumi ya nchi yetu na sisi tukaweza kupata kila ambacho Mungu anatusaidia. Hayo tu ndio maoni yangu kwa sasa hivi.
Nashukuru sana ndugu yangu. Nuru, umesikia tu maoni ya wahudumu wa bodaboda. Wanalilia kuwa hali imekuwa ngumu zaidi, ukianza kwa mafuta bei imeongezeka. So ile kidogo wanapata inaenda yote kwa mafuta na unga. Kwako Nuru.
Na shukran sana Judith akiwa katika jiji la Nairobi. Tu baadhi ya maoni ya Wakenya hapa katika jiji la Nairobi wamezungumzia masuala tu kadha wa kadha, lakini kama nilivyokueleza awali, wanahabari wetu katika maeneo tofauti ambao watakuwa wanatueleza tu zaidi labda maoni ya Wakenya ni yapi kuhusiana na makadirio ya bajeti ya mwaka 2023 mwaka 2024. Mwenzangu Ruth Sarmoe atakuwa kule Nakuru ambapo tayari namuona yupo na Wakenya tu ambao wanasubiri kutoa maoni yao kuhusiana na swala hili. nzima. Pia na mwenzangu Ibrahim Karanja katika majengo ya bunge ambapo anafuatilia kwa moja kwa moja tu kuhusiana na swala hili zima. Kumbuka kwamba tutakuwa tunasubiri tu kusoma kwa makadirio ya bajeti ya mwaka 2023 mwaka 2024 na waziri wa fedha Njoroge Ndung'u mwendo wa saa 9 hivi mtazamaji. Kwa hivyo tulia hapa. Lakini kwa sasa na kuelekeza kwa mwenzangu Kevin Mutai akiwa kule Mombasa tu ambapo pia anazungumza na wakazi ili kutueleza zaidi maoni yao. Kevin Mutai.
Naam, asante sana Nuru. Tumeuhamisha mjadala kuhusu bajeti ya serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ya mwaka huu 2023 na mwaka 2024 kutoka maeneo ya Shanzu, na hapa tumezama katika ufuo wa bahari Hindi, eneo la Jomo Kenyatta, ambapo tayari naona kuna baadhi ya Wakenya wamefika hapa kujivinjari, wafanyabiashara pia wakiendelea kuchuza bidhaa tofauti. Kumbuka kwamba hawa ni wahusika wakuu wa sekta ya utalii, mojawapo wa sekta muhimu sana ambayo pia imeweza kuzingatiwa na kupewa kipaumbele na serikali ya Kenya Kwanza kwenye bajeti ya mwaka huu. Na haraka upesi tuweze kusema tuna baadhi ya wafanyabiashara hapo. Kenza tu kwa majina, tuelezee matarajio yako ni yepi hasa kuhusu bajeti hii ya serikali hii ya Kenya Kwanza?
Well, majina yangu ni Paul Mbunza, mimi ni kaimu mwenyekiti wa Jomo Kenyatta Public Beach. Ni kwamba kama Mkenya wa kawaida hapa Public Beach tunatarajia serikali iweze kufanya bajeti ambayo itakuwa inaweza kumlinda mwananchi wa kawaida kutokana na mazile aliyotokea mitatu iliyopita. Yes.
Na kumekuwa na bajeti mingi ambazo zimeweza kusomwa na ama kuweza kushughulikiwa na serikali tofauti, kuanzia serikali ya mzee hayati alikuwa rais wa kwanza Jomo Kenyatta hadi hivi sasa ni serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Je, tofauti ni ipi?
Well, tofauti kubwa nieleze kwa kina kidogo ni kwamba Wakenya wamekuwa na taharuki sana na bajeti ya mwaka huu, ni kama ambayo hakuna bajeti nyingine imewahi kusomwa, na ni kutokana na uchochezi mwingi kutoka kwa viongozi wetu. Viongozi wetu wamekuwa na jadhiba nyingi kuhusiana na bajeti, lakini ijulikane vizuri sana kwamba bajeti zimesoma kutoka wakati wa mzee Jomo Kenyatta. Mimi nafikiri wakati wa mzee Jomo Kenyatta nilikuwa, na kutoka wakati huo mpaka leo tofauti iliyoko ni kwamba bajeti ilipokuwa inasomwa ya wakati wa Kenyatta na bwana Moi, President Moi, ilikuwa ni kwamba baadaye kulikuwa na kitengo cha kuweza kufuatilia hizo mabei ambazo zimesomwa na bajeti ndizo ziko kwa ground, zinahakikishwa kama ziko kwa ground ama hakuna. Lakini tofauti ya siku hizo na leo ni kwamba bajeti zikisomwa miaka hii yote kutoka mwaka wa bwana Kibaki na mwaka wa bwana Uhuru na mwaka huu wa bwana Ruto, ni kwamba bajeti zote zikisomwa hakuna kufuatilia hata mabei yale ya vitu katika masoko yetu. Kwa mfano, watu wamekuwa wakizungumza hii gumzo ya unga. Unga imekuwa ikisemwa kwamba na serikali kwamba imeshashukishwa. Ukienda katika maduka yale ambayo yako authorized kuuza ile bidhaa, bado ile bidhaa iko juu. Sasa tunashindwa kwamba kuelewa kwamba ni nani muongo, ni nani anadanganya, ni serikali viongozi wanadanganya ama ni wale ambao wanauza ndio wanadanganya. So in this case the government should put shoes na kumake sure kwamba kila kitu inaenda sawa kutokana na budget.
Wakati wa kampeni, Rais William Ruto pamoja na wandani wake waliweza kutoa ahadi tofauti kwa Wakenya. Na je, pengine unahisi kwamba ahadi hizo zimeweza kuzamiwa ama kuangaziwa kwenye bajeti yao, na iwapo kama kuna chochote ambacho uona pengine haijaweza kushughulikiwa, ni mambo kama gani hasa uona serikali unapendelea kuweza kuangazia zaidi?
Well, ni pledges nyingi zilizoplejiwa wakati, ahadi nyingi zilitolewa wakati wa mikutano yote ya Kenya Kwanza, wakiwa wanaomba nafasi, wapewe nafasi ya kuongoza nchi. Lakini hapa tuzingatie ya kwamba kutokana na hizi mambo yote sio ahadi zote ambazo zimetolewa zimetekelezwa, na watu hawaoni zikitekelezwa, na ni kwa sababu sana watu wamefungwa macho na ile makelele inayotoka upande wa upinzani, kwa sababu serikali ikiwa na upinzani huwa inafanya kazi. Na izingatiwe kwamba kutoka ile miaka iliyopita mitano iliyopita hapo nyuma, miaka iliyokuwa ya handshake, hatukuona kiongozi yote anasema ya kwamba mwananchi anafinyiliwa kwa njia yoyote. Kwa sababu wote wanaongea leo walikuwa kwa system. Lakini saa hii kwa sababu kuna mtu ambaye maybe kuna kundi ambalo haliko katika uongozi, ni lazima kuwe na shindikisho za kusema ya kwamba hii ni kibaya, hiki ni kibaya, huyu hajafanya hiki, huyu hajafanya hiki. Hii serikali ipewe nafasi itekeleze kile ambacho inafaa kutekeleza, na watu waache kuchochea wenzao, kwa sababu hakuna wakati tunaweza kukaa bila budget. Budget tutakuwa nazo hiyo mwaka huu, mwaka mwingine tutakuwa na budget, na huu ndio mwaka wa kwanza wa hiyo serikali ya kwanza wao
budget ya kwanza pia.
Budget ya kwanza kusomwa na serikali ya kwanza. Let us give them time tuone kama miezi mitatu kutoka saa hii kama hali itakuwa namna gani.
Pengine pia jana tuliweza kushuhudia ubabe kutoka mirengo yote, viongozi kutoka mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza na vile vile mrengo wa Azimio. Je, pengine wewe unahisi kama kiongozi wako ama wale viongozi unaotambua waliweza kuleta hoja ambazo pengine ulifurahia?
Well, katika kura walizokuwa wanapiga ni kura zilizokuwa zimejawa na utata. Na tuelewe kwamba hizi kura zilikuwa zinapigwa sio tofauti na zote zile ambazo zimewahi kupigwa. Kuna wakati kulikuwa na utata mwingi, wakati ulikuwa wa IPPG, na wabunge wengi waliokuwa wanapiga kura wakati huo, wengine hata walijificha mpaka chooni wasionekane kwamba wamepiga kura wapi. Kwa saa hii tuseme tumeweka mambo wazi, kila mtu akipiga kura anajulikana amepiga wapi. Ni kwamba wale viongozi wamepiga kura kwa upande wa serikali, wamepiga kura ili kujenga ama kuinua ile serikali, lakini wenzao ni lazima wapinge, kwa sababu ya kwamba wao hawawezi kuwa kwa upande wa kuunga serikali mkono. Wakiunga
kuna hata baadhi ya viongozi waliochaguliwa ndani ya chama mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza, lakini pia walieleza kwamba mapendekezo ya bajeti au makadirio haya hayaangazii maslahi ya Mkenya wa kawaida. Unakubaliana wao?
Ninaweza kukubali kwamba kuna watu wa aina hiyo wanaweza kuweko, kwa sababu nimetangulia kusema ya kwamba katika hizi serikali zote mimi nimeona controversial debate ya mambo ya budget. Nimeona the same way. Hata kulikuwa unafika wakati wengine watu walikuwa wanapigana bungeni, wanatolewa mpaka nje. Nilishuhudia. Kwa hizo ndio nasema
hii si jambo geni.
Si kitu kigeni, wananchi waache kuona kama hii ni kitu kigeni cha budget. Budget imekuwa, watu walikuwa wanapigana, watu wengine wanatumwa nje.
Sawa, mwisho kabisa na kwa kifupi, wewe ni mshikadau mkubwa katika sekta hii ya utalii. Je, pengine unaona kwamba nini ambacho ungependa serikali iweze kuangazia ili kuweza kuboresha sekta hii ya utalii?
Sema kwamba kila moja wakati anavuta makaa anavuta kwa upande ule wa kwake, na kutokana na hiyo ni kwamba kile ambacho tunaweza kuongea hapa, naweza kuongea kuhusiana na utalii, kwa sababu sisi tuko katika sekta ya utalii. Ni kwamba nafikiri kuna donda zugu limezungumziwa hapa ufuoni kuhusiana na mambo ya licensing, na ni vizuri kwamba tumeambiwa na serikali kwamba kila mmoja anafaa kuwa licensed. Ni vizuri sana serikali ingekuja na mbinu ya waive zile miaka zote zilikuwa za corona nyuma, tukizingatia kwamba hii sehemu ilikuja ikabomolewa na watu wakapoteza mali yao mingi sana hapa. So who are the same people, ukirudi kuwaambia kwamba walipe miaka na walipia ile iliyoko nyuma huko na walipoteza vitu vyao, nafikiri tumekuwa na challenge kubwa sana. Nafikiri hiyo it should be addressed na sana Minister wa Tourism Bi Malonza anafaa kuingilia kati na kumake sure kwamba wale watu wa Jomo Kenyatta Public Beach, kwa sababu ya walivunjiwa na serikali iliyopita, hii serikali iweze kuwatambua na iweze kuwapatia
sawa. Asante. Kwa hakika Nur, mbivu na mbichi itaweza kubainika wakati ambapo waziri wa fedha atakapoelekea bungeni kuwasilisha makadirio ya bajeti ya serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Na kumbuke kwamba Wakenya wanatazama na wanasubiri yote ambayo yataendelea ama yatafanyika kule bungeni. Nuru.
Yakiwa kule kaunti ya Mombasa, mtazamaji, ndio mambo ambayo yanaendelea. Tunaona habari katika maeneo tofauti ambao natujuza tu zaidi kuhusiana haswa na matarajio ya Wakenya kuhusiana na bajeti hii. Kumbuka kwamba kuna mswada wa fedha pia ambao unatarajiwa kuwasilishwa kwa mara ya 3 hii leo ili kuweza tu kuangaziwa kikamilifu. Wakenya tunatarajia kwamba wanaofahamu wa masuala ambayo yamejitokeza katika haswa bajeti ya mwaka 2023, mwaka 2024 na haswa pia mswada wa fedha ambao ni mwaka 2023. Sasa moja kwa moja naelekea kwa mwenzangu Ruth Sarmoi kule kaunti ya Nakuru. Awali nilikuwa nimemwona na Wakenya tu ambao wamemzingira, labda wanaofahamu haswa wa mambo yalivyo katika bajeti, na pia tukiangazia mswada wa fedha. Wana maoni yapi, Ruth Sarmoi?
Na Nuru, bado natangamana tu na wanafunzi kutoka taasisi hii ya kiufundi ya Rift Valley Institute of Science and Technology, ambapo wataweza kutueleza tu maoni yao kutokana na bajeti ambayo natarajiwa kusoma baadaye hii leo, na vile vile kutokana na mswada wa fedha ambao hapo jana tuliona wabunge 167 waliweza kukubaliana na mswada huo. Tutaanza na wewe na utueleze jina lako. Kutokana na mswada wa fedha uliojadiliwa hapo jana, uliweza kuelewa nini ama uliweza kuchukua nini?
Kwa majina naitwa John Jen, mwanafunzi wa I'm doing supply chain management module 3. I'm a finalist. So according to yesterday's readings, I understand the rates for comedians was reduced from 15% to 5%, which is okay.
How do you think that will benefit you as students in one way or another?
Okay, here in our institution, we have several students who are performing the task of comedy. So I think it is going to elevate the capacities in our institution.
Asante sana. Wewe kwa majina uliweza kuchukua nini ama kuelewa kipi unaungana nayo ama unapingana nayo kutokana na mswada huo wa fedha?
Okay, my name is Samson Kimani. I'm a module 3 student pursuing supply chain management finalist. So having gone through the financial bill, I came to understand it and also view it in a positive manner because it will bridge the gap between the poor and the rich. It will enable the rich also to give back to the poor, and the poor will also be in a position to utilize the resources that are getting from the rich. In this way, there is a very good even distribution of the available resources.
Ukiangalia pia katika mswada huo kando na kutaka wa Kenya tofauti kutoa 1.5% ya pesa zao kwa hiyo fedha hazina ya nyumba, pesa za fedha ama ushuru wa mafuta umeweza kuongezwa kutoka 8% hadi 16%, ilhali ushuru wa LPG gas imeweza kupunguzwa. Maoni yako ni yapi na ukidhani inaweza kuathiri vipi uchumi wa wanafunzi kama nyinyi?
Naona kwamba ni bora zaidi kwa sababu itasaidia wanafunzi kwamba ile hali ya upishi imekuwa gharama kwa wanafunzi. Ukiangalia kwamba ile bei ya LPG gas imeweza kupanda kwa kiwango cha juu, hivi basi ambapo kutakuwa na mapunguzo itaweza kusaidia wanafunzi kupata hata kuweza kujipikia chakula, ndio itawasaidia. Cha pili kwamba ile ambayo 16% ambayo imekuwa sasa ni mafuta, itaweza kudiscourage ile mambo ya environment pollution. Na itasaidia kwamba watu wataanza kumove kununua gari ambazo ni electrical, vitu ambazo zinatumia stima, na basi tutaweza kuona kwamba itaweza kusaidia kuhifadhi mazingira kwa njia bora.
Sawa, kwa ufupi sana, jina lako, uliweza kuchukua nini kutokana na mswada huo wa fedha?
Kwa majina naitwa Ledama Hamilton, mwanafunzi wa chuo cha ufundi cha Arvist. Nasomea uhasibu. Kutokana na mswada wa fedha wa mwaka huu, nilichukua kuna hii monthly income rate hiyo ya MRI, at least ilipungua kutoka 10% hadi 7.5. At least hiyo imesaidia watu wengi waanze kujenga manyumba, wa invest kitu kama hiyo. Alafu kuna hii ya hoteli ya 100% deduction on investment. Hiyo inasaidia sana, at least watu waanze kuinvest kwa mahoteli, wajenge, vijana wajitokeze kwa hiyo.
Sawa. Na niruhusu tu nizungumze na mwanadada mmoja hapa ambaye ameweza kudadisi ama kuangalia bajeti ya mwaka jana na bajeti ambayo imependekezwa, na tunatarajia baadaye waziri wa fedha aweze kutusomea hii leo. Kutokana na udadisi huo, umeweza kuangalia kuna mabadiliko mepi makubwa sana uliweza kuangalia?
Mtaniwia niongee kwa lugha ya Kiingereza. Majina, my name is Maureen Sempeta. I'm taking diploma in supply chain management at Rift Valley Institute of Science and Technology. So my research is I try to take a comparison of the 2021-2022 budget and the 2023-2024 budget. A lot has been done on my side. I appreciate the 2023-2024.
Like what aspects?
For instance, in measuring on the education sector, the 2023-2024 budget is at least establishing national skill and funding councils, which are going to be established for students, measuring on the TVETs and the help sectors, which is at least, it will increase the funding board of students. Again, the 2023-2024 budget is measuring on, we are expecting the budget to at least establish more equipped TVET schools and vocational colleges in terms of by ensuring that we having all the ICT labs and even the ICT technology park for the same.
Sawa sawa, Nuru, muda unanipa kisogo, lakini kumbuka katika bajeti ya mwaka huu sekta ya elimu imeweza kuwekewa pesa shilingi bilioni 630, ambapo imeweza kuongezeka kutoka bilioni 513 mwaka jana, yani katika mwaka wa 2022 na 2023. Vile vile kuna mapendekezo ya kuongeza fedha zinazotolewa kwa wanafunzi hao ya HELB kutoka 16.3 hadi 30%, na ni jambo mojawapo ambalo mwenzangu hapa ameweza kuzungumzia kwamba itaweza kuwafaidi wanafunzi hao. Kumbuka kwamba pia hapo jana mswada wa fedha ulipokuwa unazungumzwa, waliweza kukubaliana ya kwamba Wakenya watozwe 1.5 za fedha ama hazina ya fedha ya nyumba ili waweze kujenga nyumba za bei nafuu. Na kumbuka rais alipokuwa akizungumza hapo awali alieleza kusema kwamba taasisi za kiufundi ni sekta mojawapo ambazo zitaweza kufaidika na kazi ambazo zitapatikana na mradi huo iwapo itakubaliwa. Na ni hayo tu kwa sasa, tutazidi kutangamana na wanafunzi hapa, wako na maoni mengi na wangependa kuchangia, lakini tutaweza kuwajuza watazamaji wetu katika habari zetu za hapo baadaye.
Naam, shukran sana Ruth Sarmwe. Maoni tu mengi kutoka kwa wanafunzi hao. Mtazamaji, tumepata moja mbili kutoka kwao, lakini sasa nakuelekeza kwa mwenzangu katika majengo ya bunge kule, Ibrahim Karanja. Natumai labda umezungumza na baadhi ya wabunge kuhusiana na bajeti hii, na iwapo umezungumza na wana masuala yapi ambayo labda wamechangia katika bajeti hii na tunatarajia nini? Naam, Ibrahim.
Ya hafla yenyewe, hafla kuu ya waziri wa fedha Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u kuwasilisha bajeti ya kwanza ya serikali ya Kenya Kwanza katika bunge la kitaifa hapa. Na nilipo ni nje ya majengo ya bunge, haswa langoni mwa majengo ya bunge ambapo wabunge wanakuwa wakiingia kutoka hapa, na nafanya hivi ili nizungumze nao wakati ambapo wanafika tu. Na kwa sasa ninaye mbunge wa Matungu kupitia chama cha ODM, Oscar Peter Nabulindo, ambaye atakuwa akitueleza kuhusu matarajio yake ya bajeti, pia kabla ya kuzungumza na wabunge wengine ambao nitakuwa nikiwachukua katika pitapita zao hapa. Lakini mheshimiwa, upo moja kwa moja katika NTV na nimekuzuia wakati ambapo ulikuwa unaingia, marake swala ambalo linaenda kufanyika leo bungeni ni swala ambalo linamgusilia mwananchi, bajeti ya mwaka 2023-2024. Wewe kama mbunge umepata pengine kusikia, tayari umesikia baadhi ya makadirio ambayo yatakuwa yakitajwa, ni sekta zipi ambazo zinamwathiri raia haswa wako na pia wa taifa nzima ambazo zimeguswa na zimeguswa kwa kivipi? Kauli yako kuhusu bajeti ya leo.
Asante sana. Leo ni actually siku ya historia katika nchi ya Kenya, kwa sababu ni serikali ya kwanza, ni bajeti ya kwanza ya serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ambayo imepigiwa kura hivi karibuni. Na matarajio ya wananchi kweli ni makubwa sana, kwa sababu gharama ya maisha iko juu sana. Mwananchi yeyote, yule ambaye anafanya kazi na yule ambaye hafanyi kazi, wako na ugumu sana wa maisha. Kitu ya kwanza, bei ya bidhaa muhimu katika maisha ya binadamu, ya wananchi, imepanda sana, kama unga, sukari, mafuta na vitu zingine ambazo wananchi wanatumia kila siku katika nyumba zao. Kwa hivyo wananchi wanatarajia katika hii mipangilio ya serikali ya bajeti ya kwanza ya Kenya Kwanza, tuwe na mipangilio kamili ya kupunguza gharama ya maisha. Lakini ukiangalia vile tumekuwa tukiendelea na debate ya finance bill na kila kitu, tunaona kwamba ushuru umeenda juu, na sana kwa hiyo clause ya fuel levy ambapo imetoka katika 8% mpaka 16%. Hiyo inamaanisha kwamba bei ya mafuta itapanda, na bei ya mafuta ikipanda itaathiri bei ya kila kitu ambacho mwananchi anatumia. Kwa hivyo matarajio ya mwananchi ni kwamba serikali iweze kumhurumia, serikali iweze kuona kwamba mwananchi tayari ako na ugumu, na waweze kutengeneza budget ambayo inafanya maisha yawe rahisi kidogo kwa mwananchi. Ukiangalia katika sekta ya elimu kufuatana na mipangilio ambayo hii serikali iko nayo, ni kwamba wamepunguza kiwango cha pesa ambayo inaenda kwa national capitation ambayo inasaidia partial free secondary education. Wameipunguza by 22%, na hiyo ni percentage kubwa sana, na itaathiri sana elimu, kwa sababu hiyo capitation inasaidia wale watoto ambao wanatoka kwa familia ambazo hazijiwezi. Ukiangalia katika upande wa afya, tunatarajia hii serikali kuangalia NHIF itahudumu namna gani ndio mwananchi apate nafuu. Kama wakati huu wananchi wengi wanarudishwa nyumbani kwa sababu bila kupata matibabu, kwa sababu NHIF kadi nyingi hazifanyi, ni licha ya mwananchi kuwa amelipa.
Matarajio hayo ambayo unasema mwananchi anazo mheshimiwa, matarajio ambayo yatafanikishwa na nyinyi wabunge, manake baada ya bajeti kuwasilishwa hapa, nyinyi ndio wenye uamuzi. Mswada wa fedha ambao ulikuwa hapa jana katika kusomwa kwa mara ya pili, pia nyinyi ndio mlikuwa waamuzi. Ilhali bunge, licha ya kusema kwamba mnafahamu matarajio ya wananchi, bunge inaonekana kupitisha mambo ambayo yanatoka kwa serikali. Tuanze na jana, ilikuwa vipi?
Asante sana. Kwa kawaida mswada kama huo ni mswada ambao unaletwa na serikali ili kuwezesha serikali kupata fedha kutoka kwa wananchi na wanabiashara, na kuweza kutumia hizo fedha kwa kuhudumia mwananchi. Na yale ambayo yalifanyika jana ilikuwa ni kwamba kulikuwa na misinformation, yani habari ya kura hii kujulikana. Ikakuwa kwamba watu wa Kenya Kwanza wamejipanga, na watu wa Azimio hawakuwa na habari kwamba kura inafanyika wakati ule ambao ulifanyika. Na hata hivyo yote hayajapotea, kwa sababu tunatarajia kwamba kuanzia Tuesday tutakuwa tuna deal na hiyo finance bill close by close, tukijadiliana, na tuko na nafasi sisi kama watu wa Azimio, tuko na nafasi ya kufanya amendment katika clauses ambazo zinaathiri mwananchi, kama clause ya housing levy. Ndio komiti ya bunge ilipunguza kutoka 3% kufika kwa 1.5, yani 1.5%, lakini sisi bado tutamove an amendment ya kureduce kutoka 1.5 mpaka 0. Yes.
Mheshimiwa, swali la mwisho ni kwamba bajeti ya shilingi trilioni 3.6 inakuwa ikiwasilishwa leo hii na waziri, na ni kwamba bajeti hii kiwango kikubwa cha bajeti hii ni pesa ambazo hatuwezi tukapata sisi wenyewe kama wananchi. Kwa hiyo kuna nia ya mikopo. Tayari katibu mkuu katika Wizara ya Fedha Chris Kiptoo ametaja kwamba kuna shilingi bilioni 400 ambazo huenda zikapotea, manake ile debt ceiling tuweza tukaomba tu shilingi trilioni 10, na kuna mapendekezo kwamba kubadilishwe debt ceiling itoke kutoka kwa shilingi hizi trilioni 10 hadi iwe ni kiwango fulani katika mapato ya taifa, GDP. Kauli yako ni ipi haswa kuhusu kubadilisha jinsi ambavyo taifa litakuwa likitafuta mikopo?
Asante sana. Ukiangalia katika uchumi wa Kenya is a third world economy, is a growing economy, ambapo tunatarajia kwamba kukopa sio dhambi, bora iwe kwamba tunakopa na tuna manage hiyo pesa ambayo tunakopa kwa njia ambayo ni nzuri, ili iweze kupeana matunda mema. Kwa hivyo kwa hapo wakati ambapo serikali itakuwa tayari, sisi kama bunge tuko tayari kuvunja hiyo ceiling ya kutoka 10 trillion ifike hata 15 trillion, ili tuwezeshe serikali iwe inaweza kufika kwa wa development partners, iwe inaweza kukopa na kuweza kukuja kufanya maendeleo. Kitu ya maana ni hiyo pesa ambayo inakopwa inatumika kwa njia gani. kwa sababu ekonomi yetu haiwezi kusitiri mahitaji yetu. Kwa hivyo ni lazima tutakopa, na kwa hivyo tukikopa tunatumia haja hizo fedha ambazo tumekopa. Hilo ndio swala la muhimu.
Asante sana. Ni Oscar Peter Nabulindo, mbunge wa Matungu, mbunge kupitia chama cha ODM ambaye yupo hapa. Lakini kabla ya kuelekea kwa kina Lofty, nafikiria nizungumza na mbunge mmoja wa mwisho kabisa, maana tumesikiza kutoka kwa Nabulindo, pia tusikie mheshimiwa. Tueleze kauli yako haswa kuhusu bajeti hii ambayo itakuwa ikiwasilishwa leo, shilingi trilioni 3.6, bajeti ya kwanza ya serikali ya Rais William Ruto. Mambo ambayo mheshimiwa Nabulindo anasema ni kwamba matarajio ya mwananchi, nyote mko hapa kuwashughulikia wananchi. Wananchi wa kwako wanasema vipi?
Utaniruhusu pia niweze kugusia kidogo nikitumia lugha ya Kimombo. The urgent and most practical needs ya Wakenya ni mambo number 1 ya afya. Wananchi wa Kenya wanataka NHIF iweze kufanya kazi, hospitali ziweze kufanya kazi na waweze kupata madawa. Hiyo ni urgent matter number 1. Number 2 ni mambo ya chakula. Tuwe na vyakula vya kutosha katika nchi yetu, tusiwe tunategemea kuleta vyakula kutoka nchi za nje. Kama sasa unaona tunachukua chakula mingi inatoka Tanzania na Uganda, na hapo awali sisi ndio tulikuwa tuna produce chakula mpaka tuna export. The challenge we have right now is that we are dealing with an insincere government. We are dealing with an insincere executive ambao hawajali mambo ya wananchi. Shida yao ni kutafuta schemes za kutengeneza hela zao za mfuko, na ndio unaona priorities zao zimekuwa lopsided. Ile mambo walikuwa wameahidi wa Kenya sasa wamebadili, sababu ukianza kusema kusukuma wa Kenya eti unawatengenezea nyumba, yet they have done research in all media stations na wamepata kuwa wa Kenya 90% hawataki mambo ya levy ya nyumba, na hao wanasukuma mambo hayo. Jambo la pili, mambo ya mafuta, kuongeza bei ya mafuta is going to increase the cost of living by a huge margin. Na hao unaona wanalazimisha. Wacha nimalizie hapo sababu
tumalizie hapo kwa sababu ya muda, halafu tutakuwa tukirejea kwako, manake pia kuna wenzetu ambao wapo ndani bila shaka watakuwa wakikupata. Lakini kwa sasa kutoka kwa baadhi ya wabunge ambao tumezungumza hapa, tuingie ndani ya bunge ambapo wenzangu Lofty Matambo, Frida Mwaka pia wapo na wabunge zaidi. Ni bajeti ambayo inazidi kuzua kauli tofauti na hisia tofauti. Lofty, ulionao wanasema nini kuhusu bajeti hii ya kwanza ya Kenya Kwanza?
Na asante sana Ibrahim Karanja kwa mahojiano hayo na wabunge mbalimbali ambao wanaendelea kumiminika, manake kwenye muda wa dakika 30 saa 1:30 ijayo wanasema kwamba ukiona manyoya jua kuku kaliwa. Kwa hivyo huo wakati tutajua ataliwa kishatolewa manyoya ama ataliwa vivyo hivyo hapa ndani ya majengo ya bunge.
Lakini kwa sababu kubwa umefanya pacha yangu ni kumtaja kuku masaa kama haya.
Masaa ya njaa. Na hii njaa itamalizwa na bajeti, lakini kwa sababu tumekuwa na wabunge wetu hapa kutoka mida ya saa 6 hadi sasa, Mheshimiwa Ken Chonga, mbunge wa Kilifi Kusini, pamoja na Marwa Kitayama wa Kuria Mashariki, ni vizuri tuwapatie kauli za mwisho waweze kutuaga, alafu tuangalie tutaingia kule ndani tupate kauli za aina gani. Mheshimiwa Chonga, kauli yako ya mwisho.
Lofty, kama nilivyotangulia kusema, mimi sina chochote cha kujivunia kwa hii bajeti. Mimi si msanii Lofty, lakini nataka kuimbia nyimbo kwa ufupi tu.
Imba.
Uende kakupatia nini?
Kanipa moyo.
Yuko msanii mmoja anaitwa African Teacher. Jina jingine ambalo julikana sana ni Burning Spear. Akaimba, they've been celebrating hard these days. They have been celebrating hard these days. What about the selfishness? What about the selfishness? They promise us things will be easier. They promise us things will be better. They promise us things will be cheaper. They think we are stupid. They want us to think stupid.
Kora si yasemaje?
Kwa ufupi inasema
kora si ya wimbo.
Achana na Marwa. Mimi nataka tu kukuambia kwa ufupi hivi. Wakati serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ilipokuwa ikitafuta nafasi hii ya uongozi, walitumia lugha ambayo kwamba ingeshika mwananchi wa chini kwa rahisi. Na mwananchi huyu alipata imani kabisa ya kwamba serikali ambayo inakuja itawakomboa kutoka ile cheni ya umasikini, angalau waweze kuishi maisha ya afueni. Lakini mimi nikaangalia hii bajeti vile vilivyopangwa, makadirio mengi yale ambayo yaliwekwa, the estimates zilikuwa overstated. Na overstate estimates, this is a good recipe for corruption. Kwa mfano mimi niliangalia ile bajeti, KDF wameongezewa 145 billion kwenye hii bajeti. Kenya haiko kwa vita. Ni kitu gani chenye Kenya inataka kununua ilipeleka kwa KDF ili wajipange na lolote ile ambalo linakuja? This is a recipe of corruption. Na serikali ikitaka maisha ya mwananchi yende chini, kuna vitu vitatu ni lazima wazingatie.
Tukimalizia,
kwanza, wajaribu iwezekanavyo kodi irudishwe chini ili production iende juu. Hiyo ni ya kwanza.
Ya pili?
Pili, wajaribu kusil loopholes zote za corruption.
Tatu?
Tulimsikia Rais Uhuru akisema we are losing 2 billion every day. Wakati huo sasa inafikia hata imeenda zaidi. Tatu,
mwisho.
Tatu, serikali iweze kuapply professionalism. Ukiangalia wale mawaziri ambao wamewekwa katika serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, wengi, maybe a third, wanaweza kuwa professionals, wengi ni wanasiasa.
Asante.
PSS the same thing. Katika uajiri pia hapo ni mahali lazima angalie. Hatuna haja na CAS 51.
Haya, shukrani Mheshimiwa Ken Chonga, manake naona umechemka kweli. Kauli yako ya mwisho kwa dakika moja. Apewe maji Mheshimiwa.
Mpoeshe. Upinzani watazungumza mabaya ambayo yako ndani ya bajeti. Naomba mniruhusu niwapatie takwimu ambazo ndizo za kweli na ndizo zitakazotuendesha nchi hii kwa mwaka mmoja unaokuja mbele. Elimu imepata bilioni 630, haijawahi kutokea wakati mwingine kama sasa. Asilimia 27 ya national government expenditure hiyo inaenda katika elimu. Asilimia bilioni 25 na nusu zimeenda katika mambo ya junior secondary. Ambaye na hii yote inakata cross nchi nzima. Tuko na bilioni 15 ambazo zimeenda katika zimetoka katika bilioni 15, HELB zimepanda mpaka bilioni 30. Inamaanisha kwamba kumekuwa na double allocation watoto wetu wa vyuo vikuu pamoja na tertiary institutions waweze kupata
kusoma vizuri.
Kuna bilioni 141 ambayo imewekwa katika idara ya afya. Na hii imepanda kutoka ile ambayo imekuwepo tangia hapo nyuma ambayo ilikuwa ni kidogo chini ya bilioni 140.
Na kilimo?
Nakuja huko. Bilioni 250 billion kwa mambo ya barabara. Yaani kuboresha na kumalizia zile barabara ambazo zilikuwa zimeanzishwa na hazijakamilika. Na vile vile pia bilioni 5.
Naona orodha ndefu Mheshimiwa.
Na ndio muhimu, ndio anayetaka kusikiliza mwananchi. Bilioni 5 kwa sababu ya subsidy ya fertilizer. Yaani kurudisha chini pembejeo. Na vile vile pia imewekwa bilioni 25 kulipa yale madeni ya nyuma ambayo yaliwekwa na handshake ya serikali.
Kwa mwisho kabisa, kwa ufupi Mheshimiwa,
vile vile pia kumewekwa bilioni 3 kwa ajili ya kujenga markets kwa ajili ya kuendeleza.
Jinsi unavyodondoa, lakini hii inamaanisha kwamba una imani na bajeti ya mwaka huu kwa ufupi.
Tena sana. Yaani ni vile umenikatisha.
Naona orodha ni ndefu.
Iko ndefu, ni karibu vipengele. Sasa maeneo 48.
Haya, Mheshimiwa,
na ni muhimu kwa sababu upinzani
hauoni hizi.
Upinzani wamezingatia tu mambo matatu. Mambo ya nyumba peke yake. Na hawa walengwa wa mambo ya nyumba ni watu wa asilimia ndogo sana wa nchi hii. Wamezingatia mambo ya inaitwaje ile fuel levy
ambayo imepanda kutoka 8 hadi 16%.
Na nimewaambia kwamba ile 8 ya juu ambayo imekuwa ni kwamba walikuwa wanakula mabwenyenye.
Naomba tumalizie hapo.
Kwa hivyo naomba nimalizie kwa kusema hivi.
sekunde moja.
Mheshimiwa William Ruto ndio bajeti yake ya kwanza hii.
Naam.
Amechaguliwa na ni jukumu yake kwamba kaweze kuhakikisha kwamba taifa limesonga mbele.
Haya.
Ni vizuri na nataka niwaombe wa Kenya, mpeni nafasi. Wacha naye ajaribu. Ikiwa atakuwa hakuweza, bajeti anazo kabla uchaguzi ziko zingine 4 mbele.
Shukrani
na
sana.
atakapokuwa amefeli basi tutamuuliza maswali pale.
Mheshimiwa Maria Kitayama.
Nashukuru wa Kenya kwa sababu ya kushiriki mjadala huu, mchakato huu. Hakuna siku nyingine Wakenya mmefanya jambo zuri kama hili.
Ni leo.
Asanteni sana kwa kutusikiliza. Naomba tuombee nchi hii. Na wakati ambapo kina waramba hawa na waombeeni na nyinyi Mungu akaweze kuwakinga ili mambo haya ambayo ni ya majanga
yasiwarambe. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Ken Chonga, Kilifi Kusini, pamoja na Mheshimiwa Marwa Kitayama. Hakuna ambaye anaendelea. Mmefanya mdahalo mzuri sana. Jamani, tunaomba kisirambe yoyote. Tunaomba tukaweze kusaidika.
Pacha wangu hata wewe sitaki
kwa hivyo nitawaruhusu kidogo tuwapate ndani ya bunge. Tafadhali muisikilize bajeti ikisoma kule ndani na muweze kumshangilia waziri Profesa. Asanteni sana.
Asante. Jamani, mwelekezi hawa tusipowatoa. Haya.
Asanteni sana. Shukrani sana. Haya.
Na basi mtazamaji, kama ulivyoona hali ndio hivyo, tulikuwa na hawa waheshimiwa, lakini kwa sasa pia tumepata mgeni mwingine katika jukwaa letu. Labda pacha wangu na kupatia fursa. Leo amezungumza kutoka asubuhi. Lakini hajazungumza katika hii runinga ambayo inatazamwa na Wakenya wote kote duniani.
Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro, unajua kitengo ambacho unaongoza, kamati ambayo unaongoza haina tofauti sana Mheshimiwa Kuria Kimani. Manake pia unaangalia masuala ya fedha zinakwenda wapi na kutumika namna gani. Kwanza kabisa, unaridhishwa na makadirio ya bajeti ya mwaka huu tukianzia hapo?
Kwanza wacha niwashukuru sana kwa kutupea this opportunity. Na sana sana Lofty akiwa hapa. Najua Lofty amezoea kuhoji marais.
Kwa hivyo unasema unajitabiria utakuwa rais siku moja. Na kuona vizuri sana.
Alafu pia ni mhubiri na ni mtumishi wa Mungu. Kwa hivyo chukua utabiri.
Juzi nilimuona akihoji rais wetu na alifanya kazi mzuri sana.
Asante.
That is a commendable job. Mimi naridhishwa sana na hii bajeti ya this financial year. Na vile umesema ni kwamba in the current dispensation, mtaniruhusu niweke kizungu sana.
Utachanganya maana pia maneno ya fedha si machache vile, mazito kidogo.
Mazito kidogo.
Si neno
kwa Kiswahili. So ile bajeti tunasoma ni ya 3.679 trillion. Na hiyo bajeti iko na mambo mzuri sana ambazo ni za kusaidia uchumi wetu. Na uchumi wetu ukisaidika, hatusaidii tu the top cream. Tunataka tusaidie uchumi wetu kuanza kushikana na kila Mkenya akuwe pia yeye anajumuishwa kwa uchumi wetu ukienda juu. Ile kwa kimombo inaitwa shared prosperity. Na ndio maana out of the 3.679 trillion budget, 2.3 trillion inaachwa katika national government, which also has the judiciary and parliament. Pia tunaweka 986 billion Kenya shillings kwa ile tunaita CFS. Maneno ya kulipa madeni inalipwa kutoka hapo. Na pia tunaweka pesa 385 billion Kenya shillings ambazo ni fedha zinaenda katika counties zetu. Ni mambo magani haya ambayo yanafanya bajeti ikuwe mzuri ya this time? Out of the funds ambazo zinaachwa katika serikali kuu, 2.3 trillion, 27.4% of that money, which is 630 billion, is going into education. Tunaipeleka katika elimu ya watoto wa Kenya. Na tunachukua bilioni 25.5 ambazo ni 10 billion more than last year, tunapeleka katika JSS capitation. Ndio gharama ya mzazi ishuke ya kupeleka mtoto wake JSS. Kwa zile fedha za shule ama elimu, Higher Education Loans Board is a very strategic institution as far as we are concerned as Kenya Kwanza. Because we want those young ones, those brothers and sisters in our universities to get facilities and enhanced facilities to be able to continue with their learning. Now that is why we have capitalized the help. From 15 billion allocated last year, we have doubled that to 30 billion Kenya shillings this financial year. Wakulima, mimi natoka Kiharu. Kenya is over 65% a rural country. And therefore, majority of the rural people, 70% of them are employed in agriculture. We have given 5 billion Kenya shillings into fertilizer subsidy. And I want to assure all the Kenyan farmers that fertilizer will be cheaper in the seasons that are coming.
Niko na swali tu kwako hapo mheshimiwa, umesema kwamba bilioni 5 imeweka katika masuala ya fertilizer, mbolea. Unahisi kana kwamba inatosha? Kwa sababu kilimo ndio kitega uchumi cha nchi.
Manake wengi sana wanahoji kwamba walitarajia elimu sawa ni muhimu, lakini walitarajia kwamba kilimo kitakuwa kileleni pale. Manake ukimsikiliza rais akizungumza, akiulizwa kwa nini uchumi umepanda, unga umepanda, anasema dawa iko shambani, ndio maana nasambaza mbolea. Kwa nini kilimo hakikupatiwa mgao mnono?
Unajua kilimo sio fertilizer peke yake. Fertilizer ni one of the components, lakini pia tumeangazia kilimo kwa njia zingine. Lakini wacha nirudi kwa fertilizer kwanza. Fertilizer tuliweza kupea fedha mingi sana katika supplementary budget ambayo tulipitisha hapa bunge around 2-3 months ago. Katika hizo fedha, unajua ya kwamba sasa tumebadilisha mfumo ya kupeana subsidy. Sasa mkulima akilipa, ndio sasa tunalipa subsidy kidogo kidogo. According to the uptake of fertilizer. Bado tuko na fedha mingi sana ambazo tulipitisha hapa bunge through supplementary, ambazo bado ziko hazijatumika za kupeleka fertilizer chini. Ya pili, sisi tumeangalia kama serikali wakati ya kwamba KTDA wamekuwa wameagiza fertilizer, bei ya fertilizer katika soko ya ulimwengu imeshuka sana. Kwa hivyo ukikombine ya kwamba tuko na fedha zingine za hazina tumeweka kando za supplementary, na pia fertilizer global prices have come down. A combination of that means these 5 billion Kenya shillings will actually take the fertilizer much lower from the 3,500 that farmers paid last season.
Mheshimiwa, umetaja vizuri sana kwamba bajeti ya mwaka huu ambao mmeiweka imetenga vizuri hapa na pale, na mnajaribu pia kuona matumizi yatakuwa yenye kufaa, fedha zisipotee. Nakumbuka vizuri sana serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ilipochukua hatamu ilisema lengo kuu kabisa mwanzo ni kuhifadhi shilingi bilioni ngapi? Bilioni 300 katika bajeti. Lakini serikali hiyo imeongeza kwa shilingi bilioni 250 na kupandisha bajeti ya mwaka huu hadi kiwango cha trilioni 3.6 tofauti na 3.3. Kwa nini mungangane kupunguza bilioni 3 matumizi kwa bajeti ya mtangulizi wenu, tena muongeze bilioni 250? Hesabu hii hatuielewi mheshimiwa.
Lofty. Economies, uchumi, inchi is what I would say kwa kimombo is a growing being. It is live. When you are a human being, when there is a plant and you see a plant inaenda chini, inakuwa sasa hiyo ndio news. Economies always grow. Budgets always grow because budgets are a component of the economy. Ukiona budget inaenda chini, you must brace yourself for a Armageddon of economy. So what we are doing is hiyo sasa. Wewe Mwaswahili bana, niambie kwa Kiswahili inaitwa nini?
Tunaweza sema ni katika hali ya utasi.
Utasi huyo sasa.
Utasi wa uchumi.
Ya inakuwa crisis.
Ama kindumbwe.
Lakini wacha niwache hiyo sasa. Let me put it into context. My dear sister. What is hii kitu tunaita GDP ni kitu gani? Kwa sababu ndio tuweke katika hiyo swali, why grow the budget? Budget ina grow kwa sababu nothing goes backwards unless we are retrogressing as a country. And once we start retrogressing, we descend. Descending means you can always go back. Ukisikia Nation Media Group inakata mishahara. Serikali inakata mishahara. And that is not what we are doing. We are progressing. Let me come back here briefly.
Yes.
Economy tunaitakwimu kivipi? Economy, GDP tunaiweka hivi: private consumption plus private investment plus government investment and consumption plus exports minus imports. Umeshika? Kwa hivyo lazima uchumi ukienda juu, hata hii element ya G which is government pia inaenda
pia inapanda juu.
Naam, kuna hili swala ambalo Wakenya wengi wamekuwa kiliuliza katika serikali zilizokuwa na hata serikali ya sasa. Kumekuwa na mwanya katika swala la deni. Serikali kabisa haijawahi jitokeza iseme haswa haya madeni yanatoka wapi na hili deni ni deni la aina gani. Kwa nini? Kwa nini hamjitokezi?
Ukisema leo ni kama nafanya kazi zote, nimejituma kidogo, mtanilipa kidogo.
Usijali, malipo juu mbinguni mheshimiwa.
Tungeuliza hivi, kwa nini wale wamekuwa hawakuwa wanaweka hizi takwimu hapa juu ya meza?
Kwa lazima swali ni la
waliotangulia. Sisi tunaweka kila kitu juu ya meza. Kama saa hizi mimi nakwambia deni ya nchi sasa ni trilioni 9.4. Wale walikuwa mbeleni hawangesema hiyo. Kwa sababu sisi tunajua Kenya ni yetu sisi wote. And for us to lead well, we have to lead an open government. Pia tumeweka deficit yetu juu ya meza. Tunasema tunakopa 718 billion, which is much lower than what was borrowed last year, which actually came to 1.1 trillion Kenya shillings.
Nafikiria mkopo huo pengine mtu atahoji kwamba mmeweka kiwango hicho maana hamwezi pita trilioni 10 katika kuomba kama ilivyopitishwa na bunge. Kwa hivyo nafikiri hapo ndo pamesalia. Iwapo mtapanuliwa,
wanacheza safe.
Mnacheza safe. Iwapo mngepanuliwa lile dirisha la kuomba, huenda labda pia nyinyi mngeomba zaidi.
Lofty, wewe ni kakangu, tuko hapa Kenya. Dada yangu tuko naye hapa Kenya. I want to assure you one thing as I assure the people of Kenya. Through the leadership of our president, His Excellency William Ruto, Kenya will not continue to be a borrowing nation. Kenya will have to stop digging the hole. We have demonstrated that using this current budget that we are making, it will be progressive. And what is it that we have done? Last financial year, deficit to GDP ratio was 6.2%. We dropped that down, we brought it down to 5.7% during the supplementary budget. Currently, our deficit is only 4.4%. And our next year, benchmark and target is just 3.6%. We are walking the talk.
Naam. Tunafahamishwa kwamba muda hauko nasi, tusubiri sasa. Manake wanasema kumvua numbi si kazi, kazi ni magawioni. Huu numbi amevuliwa, ametolewa majini, bado kukatwa agawanye hapa nyuma mwendo wa saa 8:30.
Swali ni je, Wakenya watashiba ama bado watazidi kusema jamani bado tuna njaa?
Ama kina mheshimiwa ndo watakuwa na shiba peke yao. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro, mbunge wa Kiharu na vile vile mwenyekiti katika kamati ya ugawaji na kuangalia fedha zinatumika wapi na kwenda wapi. Tumekuwa naye hapa.
Asante sana.
Akibabadua hesabu hizi. Mimi naitwa Lofty Matambo.
Nami mtazamaji siku zote ni Frida Mwaka, nitaitika mwanahabari mwenza Nuru Abdulaziz atatujuza tunaelekea wapi kutoka hapa, lakini sisi nyuso zetu tutaziona mwendo wa saa 12 na saa 1 kwenye taarifa zetu za NTV jioni.
Nuru kwako.
Na Lofty na Frida yuko katika majengo ya bunge. Mtazamaji, wamezungumzia mengi na wabunge kuhusiana na swala hili zima, kuhusiana na makadirio ya bajeti mwaka 2023 mwaka 2024. Mimi hapa mtazamaji nafunga kabisa, nitakuwa nampisha mwenzangu Julians Amboko. Baada tu ya mapumziko atakuwa pia anaendelea kuangazia swala hili. Kumbuka kwamba tukiendelea kusubiri tu kusomwa kwa bajeti hiyo ya mwaka wa 2023 mwaka 2024. Uwe na mchana mwema.
So, this is where it all began. Those styles weren't working.
So we made something better.
And you didn't stop there.
We knew we weren't changing the world with our clothes, but the women who wear them might.
And you went from playing with dolls
to becoming a fashion powerhouse.
We see you're great. Now let's elevate it with ABSA Business Banking. Speak to us about how we can help you get it done. That's Africanacity. That's ABSA.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
Dad, what made you decide to become a doctor?
It's because my father needed one.
And you, what do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be happy like you.
At Prudential, we believe that when it comes to those you love, never leave it to chance. Leave it to us. Life insured is love assured.
Lifestyle Heights, the premier real estate development nestled in the breathtaking Kiambu County. Explore our stunning properties in a serene environment with an alluring and vibrant community. With a range of amenities including lush green parks, secured kids play area, we offer a truly and unparalleled living experience. We are thrilled to invite you to our open day on June 16th, 17th and 18th. Don't miss this chance to secure your piece of the paradise. Lifestyle Heights, a new way of living.
Furahia maisha bora, linda jamii yako, linda biashara yako. Chukua bima leo. Tuna bima ya maisha, afya na ajali, mali hata elimu. Chukua bima leo. Linda jamii yako, linda biashara yako. Chukua bima leo. Tuna bima ya maisha, afya na ajali, mali hata elimu. Chukua bima leo.
Want to become a homeowner at Two Rivers Development in Nairobi? Centum Real Estate is offering you a unique opportunity to fulfill your dream. Cascadia Apartments presents to you a combination of comfort, convenience, and luxury living, making it the automatic choice for your next home or real estate investment. With a Madaraka offer till 30th June 2023, price start from 9.2 million with flexible payment plan and mortgage financing available. 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms available for sale. Call us today on 0742 342 722 or text Cascadia to 22365.
Furahia maisha bora, linda jamii yako, linda biashara yako. Chukua bima leo. Tuna bima ya maisha, afya na ajali, mali hata elimu. Chukua bima leo. Linda jamii yako, linda biashara yako. Chukua bima leo. Tuna bima ya maisha, afya na ajali, mali hata elimu. Chukua bima leo.
I'm a threat. Yeah, it's a bed. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm a threat.
Get the Ballin' Twister box for only $7.50. NBA, KFC, balling all day.
Yeah. Yeah. Mina jijua, mitazi meti, mina chafua. Sema saa wachu ndo vile nasikia. Talk, we came to ball. Let's get straight to it. Ready for whatever. We gon' ride. Line 'em up. Let's go toe to toe. Tell 'em pick a side. Put in work. We don't play no games. Watch it running high. Savage mode. We gon' keep it G. Yeah, you know the vibe. When it's meal time, who gon' tell my dogs we can't eat? Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm a threat.
Get the Ballin' Twister box for only $7.50. NBA, KFC, balling all day.
Africa Energy Forum's 25th anniversary is in mainland Africa for the first time. It will be held from 20th to 23rd June in Nairobi with the official endorsement of Honorable Cabinet Secretary Davis Chirchir, Ministry of Energy and Petroleum. Find out more at www.africaenergyforum.com.
Once upon a time, 2 out of 3 Kenyan parents felt that they don't spend enough quality time with their kids. You can help change this by giving a generous voice to Storytime. Visit our library of homegrown audio stories at cadbury.africa and make Storytime sweeter. Cadbury, there's a glass and a half in everyone.
If you value it, insure it. Did you know that the insurance policy document is proof of the existence of an insurance contract between you and the insurance company? It contains terms and conditions that govern how your claim will be handled in case you suffer a loss. Ensure that you obtain your policy document within 30 days of purchasing insurance. Read and understand it. Now you know. IRA, promoting insurance, protecting the insured.
Blueband peanut butter, made with 100% pure peanuts and a good source of omega-6. Grow healthy and happy kids with Blueband peanut butter. Available in 200 grams, 400 grams, and 800 grams. Buy a pack today.
I'm going back to the Dobrovolskis, that's it. I've come here to visit and worn out my welcome.
Have you been crying?
I see you've decided to go to a clinic in Israel so no one gets in your way, am I right? You're getting pregnant there, are you? I wonder who the father would be. That's none of your business. Actually, it is.
Give me that thing! Oh, God! What? How come? How could maternity belt? This is no
What's
maternity
taking you
belt.
guys so long? We're still waiting.
She was wearing this. She said it was a maternity belt. Do you know what this is? Do you realize? Huh? Take it.
Yes, I was pregnant, but I had suffered a miscarriage.
Mother, Valeria, call an ambulance now. Sana, water.
2 out of 3 Kenyan parents felt that they don't spend enough quality time with their kids. You can help change this by giving a generous voice to Storytime. Visit our library of homegrown audio stories at cadbury.africa and make Storytime sweeter.
Alafu utasikia some Kenyans complaining that for the past 10 months they have not seen President Ruto performing. And you also please confirm again, for the sake of depression, 50 by 100 in Kamulu, you have achieved nothing.
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Blueband peanut butter, made with 100% pure peanuts and a good source of omega-6. Grow healthy and happy kids with Blueband peanut butter. Available in 200 grams, 400 grams, and 800 grams. Buy a pack today.
This is NTV.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage on Budget 2023-2024, Kenya Kwanza's maiden budget, and we have been having my colleagues from the Kiswahili desk taking us through the rigors of what this budget entails. Now we are back to the English session, and this is actually the hour we have been waiting for. We are live at the National Treasury, right at the 14th floor. We are also live from the floor of the National Treasury building. That's on the ground where we shall be having Professor Njuguna Ndung'u hoisting the ceremonial budget briefcase at some point this afternoon. We will also be live from the roundabout, which connects the road from the Treasury to the Parliament building. So if you want the most exhaustive and comprehensive view of what will be transpiring once Professor Njuguna Ndung'u makes his way down, we shall be right there. And of course, we are also right at the National Assembly. That's the Parliament building, where we'll also be getting to my colleagues, is where the action will actually be taking this afternoon in terms of the budget speech. But we are rightly placed at the National Treasury anytime now. The moment we see Professor Njuguna Ndung'u, that's the Treasury, Cabinet Secretary stepping out. We shall be taking you there to get a feel of what is happening. This is indeed his debut budget. This is a man who previously has been the governor of the Central Bank of Kenya. And yesterday when I was speaking to him, I asked him, how does it feel now wearing the fiscal hat, having worn the monetary hat not too far back? So we shall be keeping a view on that and to bring you the latest. But now I'm back in studio with my guests, that is Robert Orero, James Mulili and Churchill Ogutu. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being with me up till this time. Gentlemen, this is the point where I ask you, are there any surprises you're expecting? Granted, by now we have covered a lot on the budget, a lot on the finance bill, the resource envelope, the expenditure plan. Are there any things which you think could be a surprise on the floor? Robert.
Yeah, thank you very much, Julians. You can never discount it. And remember, this is the reason why the CS National Treasury is carrying his budget and it's sealed. So you really never know what he's going to say. However, I also feel that I think that he may use this opportunity to also ventilate his perspective about some of these changes. We've seen the report by the committee. So possibly reacting to some of the proposals that we have seen. So for example, there's the issue of the 32.5% and 35% on PAYE. I wouldn't really be surprised if I hear him reintroducing some of the older bands that we had, the 20% and the 25%, just to sort of cushion people. So nothing stops him from presenting new things. However, I think the more important thing to be on the lookout for is the debate on Tuesday next week, because that's where the new things are likely to come up.
Oh. All right. James?
Yeah, definitely. I believe there are a couple of things we'll be able to pick up from the speech, which, in as much as we have a visibility on the report on the finance bill, there are obviously issues you might want to articulate, and maybe certain variations based on the report. But more importantly, what I anticipate is that on customs-related matters, remember, customs is normally under the East African Community Customs Management Act. So, and that basically is a discussion that happens at the East African Community level. So, I believe he will touch on a couple of proposed changes from a customs point of view. But then again, those would have to wait until the East African Community Gazette notice is out by the end of June. Yeah. Because basically that is administered across East Africa. So I'm really keen on that, but give or take the proposals in the finance bill, I believe we'll hear a couple of variations on what has been tabled in the report.
And James, speaking about customs, the customs duty tax head is one of those which has been really outperforming in the recent past. And the question has been asked, what sort of tightening have we seen in that space? Robert and James, before I come to Churchill. Robert, James?
Yeah, so basically, customs is a very dynamic area, because any considerations that are done at the EAC level have to put each member state into perspective. And there's normally a tight balance between, number one, protecting the local industries in each of the member states, and considerations that have to be balanced across East Africa. Remember, we are one customs union. Basically, it's one territory. And that's why we refer to it as basically the EAC customs territory. So there are those considerations, obviously. There are those goods that are manufactured or produced within the EAC. That's why we have a special common external tariff that takes care of that aspect. Then obviously considerations on customs matters on any goods that are produced or any items that are produced outside the EAC. So how to strike that balance is always something, but you'll notice that a lot of the customs changes, in as much as there could be some applicable import duties, you'll notice that each member state actually has a right to basically request for a stay in application of some of these duty rates in the interest of sort of trying to promote the local industries.
Okay. Robert?
Just to add on to what James is saying, if you look at the 2023 budget policy statement, one of the initiatives that is included there was enhanced data analytics for customs control purposes. In fact, the idea there is to enhance revenue per unit, which suggests that Revenue Authority is now doing more scanning, more surveillance, more, if you look at the regional electronic cargo tracking systems, they're looking at the entire ecosystem of customs and they're trying to collect as much revenue as possible. And to your point, indeed, customs has been performing, and that suggests that as things are coming into the country, a lot more people are now paying taxes. And I think a particularly good example of that is this whole thing of consolidation of cargo. You know, previously you'd bring in cargo and maybe you pay 200 shillings per kilo. It doesn't matter what the value of the cargo is. So for example, you bring in 10 shirts, which is a kilo, and you pay 200 shillings as duty. However, now you disclose the value of those 10 shirts and you pay 25% customs duty on that. You can clearly see that there's a higher yield from some of these initiatives. And I think this is the reason why customs continues to play a critical role in terms of driving the revenues of this country. And don't forget also, there is the tailwind from enhanced commerce. You know, if you compare where we're coming from and now where we are in terms of international trade, there's been a lot more volumes coming through. So this is the reason why we're talking about that.
Right, and there we have Treasury Cabinet Secretary Professor Njuguna Ndung'u just making his way out of his office. That is on the 14th floor of the National Treasury Building. Behind him, you can see Principal Secretary, that is Dr. Chris Kipto. I've also seen the Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, I should say the outgoing Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, Dr. Patrick Njoroge, whose sunset date, by the way, is on the 17th of this month, which is just 2 days away. You can see there the ceremonial briefcase, which has the budget statement, which is going to read before the National Assembly. This is indeed the debut budget from the Kenya Kwanza government, an ambitious 3.6 trillion shilling spending plan. And I should mention, we have seen supplementary budget 2 for the current financial year, which actually slashes spending at the national government level by about 31 billion shillings. And there we have, let's listen in if we can hear what he's saying.
I cannot tell you now.
Fungua tembea.
Yes. The customary thing is to wait until we finish that, and then we can say
Yes.
we cannot see the other document from
What would you want to tell Kenyans just before you read the budget?
So there are no surprises.
Yes.
Just a raft of measures to actually sustain the economic recovery. That is all. That is what we really want to say.
Major thing Kenyans are asking is about the loans.
I cannot ask questions about the budget when we're going to read it.
All right.
Even your training is a suspect.
Thank you very much, sir.
Excuse us.
And there you have it. Treasury CS Professor Njuguna Ndung'u has made his way to the lift. Shortly, he'll be down there. And remember, we also have our camera crew right at the entrance of the National Treasury Building. You can actually see there Dr. Kamau Thuge, who is now the incoming Central Bank of Kenya Governor. And he's there flanked by the outgoing Dr. Patrick Njoroge. You can see now on the right of your screen, we shall be giving you a proper view of the entire crew as it makes its way down there, where they will take a photo. There's normally a photo opportunity which takes place at that point before he makes his way to the National Assembly, where, as I mentioned earlier, he's typically received by the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, the chairperson of the Finance and Planning Committee, as well as the Majority Leader. And he'll make his way to the chamber of the House, where the Speaker will then usher him in to give his debut budget speech. So we are just keenly following the developments now at the National Treasury, at the Central Business District here in Nairobi. This is where now the nerve center is taking place as far as the budget preparation process is concerned. Remember, this is normally marked as a day, but there has been activities, a series of activities, I should say, running from as far back as August last year, where we have the sector working groups converging and issuing their desired wish list as far as the expenditure plans are concerned. And then Treasury comes and gives a perspective on the resource envelope that it has. And thereafter, then we have the generation of the budget review and outlook paper, which at some point is succeeded by the budget policy statement, the draft version of it at least. And there you can see the Treasury CS is making his way. And there we have Professor Njuguna Ndung'u, the Treasury Cabinet Secretary, standing there with the Principal Secretary, that is Dr. Chris Kipto. I should mention Dr. Chris Kipto will be joining us this evening for a one-on-one interview with myself. We shall be bringing you that after our primetime bulletin tonight. And you can see the entire establishment standing there We can see Dr. Kamau Thuge, the incoming governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, who received the Parliament's green light sometime early last week. And you can also see the acting Commissioner General of the Kenya Revenue Authority, that is Rispa Simiyu. And I don't think I've ever seen this caption being taken with a lady in the picture. What a refreshing sight to have there, where we have the acting Commissioner General of the Kenya Revenue Authority, Rispa Simiyu, standing right there. And there you have it. We have the ceremonial briefcase there. Shortly, he'll be making his way to the National Assembly, and there he will be received with the two chairmen of the Budget and Appropriations Committee and the Finance and Planning Committee, and thereafter he shall be ushered into the chamber to begin his speech. A 3.6 trillion shillings budget, that is the first coming under the Kenya Kwanza government, with a financing requirement of about 720 billion shillings, of which 522 billion shillings is to be sourced from the domestic market. The remaining amount is to be sourced from the external market. Lately, Kenya has received, I should say, bucket loads of concessional financing from the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. The World Bank just last week, or 2 weeks ago, I should say, did approve the Development Policy Operation, popularly known as DPO, which is a soft loan, so to speak, towards budget support. And when they talk about budget support, it's basically indicating that it will be running more towards the recurrent side of the books. And there you have it. Dr. Kamau Thuge, Dr. Patrick Njoroge, Dr. Chris Kipto, Professor Njuguna Ndung'u, and also we have the Acting Commissioner General of the Kenya Revenue Authority, that is Rispa Simiyu. That there, you see both the monetary side of the economy, the fiscal side of the economy, and of course, we have the agent who is tasked with mobilizing tax revenue, that is the Kenya Revenue Authority. In the next financial year, the government is targeting to mobilize about 2.8 trillion shillings worth of revenue, a staggering amount of which 2.5 trillion shillings is actually attributable to ordinary revenue, and the remaining is mobilized still by the state. So there we have now the Treasury top moneymen, they have been called and taking their final photos before he gets into his motorcade and makes his way to the National Assembly. A couple of financial years back, we had then Treasury CS Uhuru Kenyatta indicating that he would walk from the National Treasury all the way to the National Assembly. That was just walking you down the memory lane to some of the scenes we have seen in this exercise not too far back. So now we have the Treasury CS and his Principal Secretary taking their final photos, after which they make their way to the National Assembly. This comes at a time when the supplementary budget 2 for the current financial year has just been tabled. That took place on the afternoon of yesterday. The chairman of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, that is Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, did that. And this morning we have seen the books for the supplementary budget 2 uploaded, and the indication is that the national government spending is being slashed by 31 billion shillings, of which I should indicate recurrent spending is actually going up by 38 billion shillings, but development spending is coming down by 7 billion shillings. And that is how we are arriving at 31 billion shillings. And shortly we'll have Treasury CS getting into his vehicle to make his way to the National Assembly. There you can see the members of the Fourth Estate trying to get a final best shot of this. Let's see how he makes his way there, and we get to the National Assembly so that we just cross over live and listen to Kenya Kwanza's debut budget speech on this day, the 15th of June, 2023. You can rightly see there, he's now making his way, and you might remember that the switch to the Volkswagen happened during the Uhuru Kenyatta era, if you do recall, when there was a lot of talk about the need for austerity measures to cut back on the expenditure on guzzlers, which was really chastised by Kenyans at the time. And I don't know how this has been thought. Now we are seeing a different make there. You can see CBK1, that's the governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, also part of the entourage. So we keep an eye there as we continue with our conversation here on set. I was asking my panelists what are some of the surprises they do anticipate. And we have listened to Robert Oriro from ISPAC as well as James Mulili from PKF Churchill. Are there any surprises you think might be coming this afternoon?
Well, I don't see any surprises on the spending side. The reason being we have gone through some of the numbers. 2 days ago, Parliament approved through the Committee of Supply each and every individual vote that any ministry, department or agency will be able to receive. So from that perspective, on the spending side, we may not get any surprise. But having said that, just had a cursory glance at the supplementary budget 2 documents. And what is of concern to me is there's been some revision on the consolidated fund services to the tune of 178.5 billion shillings. So that to me speaks of macroeconomic framework might be changed a bit, at least to factor in this increase in the consolidated fund services. We all know that the numbers under consolidated fund services is given as it is. Parliament does not have an authority to tweak either the interest payment, debt amortization, debt repayments, or anything within the consolidated fund services. So they are just given as it is. So we are at a scenario whereby that number is increasing by 178.5 billion. Obviously, it will have implications on the revenue side and also on the deficit. So it could either be some increase in projection in the revenue side, or also deficit increasing by that amount. So that is something that you might say on the broader scheme of things, that the macro framework might change, at least to absorb that particular adjustment.
Robert, let me come to you. And twice now we have seen President William Ruto read the riot acts to the Kenya Revenue Authority, the commissioners, no less. And the question being asked is, when you look at the revenue projections for the next financial year, what's your assessment of them? Are they overly ambitious? Are they just moderate?
Well, Julians, that's a good question, because I think the starting point is the Budget and Appropriations Committee report, which indicated that they think that the revenue estimates are quite ambitious.
Yeah.
And that's underpinned by a slowing economy in terms of, the growth has been projected to be slower than earlier anticipated. Now, in absolute terms, you're talking about a growth of about 371 billion shillings.
Yeah.
The joke is that they need to be collecting 1 billion shillings every day for the next 1 year. More. A billion more every day.
Yeah.
And as it is today, they do about 150, 180 billion or thereabouts. So it's a really tough one, Julians. 2.5 trillion in terms of ordinary revenue, you're talking about 200 billion a month. That's going to be a really tough one. And like we were discussing earlier on, the proposals in finance bill proposals target about 211 billion. So there's a question about this about 160 billion additional. Where is it going to come from? And that's why James was talking about an aggressive revenue authority. So clearly, it's going to be a mixture of things: an aggressive revenue authority, perhaps more use of data, expanding the tax base. That's what really I see. Yes?
And we have had the Revenue Authority indicating that we are cleaning up the VAT register, so that we are sure whether we are really optimally collecting VAT or not. If you read the tax expenditure report, it tells you we have a VAT gap of about 38%. James, do you see that as one of the pockets which could help unlock this 1 billion shillings extra per day?
Yeah, indeed. And this discourse we're having about the e-teams.
Yes.
You see, the challenge with VAT over the years has always been the susceptibility to manipulation. Because remember, it is the mechanism is output versus input VAT to determine the VAT bill. And I think there's been a tightening of the screws. These are initiatives that have taken time and they have been phased out. Started with VAT inconsistency checks by the Revenue Authority, just to confirm that any input VAT that is being claimed, they can see a corresponding output declaration on the other side. It went ahead with a lot of mandatory requirements, some of which were not grounded in law, just to make sure before you can claim any input VAT. Then the KRA was pushing for an agenda where really the output VAT has to be declared. Then we are now transitioning to some form of intellect when it comes to the ETR machines. The previous ETR machines were just ETR machines for what they are.
Yeah.
There was no way the data was being relayed to KRA. So there was that now progression to these ETR machines that are now integrated to the accounting systems, and there is almost a real-time relay of the invoices to KRA. There is the talk about actually, if you go in to file your VAT return, there's actually an option not yet active, but where your VAT return, by the time you're filing it, will be auto-populated. And this is now where we are heading with this eTIMS initiative, where obviously the modalities of how each and every business, small businesses or big businesses, will be able to integrate these into their accounting systems is an issue. Access to devices and technology by all businesses. Does it mean that small businesses will have to have setups, incur costs to make sure that they have the infrastructure to be able to generate the eTIMS? So yes, VAT has the potential, and simply because VAT is not the preserve of the wealthy or the poor, each and every single person consumes items that are subject to VAT. So we actually see that being one of the avenues. Another avenue that, in as much as we've talked about customs, there are still a lot of concerns when it comes to fraud-related issues on customs.
Yes.
Where businesses entrust the declaration and payment of customs duties to agents.
Yes.
And the amounts never actually hit KRA. So there are those issues that need to be sorted, and maybe also a streamlining of the customs procedures. It's normally quite unfair for businesses to be subjected to what we call post-clearance audits. Yet KRA is mandated to actually make sure that the clearance has been verified. So there are those challenges that come with it. But also, more importantly, if the focus on the customs department can just go beyond just revenue collection. If you go to the most developed economies, you'll notice that customs department's main mandate is for statistics.
Yes.
They can be able to look at the trends of what is being imported and exported, and that informs actually where the government should be focusing on in terms of promoting the various industries. So I look at it more from emphasis on customs, emphasis on VAT, and any other indirect taxes for that matter.
Thank you, James. And you can see on your screen, Treasury CS, Professor Njuguna Ndung'u has made his way into the Parliament buildings. That is where he should be received by the chairman of the committee, and this is the final destination of this very crucial exercise on June 15th, 2023, where he will be presenting his budget speech. Right now, you can see there the Central Bank of Kenya governor is also making his way in, and very, very important exercise happening here. The professor has already made his way there. He should be disembarking anytime now to be received and take his photos, and then make his way to the chamber for the speech, which we are all waiting for. Let me come to Churchill Ogutu here next to me. Churchill, this is the year where we have the maturity of the Eurobond, which we have spoken of ad infinitum. How do you feel about it, looking at June 2024?
First and foremost, I would like to, applaud the Treasury, National Treasury, for its proactive approach. In April, they came out with a call for interest from people or the investors, at least, to be able to advise them on how they can now be able to manage this big risk. $2 billion is maturing, and that was a risk out there from investors who are looking at Kenya, basically the foreign investors. So with that proactive approach by Treasury, at least, and there's been some progress from the news flow, we saw that at least a number of the banks, international banks, have been shortlisted. So already there's some progress around that area. And to us, at least, we are seeing there are a number of ways of skinning this cut, this $2 billion that is coming due. At the very extreme, you can look at it that there could be a drawdown in FX reserves. We expect it to be at around $8.1 billion, say by end of June, once you've seen all these inflows coming in. Already we've seen the inflow from the World Bank development policy financing, $1 billion. There's been some syndicated loans flows and also IMF disbursement sometime coming July. So all in all, we could see that FX reserves could be at $8.1 billion. So in a worst case scenario that they are not able to find any solution because the global financial markets right now are quite tight, we could see a drawdown in FX reserves from, say, probably it settles at $8.1 billion to around $6.1 billion. But that is on the extreme. But in between, if the authorities, now the government, are able to get a solution towards that $2 billion maturity, there are a number of ways you can do it. They can
let me just hold you there. You can see on screen we have Treasury CS, Professor Njuguna Ndungu, flanked by the two chairmen. That is the Finance and Planning chairperson, as well as the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee of the National Assembly. They have taken their photos, and they will continue. You can now see the majority leader. I had mentioned he typically also joins there for a photo opportunity. That is Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah right there. They're taking their photo. Yes, Churchill, please proceed.
Yeah, so there are a number of ways that even the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Chris Kipto, mentioned like 2 weeks ago, that might be executed in terms of reducing this risk. One of them that he mentioned was repurchase. So basically, and similar to what this media house is doing on the equity space, whereby either the government says that it wants to repurchase up to a maximum of 10% of its Eurobond, or it can do it discreetly. One of the banks that they might mandate just to discreetly purchase up to a maximum of 10% of that $2 billion. But I see that might not even move the needle as much. So the other thing that even the PS mentioned is something to do with the cash tender. So basically, we are seeing the government coming out there and to the investors and telling them that, hey, you guys who are holding our 2024 Eurobond, probably we might give you this money so that you might exit from that particular Eurobond. And in turn, there's also another Eurobond that you might issue. So that is now the dynamics of a tender offer and also a new bond being issued in tandem. So I think that might be the plan, or that might be the action plan that the government might do. Even if they raise 50% or they execute even a maximum of 75%. So you're looking at $1.5 billion is exchanged into a new bond, new Eurobond. So the only maturity, the only amount that is remaining to retire will just be around $500 million. So that's manageable. But the risk there is now the financial conditions are quite tight. If you look at the Eurobond yields are in double-digit levels. So that is, it's still a delicate affair. So one of the other options that even the Permanent Secretary mentioned is things to do with alternative financing, dialing up on the concessional financing. Yeah. I'm still skeptical around that in the sense that some of this concessional financing, if it's on the bilateral side, there's much you can be able to squeeze out from the potential creditors. But if you look at the multilateral lenders, you are looking at the IMF and the World Bank, potentially they can now be able to get some other additional disbursements. Already the IMF Resilience and Sustainability Facility, it was mentioned during that press release by the IMF, but they haven't really baked it in. So we're looking at a potential of close to anything between $500 million to $1 billion between now and April 2025. Correct. So based on these inflows, potentially it might be wired towards now retiring that Eurobond. So bottom line, I'm not concerned with the Eurobond 2024 that is coming due. The proactive approach by Treasury, it's just giving us a signal that they are thinking about it, and that risk probably might be reduced by the time June 2024 comes by.
Thank you, Churchill, for that caption on the Eurobond 2024. And in case you're wondering how he arrived at April 2025, you might need to remember that the program has been extended. Excuse me. It was meant to have its sunset date on June 2024. It's been extended up till April 2025. We are now focusing on the Chamber of the National Assembly. Anytime now we shall have the Treasury Cabinet Secretary, Professor Julians, being ushered in, and thereafter he will be able to make his speech, his debut budget speech before the National Assembly. We keep our eyes there. Anytime it starts, we shall cross over live to listen to the proceedings. Robert and James, voluntary tax disclosure program. Just how much weight has it pulled as far as mobilization of tax revenue is concerned? How much headroom do you still see as far as that goes? Robert?
Yeah, so Julians, I don't really have the statistics, the recent statistics, but at least as at 30th of December, you know, it had done a pretty good chunk in terms of you know, mobilizing revenues, and particularly the initial years, the first and the second year. Today we are in the third year, which is coming to an end, and it just gives you 25%. However, in the finance bill, we've also seen an additional amnesty that is coming in for payments up to up to June 2024. And the one reason why we think that this particular one may be successful is because of the proposal to delete Section 89, 6, 7, and 8 of the Tax Procedures Act, which provide for the power to waive penalties and interest. Now, what that essentially means is that if you've got any tax liabilities that you hadn't paid and Revenue Authority comes calling, then you'll have to pay not only the principal tax, but the penalty and the interest. So that might be an incentive for people to ensure that they take advantage of this amnesty. But going by past experience, Julians, you know, 2004 amnesty, very, very successful. The foreign assets declaration amnesty, quite successful as well. You remember that's the time that the reserves that Churchill was talking about, they really ballooned. So it's definitely something that is going to boost the coffers.
James?
Yeah, you'll actually notice a majority of taxpayers shy away from doing any disclosures for any unpaid taxes because of the risk of that they carry when it comes to accrued penalties and interest. So it's actually a welcome move in the finance bill. And the way they've done it is they've sort of staggered it into two.
Yeah.
Now, for any waiver applications of penalties and interest that had already been lodged and the principal taxes had been paid by 31st of December 2022, what the finance bill is speaking to is an automatic approval of those waiver applications.
Yeah.
So that is something very good, because a lot of taxpayers have been carrying contingent liabilities in their books, because remember, the approval of waivers is at the discretion of the CS.
Yes.
So there was that uncertainty. You really can't write off these accrued penalties and interest from your books up until the time you get an approval. So I think that is the first bit. And what we've seen with the KRA over the past month, 2 months, 3 months, they've actually been trying to sort of mop up all this backlog of waiver applications by inviting taxpayers on the table and saying, we'll give you a 40% waiver, pay 60%.
Yeah.
So we've seen that initiative, just trying to mop up the past waiver applications. Now, with regards to any person with a liability that had not been paid as of 31st December 2022, what the proposal in the finance bill is inviting such taxpayers to do is come, do a voluntary disclosure.
James, let me just hold you there. You can see the mace is being brought into the chamber, and that indicates that we are right on time to kickstart. You can see the Speaker of the National Assembly, that is Honorable Moses Wetangula, there making his way as well. This is the clearest indication that any time now we shall be kicking off the proceedings in the House, so that we get to the point where the Treasury Cabinet Secretary, Professor Julians, does get to the floor to present his budget speech for the financial year 2023-2024. And there we have the Speaker getting to his position to call the House to order and to get us on to business. Let's listen in.
Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetuoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tutakusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao wamezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Honorable members, we have quorum to transact business. The clerk, you may call the orders.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker.
Order. Who is calling for point of order? Honorable Masara.
Mr. Speaker, I'm seeing something very strange happening today. You must be respected. The members of UDA party are crossing just this way as if this is a street in Sugoi. This is parliament. You must go there. You respect the speaker and you come here. That is very wrong. Mr. Speaker, they just walk. You must respect the seat of the parliament.
Order.
If you are feeling, the heat of voting.
Take your seats. Order, honorable members. Honorable Masara. You don't have to prosecute your point of order laced with poison. You can raise a point of order, is indeed out of order for any member to cross the aisle, but you don't have to be derogatory in any way. Proceed, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Although, Honorable Speaker, Sugoi is a very important village in this country. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 15th June 2023. 1, report of the National Government Budget Implementation Review for the first 9 months of the financial year 2022-2023 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. 2, County Government Budget Implementation Review report for the first 9 months of the financial year 2022-2023 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. 3, the performance audit report of the Auditor General on construction of small dams and water ponds by the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation and implementing agencies for June 2023.